mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201, Enlightenment Pill, entrusted to meet the enemy. In the reception room in the Shining Pavilion's backyard, Zhao Sheng sat in a purple wooden chair at the head of the table, his expression calmly contemplating the worn, grayish-yellow animal hide he held. To his left sat a short, thin, elderly man in a black robe, his face sallow and dejected. He regarded Zhao Sheng anxiously. Half a minute later, Zhao Sheng finished examining the recipe, then silently placed it on the wooden table beside him, tapping his fingers on the hide. Seeing this, the short, thin elder couldn't help but test him. "Senior Zhao, I guarantee with my life that this enlightenment pill recipe is genuine." Zhao Sheng smiled playfully and said calmly, "You added the last 3 ingredients, Schisandra chinensis, lotus flower, and caraway fruit. You didn't." The old man was startled at first, then his face filled with indignation, and he was about to open his mouth to defend himself. At this moment, Zhao Sheng raised his hand, stopping the man's movements, and spoke faster. "You don't need to explain. The main ingredient in this recipe is the Millennium Zhuangxuan fruit. Don't you know that Zhuangxuan fruit and Kawizi must never be used together?" Seeing the old man's bewilderment, Zhao Sheng continued slowly, "It doesn't matter if you don't know. You've surely heard of the Kixuan sect's Kixuan absolute poison. Zhuangxuan fruit and Kawizi are the 2 main ingredients in the Kixuan absolute poison. The Kixuan sect is a notorious demonic sect in the Broken Star Sea. Its disciples are particularly skilled in poisoning and assassination, and the Kixuan absolute poison is the sect's signature spiritual poison, renowned for its incurable nature." Hearing this, the short, thin old man broke into a sweat. Fearfully, he knelt down, kowtowed, and begged Zhao Sheng for mercy. In the world of immortal cultivation, deceiving alchemists with fake recipes is common, and being discovered is just as common. However, the old man had the audacity to deceive a Foundation establishment-level alchemist, only to be discovered. The consequences of this incident were severe, serious enough to warrant a beating to death. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly at this, then asked, in a slightly higher voice, "Where's the recipe, Senior? Please spare me." "Senior, the recipe is here." The short, thin old man was startled at the words, then, recovering his senses, frantically pulled out a folded animal skin from his pocket and respectfully handed it forward. "Senior, please spare me. I'm not lying. This recipe is truly a legacy from my ancestors. If I dare to lie, I will be struck by lightning." As the old man swore, Zhao Sheng quickly reviewed the recipe for the elixir, and then felt more confident. Based on his experience and knowledge, the recipe should be correct, but it was missing 2 key steps. Besides the 3 final herbs, the earlier herbs in the recipe were likely genuine. This, combined with the various steps involved in the alchemy process, proved to be genuine. Zhao Sheng was 80% certain the recipe was authentic, lacking only a few crucial herbs and 1 or 2 steps. "Alice, what a shame," Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly. This recipe revealed the depth of the cultivation world's habit of cherishing precious possessions. Over the millennia, countless unparalleled skills and secrets of knowledge had been lost or eroded, ultimately obliterated, due to selfishness, monopoly, short-sightedness, and other factors. Zhao Sheng was speechless at the thought and impatiently waved his hand at the old man, signaling him to get out. Seeing this, the short, thin old man leaped away in ecstasy, scurrying out of the living room. Zhao Sheng picked up the recipe again and studied it carefully. This time, he combined it with the refining method, gaining new insights with each reading. The name of this enlightenment pill isn't necessarily accurate, but let's call it the enlightenment pill for now. The recipe for the enlightenment pill contains as many as 31 medicinal herbs, and 11 steps are written on the animal skin. Refining one batch takes approximately 3 to 5 days. Based on his experience, the enlightenment pill is at least a 2nd grade, possibly even a 3rd grade, elixir, and is extremely difficult to refine. After carefully analyzing the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs in the recipe, Zhao Sheng had a rough idea. The enlightenment pill is likely a smart pill, capable of rapidly enhancing a cultivator's understanding. If so, the value of this recipe is inestimable, with a significant difference between the upper and lower limits. The lower limit could be similar to a concentration pill, instantly boosting mental strength and brain power. The upper limit is more difficult to predict, but the best estimate is that it will permanently enhance a cultivator's understanding. Regardless of the final outcome, Zhao Sheng has found a bargain. Just as he was patiently poring over the recipe, a young man in white trotted into the living room and respectfully announced, "Master, Senior Jin is here, haha." "I don't need to inform you." Before he could finish his words, Jin Ming, a smile on his face, suddenly appeared at the doorway and slowly entered the living room. Behind him followed a middle-aged man with a pale, beardless complexion and gleaming eyes. Zhao Sheng put down the recipe, stood up from his chair, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Jin, you certainly don't need to. Please come in." He then instructed the young man in white, "Xiaoyong, go brew 2 pots of Fengao tea." The young man in white immediately bowed and quickly withdrew. "Please sit down." After the three of them sat down, Zhao Sheng took a closer look at Jin Ming. He saw that his hair and beard were now completely white, with dark spots covering his head and face. He looked completely old, as if he had changed from the previous 2 years. Zhao Sheng sighed, knowing that this was the result of his failed foundation-building efforts. He recalled how 5 years ago, Jin Ming had enthusiastically asked him how to refine the spiritual essence pill. But after failing to establish his foundation 6 months ago, he had rapidly aged, his energy and spirit dwindling, and it looked like he only had a few years left to live. Jin Ming sensed Zhao Sheng's pity, but he dismissed it with a hearty laugh. Pointing at the middle-aged man, he introduced him, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, this is my nephew, Jin Jiang, and the next head of the Jin family." As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man abruptly stood up, bowed deeply to Zhao Sheng, and said respectfully, "Junior Jin Jiang, I have long heard of Senior Zhao's name. Meeting you today, you are truly extraordinary. My admiration for you is like the Milky Way, surging across the sky." Seeing Jin Jiang's fawning compliments, Zhao Sheng turned and gave Jin Ming a look that seemed to ask, "Why did you choose such a person?" Jin Ming smiled wryly. He hadn't wanted to, but Jin Jiang was the most outstanding member of the family. His apprentice, Jin Dansheng, however, was too stubborn and lacked the brains to support the vast Jin family. Jin Ming shook his head helplessly and intervened, "All right. Jin Jiang, sit down." Jin Jiang gave a sheepish smile and quickly returned to his seat. Just then, a young man in white hurried into the living room, carrying 2 pots of spiritual tea and teaware. He set the cups and poured 3 bowls of spiritual tea before tactfully withdrawing. After a few casual conversations over tea, Jin Ming formally stated his intentions. Sensing his limited time, Jin Ming planned to entrust the ancestral precious medicine pavilion to Zhao Sheng and introduce him to Jin Jiang, the next head of the family. Zhao Sheng's words dawned on him. The Jin Ming family was weak. The previous generation who had built their foundation had died decades earlier, leaving them completely dependent on Jin Ming for support. With Jin Ming's death, the Jin family would be unable to maintain the precious medicine pavilion, a significant asset, and would need a patron. Jin Ming pondered over it and concluded that Zhao Sheng, with his wealth and reliability, wouldn't be interested in the precious herb pavilion. Hence his visit today. After understanding the two men's intentions, Zhao Sheng briefly considered the matter and readily agreed, but also stated that while he would certainly help with small matters, other matters depended on the circumstances. His implication was that he wouldn't risk his own life for the Jin family. Jin Ming not only understood Zhao Sheng's self-preservation approach but also seemed delighted and excited. From these words, Jin Ming was certain his old friend would never pry into the precious herb pavilion. He had indeed been right. An hour later, Zhao Sheng was the only one left in the living room, and on the table beside him lay 2 milky white jade slips. These slips were Jin Ming's leftovers. One contained the experience and insights of successive Jin family alchemists, while the other contained the various elixir recipes collected by the family. This sincerity was truly significant. Zhao Sheng pondered the matter over and finally accepted the gift. At that moment, he felt the only way to settle this karmic connection was to ensure the Jin family nurtured a foundation establishment cultivator. A year later, Jin Ming passed away, and Zhao Sheng advanced to the 5th stage of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the Zhenkao Pavilion was indeed being targeted by some of his peers. To resolve his troubles, Zhao Sheng donned his alchemy robes for the first time and journeyed to the Alchemist Association's headquarters at the foot of Wangsha Peak. That afternoon, the long-closed doors of the condensing alchemy hall suddenly flung open. Alchemists, clad in emerald green robes and full of energy, arrived one after another to attend the alchemist exchange meeting held there. Despite the scorching sun outside, the hall felt as cool as spring. Jade tables and chairs were arranged throughout, and alchemists gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing their alchemy experiences, whispering gossip, or even bartering. As time passed, the number of alchemists in the condensing alchemy hall exceeded 20, representing arguably 1/3 of the Alchemist Association's members. In a small circle of 3 in the northeast corner of the main hall, a red-haired, hawk-nosed alchemist said mysteriously, "Did you know? Old Jin passed away recently. I knew it a long time ago. Alice, with old Jin gone, the Jin family has lost their backing. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to survive on Jiazhen Island," someone nearby said. "Who says it's not true? The Jin family is an alchemy family with a 300-year heritage, but now it's declined to this point. I'm afraid that the treasure medicine pavilion can't be saved. Everyone, are you interested in that shop? To be honest, I'm in need of a place to prepare medicinal herbs. I, Liu, am determined to acquire that treasure medicine pavilion," said a fat, middle-aged alchemist with a ruddy face. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny Jinbo chuckled and said, "Hey, Brother Liu, excuse me, I've also got my eye on the precious medicine pavilion. I've already made an offer to the Jin family. If nothing unexpected happens, it's a done deal." "Good job, Jinbo, you're so quick-tracked. Just wait and see who will end up with the precious medicine pavilion," Liu Yu shouted angrily, his eyes wide. Liu Yu was a veteran first-level alchemist. Although he began as a casual cultivator, he had studied under Liu Fengzhao, the head of the Alchemist Association and a near third-level alchemist. He held a high status within the association and was considered a well-regarded alchemist. Just as Liu Yu and Jinbo were arguing over the precious medicine pavilion, Zhao Sheng led Jin Dancheng, clad in a brand-new alchemy robe, into the condensing alchemy hall. Jin Dancheng had only been promoted to first-level alchemist a few days ago and had just joined the association the day before yesterday. This was his first official alchemist exchange meeting, and he seemed quite nervous. Zhao Sheng noticed this and soothed him, "Dancheng, don't be nervous. You'll get used to it. Now, just follow me." With that, Zhao Sheng smiled and walked towards the nearest discussion group. After a few pleasantries, he introduced Jin Dancheng to the other alchemists, his words clearly expressing his protectiveness. Although Zhao Sheng had only been a member of the Alchemist Association for less than 10 years, he was already quite well known within the organization. This wasn't just because he was a foundation establishment cultivator, nor was it simply because he was generous. More importantly, Zhao Sheng had gone from learning alchemy to becoming a first-level alchemist in just a few years. He was truly a genius in the art of alchemy. Therefore, although he rarely attended any of the association's events, his presence was always the center of attention. After introducing Jin Dancheng and chatting for a few minutes, Zhao Sheng, under the pretext of being busy, took him to the next group and solemnly introduced him to everyone again. The meaning of this gesture was clear. Needless to say, it clearly stated, "This guy's got my back." A quick thought revealed who is now in control of the precious medicine pavilion. Seeing this, Liu Yu's teeth itched with hatred. He had coveted the pavilion for days, and finally, with Jin Mingxi's death, he thought his chance had arrived. Little did he know, someone would suddenly appear to snatch his share of the spoils. At this moment, Jinbo said with a languid look, "Brother Liu, we're doomed now. With Zhao Keqing here, the precious medicine pavilion is no place we can snatch." Liu Yu gritted his teeth and snapped, "This isn't over yet. Just wait and see." With that, Liu Yu stood up and turned to the back hall. "Brother Liu, you?" Jinbo was surprised and was about to call out to him, but stopped abruptly, his expression shifting slightly, as if he had thought of something. Elsewhere, Jin Dancheng followed Zhao Sheng closely, watching Senior Zhao chatting and laughing with the others. He felt a mixture of envy and gratitude. He was no fool, he understood the implications of Senior Zhao's actions, short of outright claiming he was the Jin family's backer. This was like a reassurance for the precarious Jin family. Just as Jin Dancheng was slowly relaxing, occasionally able to chime in, a sharp, sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from nearby, "Haha. I was wondering who it was. It's the renowned Zhao Keqing. It's been a few years, and I've missed you so much." Jin Dancheng's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he saw a one-armed young man, beaming with a cheerful face but icy eyes, striding towards them, surrounded by a group of people. Zhao Sheng, seeing Jie Chen approach, smiled calmly and said, "Fellow Taoist Jack, you've managed to emerge from the cave of repentance before the 10-year deadline. You must have made great progress. Well, that's cause for celebration." Chapter 202 The Tide is Rising. Well, that's truly cause for celebration. As Zhao Sheng finished speaking, Jie Chen's eyes instantly darkened, his expression suddenly cold. "This is all thanks to you. Fellow Taoist Zhao, I'll never forget your kindness. I'll repay your kindness someday." With these words, the noise in the condensing pill hall suddenly faded, leaving only whispers. Everyone's attention was now focused on the two Foundation Establishment alchemists. The Alchemist Association boasted nearly 100 alchemists, but only 11 or 12 had advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage. Foundation Establishment alchemists were considered the guild's backbone, and their status on Jiazhan Island was incredibly high, making them the people best avoided if possible. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly took on an awkward tone as the two prominent Foundation Establishment alchemists exchanged barbs. Zhao Sheng, unfazed by Jie Chen's sarcastic remarks, chuckled, "Fellow Taoist Jack, you're being polite. The Alliance has already reached consensus on the last incident, there's no need to bring it up again." Humph. Jie Chen snorted coldly, temporarily suppressing his resentment. He turned to look at Jin Dancheng, who stood beside Zhao Sheng, and asked with a forced smile, "This person looks unfamiliar. Is he a junior of fellow Taoist Zhao? I have a close friendship with your elders, and I must become closer. By the way, what's your name?" Sensing the viciousness in his gaze, Jin Dancheng felt his scalp tingle, his heart pounding. Being targeted by a Foundation Establishment alchemist for no apparent reason was no joke, especially when this person's master was the alchemy master Su Chong. Furthermore, Su Chong was a fake alchemy true person. As a result, he held an exceptional status not only within the Alchemist Association but also throughout Jiazhan Island, a renowned and exalted position. To avoid causing trouble, Jin Dancheng could only bow obediently. "Junior Jin Dancheng, greetings." "Senior Jack." Zhao Sheng simply watched calmly from the side, making no unnecessary gestures. He knew that any words or actions would only add fuel to the fire. He was alone, not afraid of Jie Chen. But Jin Dancheng's family still had tens of thousands of members to support, and they absolutely dared not anger Jie Chen. Zhao Sheng had lived long enough to see through the world, his mind incredibly clear. If he were still obsessed with saving face in this life, he would have lived a miserable life. Jie Chen turned to Zhao Sheng and said with ill intent, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I see that this young man Jin has some talent, and I'd like to take him on as a registered disciple. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng finally frowned, his tone becoming indifferent. No, Jie Chen expected something harsh, but instead, the only word he said was no. It was simply outrageous. You say no, so that's it? I've accepted this disciple." Jie Chen, after his harsh words, turned and glared at Jin Dancheng, demanding coldly, "Become my disciple, and I'll see to it that you advance to the Foundation Establishment stage." The crowd erupted in shock at these words. At that moment, most of the alchemists in the hall looked at Jin Dancheng with envy and jealousy. Everyone knew Jie Chen's words were true, for only 6 people on Jiazhan Island could refine Foundation Establishment pills, and they, the master and disciple, were 2 of them. This. Jin Dancheng was genuinely tempted, but due to his personality, he still had some concerns. Watching Jin Dancheng stealthily glance at him, Zhao Sheng sighed softly. No matter what Jin Dancheng decided, he wouldn't be angry at all. His relationship with the Jin family was merely a business deal, not a deep friendship. After a long hesitation, Jin Dancheng suddenly shook his head and said politely, "Thank you, Senior Jack, for your kindness. I'm unworthy. I'm not talented enough to approach you with such high regard. Please rescind your decision." Before Jin Dancheng finished speaking, the same thought suddenly crossed everyone's mind. Is this man a fool? At that moment, Jie Chen's confident expression froze, and he instantly erupted in anger. Zhao Sheng was stunned after hearing this. He then looked at Jin Dancheng meaningfully. At this point, no one understood why Jin Dancheng would refuse Jie Chen's offer, including Zhao Sheng. "Boy, say that again." Jie Chen looked at the cowering Jin Dancheng in disbelief and spoke harshly. "I'm sorry. I'm grateful for your kindness, but I beg your pardon for not following your words. This time, Jin Dancheng's attitude was even more resolute than before. Haha. Fellow Taoist Jack, please forgive me. Dancheng already became his disciple. Although his master has just passed away, as the saying goes, a teacher is a father for life. He's too filial after all. This kid's personality is too stubborn, which is not good, Zhao Sheng said with a deeply moving smile. Before Zhe Chen could vent his anger, Zhao Sheng waved to Jin Dancheng again and said warmly, Dancheng, let's go. Then, cupping his fists and looking around, he said clearly, take care, fellow practitioners. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. With that, Zhao Sheng took Jin Dancheng and turned to walk away, paying no attention to Zhe Chen, who was looking furious behind them. On the way back, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but ask Jin Dancheng, why did you refuse just now? Jin Dancheng smiled and shook his head, saying, I don't know what your feud with that person is, but if I accept him as my disciple, I probably won't live to see the day I reach foundation building. Zhao Sheng was stunned by this, then pondered for a moment, not asking further questions. Jin Dancheng's words were full of meaning, a complex and subtle aura. Just this one sentence made Zhao Sheng look at him with new eyes, thinking that he was a man with a simple appearance but a bright mind, and quite intelligent. After this incident, Zhao Sheng knew that Zhe Chen would retaliate, but he didn't expect the retaliation to come so swiftly or so brutally. The next day, Jin Dancheng hurried to his residence and, as soon as he sat down, he began to complain. Early that morning, the owner of the precious pharmacy had informed him that most of their medicine supply had been cut off. 3 major suppliers had informed them that they would no longer sell elixirs to him. At the same time, 8 of his regular alchemist customers simultaneously announced they would no longer purchase herbs from the precious pharmacy or sell elixirs through his shop. With both access and exit routes largely blocked, the precious pharmacy was in dire straits. As the saying goes, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. As Jin Dancheng was complaining, a messenger crane suddenly found him. He opened the crane and took a look. His hands trembled. His face a look of deep worry. Let me see. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng couldn't just sit back and watch. The Jin family had clearly been caught in the crossfire. Senior, what do you think we should do now? Jin Dancheng handed over the note with a look of grievance. Zhao Sheng took it, read it through, and understood in his heart that Zhe Chen was really ruthless. It turned out that the Jin family's family residence was on Fufeng Island, 500 miles west of Jiazhen Island. Fufeng Island is a medium-sized island with a first-grade medium-grade spiritual vein on the island, which is divided into 8 branches. The Jin family rented one of them. The owner of Fufeng Island is a cultivator in the late foundation building stage named Liu He. Today, Liu He suddenly issued a decree, forcing the Jin family to move out of the branch spiritual vein within 1 month without any reason. After reading it, Zhao Sheng put away the note and said to Jin Dancheng, you go back to Xian'ai Pavilion first and appease everyone. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter, senior. I'll leave it all to you, don't worry. After sending Jin Dancheng away, Zhao Sheng's eyes turned cold, and after his eyes flickered a few times, he kicked his feet and a golden light swung out from his sleeves. The golden light circled, and he suddenly turned into a sword rainbow, soaring into the sky, and headed straight for Humeng Peak. A moment later, in the Henren Cave, Zhao Sheng successfully met the Taoist Kifan. After several years of contact, Zhao Sheng knew the other party's character very well, so he didn't say much politeness. After a simple greeting, he directly stated his purpose. When he heard that Zhe Chen had come out of retreat and his resentment did not diminish, in order to vent his anger, he even took his anger out on the Jin family. The Taoist Kifan did not make any move, but just said, I know. Then he no longer mentioned the matter of the Jin family, but asked Zhao Sheng with interest if he had any thoughts of getting married. There were many talented and beautiful young people in his family, and they could find an opportunity to meet them. With the amazing eyesight of the Taoist in the Jiandan realm, even if he didn't fully see through Zhao Sheng's true realm, he also noticed that his cultivation was improving rapidly, and the key was that he was still very young. Being young means having great potential, and perhaps there is a chance to advance to the golden core stage. Therefore, Taoist Qifeng valued Zhao Sheng even more and wanted to tie him up to his own boat. Taoist Qifeng said it very bluntly, and of course he had the capital to say so. He believed that the other party would not refuse his kindness, unless he was a fool. Zhao Sheng was not a fool, but he also declined politely. It was not that he was ungrateful, but his identity was sensitive and his bloodline was special, which must not be exposed. Hearing Zhao Sheng's refusal, Taoist Qi Feng frowned, and the atmosphere quickly became cold. After a moment, Zhao Sheng walked out of the cave with a gloomy face, shook his hand, and the flying sword turned into a rainbow and flew away. On that day, Liu He, who was far away on Fufeng Island, suddenly received a talisman letter. The talisman letter was sent by Qi Feng's Hunren, the deputy leader of the Spring and Autumn Alliance. After reading it, Liu He's face changed and he glared at his nephew Liu Yu fiercely. It was this guy who had instigated him to expel the Jin family, originally intending to curry favor with Zhe Chen. Who knew they had powerful backers? Even the deputy leader was alarmed, leaving him in a difficult position. That afternoon, the current head of the Liu family on Fufeng Island took the initiative to visit the Jin family and had a pleasant conversation with Jin Jiang. Naturally, the so-called eviction order was no longer mentioned. This problem was resolved, but the matter of the precious medicine pavilion remained a thorn in the side. While Master Kifeng held considerable influence, Master Su Chong held a considerable influence as well. A single sentence explained the true situation. Su Chong had been personally summoned by Master Chang Kong, the leader of the Spring and Autumn Alliance, to suppress the two presidents of the Alchemist Association, lest the Alchemist Association, in collusion with Qian, become unstoppable. To be fair, Su Chong had done a good job in recent years, having already won over nearly a third of the alchemists. On Jiazun Island, Master Kifeng was far less effective than Master Su Chong in matters related to alchemy. So, as soon as Zhe Chen made his announcement, the treasure medicine pavilion was immediately threatened with a supply and sales cutoff. Zhao Sheng already had a rough plan for how to resolve the treasure medicine pavilion's problems. Even as Zhao Sheng was carrying out his plan, a conspiracy that would affect the entire Broken Star Sea was taking shape. Billions of miles from Jiazun Island, on a reef jutting high out of the sea, sat a thin, youthful-looking old man with white hair. In his hand, the thin old man held a fishing rod, 2 fingers thick, and made of wood, a brilliant green. From the tip of the 2-meter-long rod dangled a transparent, hair-thin thread. The part of the thread that submerged in the sea surface was constantly moving in the water. Soon, a large whirlpool with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters was created. A muffled, gurgling sound rose from the whirlpool, as if a giant beast was struggling desperately. At this moment, a clear, childish voice suddenly drifted down from the faint night sky. "Brother Lingyan, if you don't raise your rod, the prey will escape." The ancestor Lingyan of the Sea Demon clan stroked his 3-foot-long beard with his right hand, held the dragon fishing rod easily in his left hand, and smiled slightly. "Little Xiangzi, you are still so impatient. You must know that to do anything, mastering the timing is the most important. In order to catch this stupid thing, I walked it for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you think it is exhausted now, Brother Dao? You also said it was 3 days. Why hasn't the old Dragon King of the Dragon Clan come yet? If he doesn't come, I will be hungry." A one-eyed child with an extremely large head and a height of only 3 feet landed lightly behind the ancestor Lingyan, with his mouth drooping, and playing with the tentacles that came out from his ribs very depressed. While playing, he also put it in his mouth and bit it hard. "Oh, that's it." As he spoke, Patriarch Lingyan placed his 2 hands on the dragon fishing rod with great interest and pulled it up with force. With a boom, a 7-foot-long, elephant-like, long-bearded strange fish at the end of the silk line suddenly rushed out of the whirlpool. At the same time, a huge water column more than 10 feet thick followed it and went up against the sky, pressing down on the 2 patriarchs Lingyan on the reef like the sky falling. Facing the desperate attack of the dragon-beard fish, Zhang Tongzi's eyes rolled around, and suddenly he shouted fiercely, "A little golden elixir beast dares to be so vicious. Look at how powerful I, Zhang Tongzi, am." Having said that, without waiting for Patriarch Lingyan to stop him, he suddenly disappeared from the spot like a phantom. The next moment, Zhang Tongzi was lying on the head of the dragon-beard fish. His pink little hands were clenched into a fist, and then he smashed it hard on the dragon-beard fish's big head that was more than 2 meters wide. The dragon-beard fish seemed to be hit by a meteorite. A big hole suddenly appeared on its head and it sank deeply. Hulala! A large amount of demon blood mixed with pink brain matter like a waterfall poured into the river and sea surface more than 10 meters below. In a blink of an eye, a large area of water was dyed red. Countless fish, shrimps, Snakes and crabs surfaced, and they fought each other for the blood and brain matter of the dragon-beard fish. Seeing this, Patriarch Lingyin hurriedly swung his fishing rod upwards, and threw the half-dead dragon-beard fish onto the reef. At the same time, he shook his head and said with great regret, "What a waste, what a waste. After all, it is a 5th-level sea beast. Conquer it and use it as cannon fodder." Zhang Tongzi climbed down from the dragon-beard fish and walked towards Lingyin Patriarch, licking the blood on his little hands with his pink tongue. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Star God is comparable to the heavenly Deo? I'm hungry. This little fish is going to die anyway, so why not fill me up? Zhang Tongzi said with a beaming smile, his small hand covering his mouth as he chuckled. No, just as Elder Lingyin had uttered these words, 2 purple-black tentacles with suction cups suddenly erupted from Zhang Tongzi's ribs. They burst through the air, expanding countless times in an instant, like 2 giant, savage pythons bearing their fangs. They instantly sprang from afar and entangled the struggling dragonfish. With a whoosh, the elephant-sized dragonfish was yanked up without resistance, landing heavily on Zhang Tongzi's head. A gleam of greed flashed in Zhang Tongzi's lone eye. He raised his head and opened his mouth with joy, like a puppy waiting for food to fall. Crack! In an instant, Zhang Tongzi's small mouth expanded to a massive 50 to 60 feet. The center of his mouth was incomparably dark, like a bottomless abyss. An immense suction force suddenly emerged, sucking the dragonfish into the abyss. Zhang Tongzi closed his mouth, licked his lips with his pink tongue, a look of unsatisfied satisfaction on his face. It tastes good, but the portion is a bit small, Elder Lingyin scoffed. Bah, you're so ungrateful. How could such a shameless thing as you appear in the Sea Domination chapter? Zhang Tongzi chuckled, but didn't retort. As the Grand Elder of the Demon Ruins, a late nascent soul cultivator, and someone who dared to use the name Lingyin, Elder Lingyin was far superior to 8th-rank Demon King Zhang Tongzi in both strength and status. Since he'd taken advantage, a few scoldings from him weren't a big deal, it still meant a piece of meat. Elder Lingyin was about to scold Zhang Tongzi a few more times, but suddenly a hint of joy crossed his face, and he looked westward. Just then, a large dark cloud appeared in the western night sky. Dark clouds rapidly approached from afar. As they drew closer, flashes of lightning could be heard within the clouds, along with occasional long, neighing roars. As the clouds neared the reef, a vast, swirling shadow loomed within. Seeing this, Elder Lingyin rose to his feet and shouted, "Since the black mysterious Dragon King has arrived, why not show yourself and meet him?" As Elder Lingyin finished his words, the clouds dissipated, revealing a figure suddenly on the reef. This figure stood over 10 feet tall, with a pair of short, antler-like horns on his forehead, a broad mouth and a prominent nose, sword-like brows, and dragon-like eyes. These eyes shone with a gleam of dominance. He wore a purple gold flying dragon crown, an inky 4-clawed dragon robe, and a blood-red belt encrusted with 12 sea-suppressing pearls. This figure was one of the 3 great dragon kings of the Jiaolong clan, a 9th-rank great demon king, the black mysterious dragon king, a mixed-blood true dragon who had lived for nearly 5,000 years. Lingyin, I have been invited. You may speak now if you have anything to say. Moxun Jiao Wang's voice was powerful and deep, carrying an unyielding aura of dominance. Elder Lingyin smiled faintly and said, "No hurry. One fellow Taoist hasn't arrived yet. It won't be too late to speak once he arrives." HMPH, Moxun Jiao Wang snorted, but said nothing more. He simply waited impatiently. At midnight, a large full moon hung high in the sky, its bright moonlight streaming down, illuminating the shimmering waters. Just then, a long, desolate wolf howl suddenly echoed from the horizon. "Haha, the one we've been waiting for has arrived." As the words trailed off, a black speck suddenly appeared at the edge of the sea. A few breaths later, the black speck vanished, replaced by a majestic, galloping wolf. Under the bright moonlight, the Wolf King, as large as a divine horse and silver-white in color, galloped across the shimmering sea. On the back of the peerless white Wolf King sat a diminutive, yellow-robed old monk. Suddenly, the majestic white Wolf King dashed to the foot of a reef, then soared into the air, soaring in front of the 3 men. As he dismounted the wolf's back, The yellow-robed monk apologized. "I'm so late. Please forgive me, benefactors." The yellow-robed monk was so tiny that when he stood upright, he barely reached the height of the White Wolf King's shoulders, a striking contrast. However, Elder Lingyan didn't notice anything amiss. He laughed heartily. "The Heavenly Wolf Arhat is so spontaneous. I envy him greatly. What a travesty. If he hadn't been so drunk, I would have been here long ago." At that moment, the White Wolf King behind the Heavenly Wolf Arhat suddenly spoke in human language, his face filled with disdain. The White Wolf King had just finished his contempt when he suddenly turned around and yelled at his back, "Get out of here, you stinky octopus." As he spoke, his back shook and his hair burst into a large patch of white light, instantly shaking Zhang Tongzi, who had secretly climbed onto his back, off. Zhang Tongzi rubbed his butt, stood up from the ground, and complained, "We are all demon kings, can't you give me some face?" The White Wolf King narrowed his eyes and said contemptuously, "You are worthy of being called a demon king. I am a descendant of the ancient true spirit Howling Moon Wolf. You are just a big squid, you are going too far. I am the sea tyrant octopus, not a rotten squid." Zhang Tongzi could not help but be furious. He was about to go to war with the White Wolf King, but was stopped by the ancestor Lingyan. "Stop making a fuss, little Zhang, business is more important, elsewhere." The yellow-robed old monk placed a hand on the White Wolf King's shoulder. "Wolf King, if you cause trouble again, don't blame me for chanting the imprisonment curse." The White Wolf King was startled at the words and immediately tucked his tail between his legs. After calming Zhang Tongzi, Patriarch Lingyan acted as if nothing had happened. He turned and walked to the center, saying with a serious expression, "Since everyone is here, you must have verified the evidence I provided." The Moxuan Jiao King nodded and continued, "Indeed. There are indeed signs of a star algae tide in the Star God Sea. Calculating the time, it's been nearly 100 years since the last Star God festival. It should be almost time for the Star God to awaken again." I just happened to advance and missed the tide last time. I can't miss it this time. Leave the Western attack to me." Zhang Tongzi chuckled, and the tentacles under his ribs excitedly slapped the ground. Whenever the three great overlords of the oceanic sea monsters unleash a monstrous tide to attack the shattered star sea human race, to minimize conflict, they often split their attacks into three routes, based on their spheres of influence. Well, it's the same as always. The central route will be attacked by the demon ruins, and the eastern route will be from my Jiaolong clan. However, this time, I can only send 2 7th-tier sea beasts, and no more than 26th-tier ones. Upon hearing this, Elder Lingyan smiled faintly and turned to look at the Heavenly Wolf Arhat. The yellow-robed old monk pondered for a moment before saying, "Heaven is merciful. Our sect does not wish to see the suffering of all living beings. To minimize the killing, our sect will do its best to appease the inhabitants of the 6 islands, including Xianfeng Island, Xiao Island, and Kilolong Island." Xianfeng Island is one of the 36 constellation spirit islands and belongs to the first defense island chain, while Xiao Island, Kilolong Island, and the other 5 islands are dragon scale level spirit island, belonging to the second defense island chain. These 6 spiritual islands are roughly aligned in a straight line from the outside to the inside, and all belong to the central route. In other words, the 6 islands have been secretly controlled by Buddhism, unknowingly opening a gap in the 2 major defensive island chains. The Heavenly Wolf Arhat hailed from the Sacred Heart Temple, located in the Great Snow Mountain of Guangming on the Western Wilderness continent. Its power was unfathomable, making it a dominant sect on the continent. Buddhism, led by the Sacred Heart Temple, had repeatedly attempted to spread its teachings to the Broken Star Sea, but was met with fierce suppression by the Star God Palace, resulting in repeated failure. This time, the ancient Buddhism dispatched the Heavenly Wolf Arhat to secretly contact the 3 major ocean powers. This could be considered a test of the Star God Palace, and in a sense, also a revenge. As soon as the Heavenly Wolf Arhat finished speaking, Zhang Tongzi shouted in dissatisfaction, "Unfair. The demon ruins are taking advantage of your Sacred Heart Temple's support. I want to switch sides. This time, we'll attack from the center, Mozhuan Jiao King." "That's what I mean." Elder Ling Yuan, having anticipated this, smiled and said, "Don't worry, both of you. This time, we'll attack from 3 directions, with the east and west directions being feints. If the high-ranking members of the Baha'i and Jiaolong tribes are interested, they can also join the middle road. Then we can all go to see the Star God together. As for the quotas, we can snatch them from the human race." "Ah, Count me in as one, old baldy, are you going? The White Wolf King suddenly jumped up, his wolf face very excited, and he turned around to look at the yellow-robed old monk with an extremely serious look. Amitabha. I am not greedy. This time, the Sacred Heart Temple only needs 5 quotas. The yellow-robed old monk bowed his head and sang in greeting. Wishful thinking, no. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Tongzi and Mozhuang Wang refused in unison. Each time a star god awakens, the number of people eligible to communicate with him is extremely limited, never exceeding 100. And whenever a star god awakens, the Star God Palace, in an effort to monopolize all the available spots, invokes the heaven sealing and sea locking formation in the name of the Star God Festival, sealing off the entire Star God Sea, preventing outsiders from entering. To vie for these spots, the 3 great overlords of the ocean, especially those of the Spirit Clan, often unleash boundless slaughter. Firstly, they aim to temporarily breach the heaven sealing and sea locking formation, allowing higher-ranking members of their clansmen to enter the Star God Sea. Secondly, they aim to please the Star God and gain the opportunity to enlighten him. Within the lower echelons of the immortal cultivation world, the Star God is a transcendent being virtually unknown, yet at the nascent soul level, he's a well-known secret. A Star God is an incredible being, immortal and indestructible, supremely impartial and magnanimous, comparable to the way of heaven. Among the nascent soul ancestors, a saying circulates, the Star God is omnipresent and all-knowing. Seeing the other 2 factions' objections, Xianlang Luohan pondered for a moment, then said sincerely, in that case, I'll take 2 guaranteed spots, yes, but only 2, without waiting for the other 2 to object. Elder Lingyan agreed. Seeing this, Zhang Tongzi reluctantly said, all right. At this moment, the Black Dragon King suddenly spoke up, if I encounter that bitch from the Xianyang sect this time, I hope you can help me strangle her. The Dragon Sword Immortal possesses unparalleled swordsmanship. Though her cultivation is only at the middle stage of the nascent soul, her strength rivals that of a great cultivator. She's particularly skilled in sword-light escapes, capable of escaping thousands of miles. Killing her is difficult, far too difficult. Elder Lingyan frowned. Old Dragon King, now is not the time for private matters. Wait until after the Star God Festival, and I'll help you. Upon completion, just give me a 7th-ranked dragon whale to taste, Zhang Tongzi said with a smile while playing with his tentacles. Amitabha, I have a secret method to break the swordlight and escape, and the Cloud Dragon can be handed over to Xianlang to deal with. As long as the Dragon King can return the Light Buddha relics, I will help. Hearing the words Light Buddha relics, Mozhuang King's face changed, and he flatly refused. Absolutely impossible. Light Buddha was willing to feed the dragon with his body, and finally he and the ancestor both turned into rainbows and ascended to heaven. Now the relics are the sacred objects of our clan, and they can never be traded. Then I can take a step back. Can you let me go to the noble's holy dragon palace and meditate for 100 years? The old monk in yellow robes said immediately. This time, Mozhuang King hesitated. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said, this matter is of great importance. I can only reply after I go back and discuss with the Dragon Emperor. Okay. The Heavenly Wolf Arhat readily agreed. Okay, let's discuss how we can deceive the Star God Palace, and then strive to break into the inner Star Sea in one go. Ancestor Lingyan immediately got back to the point with one sentence. The next morning, sea fog suddenly rose in the sea near Jiazhen Island. The sea fog enveloped the entire Jiazhen Island, and the various branch islands were looming in the thick fog. A breeze blew, and the fog on the sea surface seemed to drift around like flowing clouds, and the pavilions and towers on the islands looked like fairy palaces. In the quiet room of the cave abode by the sea, Zhao Sheng silently practiced his profound skills, and his spiritual power flowed from his dantian to his limbs and bones again and again, and then flowed back to his dantian along the 8 extraordinary meridians. Every time he completed a round of the 9 revolutions, a large amount of spiritual energy particles were ground and refined by the spiritual power vortex, turning into pure spiritual power, which improved his cultivation bit by bit. Hu, Zhao Sheng exhaled a long column of white air from his mouth. This column of air was somewhat mysterious, as if it had solidified, lingering in the air for a long time without dissipating. We can't wait any longer. We must find 1 yuan heavy water as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous if we accidentally advance to the late stage of foundation establishment. Zhao Sheng stood up from the cushion, his spiritual sense sensing the empty shape within the column of air, and a solemn look crossed his face. And we also need to obtain the 1,000-patterned star algae fruit as soon as possible. It seems that a trip to Baizhou Island is necessary. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng quickly walked out of the quiet room, left the cave, flew through the thick fog on his sword, and flew to a crescent-shaped island in the north. Jiaxian Island has 8 sub-islands, one of which is called Baizhou Island, also known as the Black Market Island. It is a place where all kinds of people mix. It is not only a den of infamy, but also a place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. Baizhou Island is the largest black goods trading place within a radius of 10,000 miles. People who come to this island are either ashamed of themselves or the source of the goods in their hands is unknown. There are rumors that Baizhou Island is one of the places where the Broken Star Sea Demon pirates sell stolen goods. The Spring and Autumn Alliance has a very ambiguous attitude towards this statement, neither denying nor admitting it. In just a few minutes, Zhao Sheng landed in front of Ruifang on Baizhou Island. Entering the market, he did not look at the strange signs on both sides, and went directly to a shop called Hongguanglao. After a while, he successfully met the owner of the shop. Smelling the faint smell of blood from the man opposite, Zhao Sheng smiled knowingly and deliberately released a trace of blood light. Chapter 204 Blood Demon Sect. The owner of Hongguang Tower was a burly old man with pale skin and a rosy face. Sensing the blood-red light Zhao Sheng had deliberately released, he felt relieved and burst into laughter, saying, "So you're a fellow Taoist. My humble name is Hong Yuanian. May I ask your name, Taoist?" "Just call me Taoist Longli," Zhao Sheng said calmly. The burly old man didn't care. 9 out of 10 cultivators who dared to visit him wouldn't reveal their real names. A name was enough. They were all guests, after all. Their blood demon sect was known for its teaching without distinction, and a hero's origins are unquestionable. As long as you practiced a Blood Soul Sutra, you were a like-minded Taoist. Fellow Taoist Longli, you came to Hongguang Tower in need of essence blood pearls? Or blood-melting talismans? Honestly, we've just received a fresh batch, guaranteed to satisfy you. Zhao Sheng knew from his previous life that the Blood Soul Sutra was a profoundly unorthodox technique, its hallmark being its ability to trade lifespan for cultivation, allowing advancement several times faster than usual. However, its potential drawbacks were also obvious. The most obvious drawback was the massive amount of essence blood required to transform into spiritual energy in order to rapidly advance cultivation. The most sinister and terrifying consequence, however, was that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage and dying, not only would your spirit not be reincarnated, but it would instead be transformed into blood spirit pills, ultimately becoming food for the blood demon. Zhao Sheng knew little about the blood demon, but he roughly knew it was responsible for the blood demon disaster 300 years ago. Rumors circulated that the blood demon wasn't a cultivator, but rather a strange being. It might have come from a higher realm, possessing near immortality. Of course, these were just rumors, unconfirmed. However, one thing was certain. The blood demon sect has a terrible reputation among the elite of the immortal cultivation world, a pariah-like existence. However, among the lower ranks, it holds a mixed reputation. Every year, countless cultivators, for various reasons, begin to cultivate the Blood Soul Sutra. Once they've tasted its sweetness, they flock to it. The thrill of advancing in cultivation is comparable to a drug. Once tried, it's often addictive. This is one of the key reasons why the blood demon sect, after several eradications, has seen a resurgence. Zhao Sheng waved his hand. "No need for the essence blood pearl in the blood-melting talisman. I need a few thousand patterned star algae fruit. Does Hongguang Tower have any in stock?" The burly old man's eyes flashed at this, and then a charming smile spread across his face. "Fellow Taoist Longli, these 1,000-patterned star algae fruits are extremely rare, monopolized by the sects and aristocratic families, and rarely available on the market. Excuse me, are you hoping to refine the foundation establishment pill?" Of all the words the old man had, the last sentence was the key. Of course, since Zhao Sheng dared to come here, he had no intention of hiding anything. Seriously? Can you show me proof? The burly old man stood up after hearing this, and unexpectedly lost his composure and asked again. "I never joke." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, took out a J token from the Alchemist Association, a first-level alchemist, and waved it in front of the old man. The burly old man's face lit up at the sight of the token, and he excitedly approached Zhao Sheng with a fawning look on his face. "Excellent. Fellow Taoist Longli, You may not know that this building just happens to have 3,000 patterned star algae fruits in its collection. If you want them, we'll give them to you for free. As long as you agree to a small condition. The old man was also gambling, betting that the other party wouldn't use this to trick him. What are the conditions? Please tell me. Zhao Sheng remained calm on the surface, but his mind was as clear as a mirror, and he immediately guessed the conditions the other party was going to mention. If you, fellow Taoist, have refined a foundation establishment pill, could you please sell it to our Hongguang Tower? We can not only pay a high price for it, but we will also continue to provide 1,000 patterned star algae fruit, guaranteeing the lowest price. As the old man finished speaking, Zhao Sheng thought, as expected. The blood demon sect was ostracized by the mainstream immortal cultivation forces, like a rat in a sewer, and they were hunted down and killed. Due to the unique techniques of the Blood Soul Sutra, the blood demon sect has a large number of disciples and a large number of key refining great perfectionists. These key refining great perfectionists, driven by a desire to prolong their lifespans, are almost frantic in their pursuit of foundation establishment. Unfortunately, foundation establishment pills are almost non-existent on the market, and the annual allocation of foundation establishment pills by the sect is far too meager, creating a severe imbalance between supply and demand. This explains why the burly old man was so excited when he heard Zhao Sheng wanted to refine a foundation establishment pill. This old man is one of those poor souls. Seeing Zhao Sheng pondering in silence, the burly old man gritted his teeth and humbly said, "One foundation establishment pill in exchange for 5,000 patterned star algae fruits. I will also give you a treasure worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. You may choose the treasure. If you're not satisfied, we can discuss it. What do you say?" Zhao Sheng secretly estimated that the 1,000 patterned star algae fruit was in short supply, averaging around 10,000 spirit stones per piece. In other words, a foundation establishment pill could fetch at least 100,000 spirit stones at Hongguang Tower. However, the true value couldn't be calculated that way. If Zhao Sheng were to collect the 1,000 patterned star algae fruit alone, the effort would be wasted. Only a major demonic sect like the Blood Demon sect could maintain a consistent supply of 1,000 patterned star algae fruit. By eliminating the effort of collecting the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pills, Zhao Sheng would save time far more than could be measured by the 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, trading foundation establishment pills with the Blood Demon sect was tantamount to courting disaster, and extreme caution was required. Zhao Sheng had disguised himself thoroughly before arriving, so for now, he wasn't worried about his true identity being exposed. But once he truly refined the foundation establishment pill, the situation would definitely not be this easy. The old man, with anxious eyes, gazed at the yellow-faced middle-aged Taoist before him, awaiting his response. Zhao Sheng tapped the table and nodded. "I agree to this condition." "Very good. Fellow Taoist Longley, please wait a moment. Hong will be back soon." With that, the old man excitedly turned and left the private room. A moment later, he hurried back, holding a square, sunken wooden box. The old man placed a box on the table in front of Zhao Sheng and gently opened the lid. Inside, a layer of white brocade lay beneath, revealing 3 round objects. A scent resembling that of apples emanated from the box. "Fellow Taoist, please look," the burly old man said with a smile, reaching out to peel back the brocade. Zhao Sheng peered closely and saw 3 egg-sized, smooth, hairless, jujube red fruits nestled within the box. As the silk was removed, the fruit's fragrance intensified, clearing his mind and accelerating his thinking. These jujube red fruits were the renowned 1,000 patterned star algae fruits of the Broken Star Sea. Despite their unassuming appearance, cut open and you'll see layers of crystallized flesh, as distinct as a 1,000-layer cake. The core, as transparent as a diamond, holds the essence of nature within. Snap! Zhao Sheng closed the lid with one hand, a satisfied smile on his face as he nodded to the old man. "Yes, they are indeed 1,000 patterned star algae fruits, as long as you're satisfied, fellow Taoist. I'll make a bold statement. If you fail this time, feel free to come to my red light tower. I'll provide you with 3 more 1,000 patterned star algae fruits at a 50% discount." This time, the old man didn't mention free of charge. Zhao Sheng understood what he meant. Even if Hongguang Lao was willing to strongly support him in refining the foundation establishment pill, there were limits. If he failed too many times, Hongguang Lao would have to deal with him impartially. Zhao Sheng put the wooden box back into his storage bag, stood up, and bowed to the old man. He said confidently, 3 isn't enough. Next time I come, I hope shopkeeper Hong can provide at least 5-star algae fruits. I also have a favor to ask of you." Seeing the other man's confident expression, the burly old man couldn't help but feel more confident. He solemnly stated, "Fellow Taoist Longli, please tell me. I will do anything I can to fulfill my mission. I need a large amount of 1 yuan heavy water. I hope Hongguang Tower can find it for me as soon as possible. Price is absolutely not an issue." 1 yuan heavy water, the old man repeated thoughtfully, then decisively agreed. "No problem. Even if it costs me my reputation, I will see to it that you get what you want, okay? I'll remember your words. I'll reward you handsomely when the task is accomplished." After leaving Hongguang Tower, Zhao Sheng didn't go anywhere else but flew directly away from Beizhou Island. After flying for dozens of miles, he plunged into the sea. When he reappeared at Danhuifang, he had reverted to Zhao Chang's appearance. Well, he had joined the Spring and Autumn Alliance under the name Zhao Chang from his previous life. Soon, Zhao Sheng arrived at a precious pharmacy. The vast pavilion was deserted, with few cars or people. There were only 2 or 3 customers inside, and most of the employees looked listless, their eyes often filled with fear. As Zhao Sheng entered, he was recognized by the employees. A nimble employee immediately came forward, while others scurried to the backyard to inform the shopkeeper. Later, Zhao Sheng encountered Jin Dansheng, a man with a worried look on his face. Zhao Sheng offered no further words, merely soothing words, promising that if he persevered for another month, things would surely improve. Then, he took a batch of elixirs from the storeroom, left behind most of the elixirs he had refined over the past few years, and departed. Over 1,000 miles west of Jiazhan Island, 4,000 feet beneath the sea. At the deepest point of a narrow, winding, and profound underwater cavern, a massive stone cavern, over 20 feet in diameter, had been carved out. An enormous jade shell filled the entire cavern, its surface gleaming with a dazzling white light. In the alchemy room of the Bifu cavern, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged and, with a wave of his hand, launched the 9-dragon cauldron. It expanded to over a man's height and quickly landed on an obsidian platform 30 feet away. He released his spiritual sense, enveloping the 9-dragon cauldron. He chanted a spell, and with a flick of his mind, a golden dragon emerged from the cauldron's surface. The dragon circled the cauldron several times before disappearing beneath it. Suddenly, a golden flame ignited beneath the 9-dragon cauldron, engulfing the cauldron beneath. After activating the 9-dragon cauldron, Zhao Sheng ignored it and, with a wave of his hand, a vast pile of wooden boxes, bottles, jade cups, porcelain jars, and other items suddenly appeared before him. The 1,000-veined foundation building pill uses the 1,000-veined star algae fruit as its primary ingredient, along with nearly 20 auxiliary ingredients and over 80 other ingredients. The 1,000-veined foundation building pill is a second-tier elixir, but its refinement is extremely challenging and requires no margin for error. Zhao Sheng has possessed the recipe for nearly 10 years. During these 10 years, he has deduced every step of the refining process countless times. Besides the primary ingredient, he has personally crafted many of the auxiliary ingredients. Finally, he selects the best batches. With the 3,000-veined star algae fruits he obtained this time, he has set a minimum goal, to refine at least 1 foundation building pill. After all, Zhao Sheng has been refining elixirs for nearly a decade now, making him a seasoned first-tier alchemist. His experience, vision, and technique are far superior to those of ordinary alchemists, and he also has a natural talent and a decade of continuous refinement. Zhao Sheng had some experience and insights in refining foundation building pills, and he was confident he could achieve his goal. He wouldn't claim a 100% success rate, but a 10% or 20% chance was certainly within his grasp. Zhao Sheng knew this success rate was more than enough for him. Since he had plenty of time, Zhao Sheng didn't rush into refining the pills. Instead, he took out the jade slip containing the foundation building pill recipe and repeatedly reviewed the recipe, refining techniques, and steps. After making sure he knew it by heart, he refined several batches of water spirit pills to familiarize himself with the technique and avoid any mistakes due to unfamiliarity. The next day arrived in a flash, and Zhao Sheng quietly closed his eyes to rest and adjust to his state. Before him, besides the spiritual herbs for refining the foundation building pills, there was a row of 5 colored spiritual pill bottles, black, white, green, red, and yellow. Each bottle contained an elixir that restored or enhanced spiritual consciousness, such as the marrow spirit pill, the mind concentrating pill, and the soul refreshing pill. These pills were extremely useful, allowing Zhao Sheng to use more bullet time in critical moments. After an unknown amount of time, the 9-dragon cauldron had been nurtured to its optimal state by the burning golden spirit flame. Zhao Sheng silently recited the steps for refining the foundation establishment pill in his mind, then suddenly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing in them. As the 1,000-patterned star algae fruit flew into the cauldron, the foundation establishment pill's refining officially began. Unlike other foundation establishment pills, the 1,000-patterned star algae fruit required the primary foundation building ingredient from the very beginning. The key to this elixir lies in the art of boiling and melting. It's crucial to ensure the star algae fruit core doesn't melt while also ensuring the full medicinal power of the flesh is fully boiled. Simultaneously, with the fruit core as the elixir's core, the elixir liquid refined from the auxiliary ingredients and the primary ingredient is blended with the core, ensuring no conflict between the medicinal properties. Finally, the pill is condensed and released from the furnace. The entire alchemy process sounds simple, but it takes 7 days and involves over 20 steps, making it over 100 times more complex than the mere 4 steps of the water spirit pill. For an alchemist with less talent, even 10, let alone 3 portions of spiritual elixir for a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't be enough to produce a single one. In the alchemy world, there's a saying, every alchemist who refines a foundation establishment pill has the potential to become a 3rd-level alchemist. First, add the dragon python spiritual blood, and calcine to purify it. Zhao Sheng chanted a series of alchemy techniques. Suddenly, a crimson flash of blood flew out of the porcelain jar in front of him and landed in the cauldron. With a flicker of his mind, the burning gold spiritual flame instantly intensified by 5 points, soaring to engulf the 9-dragon cauldron. Another 100 grams of Ganoderma powder, then a jade glutton leaf. Wait half a quarter of an hour, then add. Zhao Sheng silently recited the steps in his mind, his hands moving without a single hesitation, as if he had refined it countless times before, his technique impeccable. Foundation establishment pills are truly difficult to refine, and despite Zhao Sheng's thorough preparation, his technique and steps were flawless. However, when adding the 12th auxiliary ingredient, the stone spirit fat, he failed to control the heat properly. Fortunately, he activated bullet time in time and removed some of the impurities before the elixir failed, allowing him to continue refining. Mistakes were inevitable when refining a foundation-building elixir for the first time. He didn't believe he could succeed on the first try. Whether it succeeded or not was not a matter of the first time, the most important thing was to go through the entire alchemy process as much as possible. Chapter 205 The foundation building pill is completed. 5 days later, a muffled sound suddenly echoed from the alchemy room. Then, the spiritual flame beneath the 9-dragon cauldron quickly subsided, transforming into a bright yellow dragon of fire that swam back into the cauldron. As the lid of the cauldron was opened, a burning smell emanated from within. The first attempt at refining the elixir had failed, stemming from the 3rd to last step, the resonance of the essence. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a transparent water dragon, as thick as an arm, materialized from thin air. With a flick of its body, it nimbly slid into the cauldron, slowly scouring the interior under the control of his spiritual sense. A hiss. Vast swathes of white steam continuously billowed from the cauldron, filling the entire alchemy room in an instant. Zhao Sheng was in no rush to begin refining the second batch. He closed his eyes in deep thought, cultivating his spiritual and mental energy while repeatedly recalling the events of his last elixir refining and silently summarizing his experience. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng had returned to peak form. He lit the fire, warmed the cauldron, and added the 1,000-patterned star algae fruit. Although it was only his second attempt at refining the foundation establishment pill, his movements were as skillful as if he had done them countless times before. Time passed, and the supply of elixirs dwindled. He had already devoured several bottles of elixirs, including the marrow spirit pill, that tonified and strengthened the spirit. 7 days passed in a flash. The alchemy room was shrouded in mist, and a faint aroma, like that of apples, lingered in the air. Zhao Sheng's eyes were bloodshot, his expression intense. His movements were remarkably steady, his alchemy formula flawless. As streaks of white light sank into the cauldron, the burning golden spirit flame slowly retreated into the interior, transforming into a fiery dragon, roughly a foot long. It circled a small, grape-sized ball of orange-red elixir in the center of the cauldron, carefully moving up and down, left and right, removing the last traces of the discordant medicinal essence. As the foundation establishment pill reached a crucial stage of solidification, Zhao Sheng summoned his remaining mental strength, activating his bullet time talent and absolute rationality for the last time. Condensing the pill, time suddenly stretched countless times longer. At the same time, Zhao Sheng's expression instantly became incredibly calm, his eyes filled with an absolute indifference, as if devoid of all human emotions and desires, tension, fatigue, excitement, and so on. He resembled a perfect humanoid machine. In an instant, his thoughts raced like lightning, his mind and body united, his consciousness reaching an unprecedented peak. Condensing the pill, bringing it out of the furnace, bang! The lid of the nine-dragon cauldron suddenly flew off, and a red light suddenly burst out from the furnace, tracing a curved arc before landing in Zhao Sheng's hands like lightning. It's done. Looking at the burgundy, shrunken foundation establishment pill, the size of a soybean, lying in his palm, a thought suddenly crossed Zhao Sheng's mind. Time then returned to normal. Haha, it really is done. His eyes slowly regained their brightness, and a bright, warm smile spread across his face. Bang! Then, his vision went black, and a sharp pain suddenly washed over him like a thunderstorm. Instantly, Zhao Sheng's head was splitting with pain, and veins on his face bulged. 7 days and nights of alchemy, repeatedly using his two talents in turn, had already oversapped his mental energy. Now that the foundation establishment pill was ready, he relaxed, and the after effects immediately set in. He only had time to swallow a bottle of rejuvenating pill before suddenly passing out. It wasn't clear how long it would take before Zhao Sheng slowly regained consciousness. He clutched his head and sat up. While the pain still throbbed, it felt infinitely better. Zhao Sheng was terrified. He'd been so focused on refining the pill that he hadn't noticed it before, and he hadn't anticipated the severity of the after effects. This time, he'd nearly suffered irreparable damage to his soul. I can't push myself like this anymore, Zhao Sheng warned himself as he pulled out a bottle of rejuvenating pill and downed the entire bottle without even counting. Closing his eyes, concentrating, and cultivating qi to regulate his spirit, Zhao Sheng rested for 3 full days before fully recovering. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng revisited the previous 2 alchemy processes, identifying his mistakes, summarizing his experience, and after slightly adjusting the dosage of certain spiritual herbs, he began refining the foundation establishment pill for the 3rd time. In fact, the second refining wasn't a complete success. The soybean-sized foundation establishment pill wasn't even a low-grade pill, barely a prototype. A normal foundation establishment pill is the size of a grape, with low-grade pills being pure red, and the better the quality, the lighter the color. A high-grade 1000-pattern foundation establishment pill is a pale pink, its fragrance and medicinal power completely restrained. Fortunately, this time, Zhao Sheng had reached the threshold of success. The foundation establishment pill was almost perfect, so he was determined to succeed with the 3rd batch. He lit the fire, heated the furnace, and added the 1000-pattern star algae fruit. The steps were identical to the previous one, the only difference being that his technique seemed increasingly skilled, his movements more precise and steady than before. Generally speaking, an alchemist's achievement is directly proportional to their level of cultivation. Key refining realm alchemists struggled to advance to the 2nd level. This wasn't just because their cultivation and stamina weren't up to the standards for refining 2nd-level elixirs, but more importantly, key refining realm cultivators lack spiritual awareness, unable to directly observe the various reactions within the furnace and, naturally, react in a timely manner. Of course, Zhao Sheng had already reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Having consumed decaying jade fluid, his mental power far surpassed that of cultivators of the same level. His spiritual awareness's range, strength, and precision of control were even greater than those of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. With the experience gained from the previous 2 attempts, Zhao Sheng's refining of the foundation establishment pill went much more smoothly this time, with fewer risks and obstacles to overcome during the refining process. 7 days passed in a flash, and the alchemy room was once again filled with the aroma of elixir. As the final moments approached, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but grow nervous. Even activating his 2 talents twice in quick succession. With the blessing of his talents, the final stage of condensation went exceptionally smoothly. Bang! Finally, the 9-dragon cauldron emitted a humming sound, and the burning golden spirit flame retreated into the fire orifices in the cauldron's wall. Then the furnace lid flew up, and a refreshing, apple-flavored aroma emanated from the furnace. It worked. It really worked this time. Zhao Sheng couldn't contain his excitement. He stretched out his hand, and 2 wine-red elixirs, the size of grapes, suddenly leaped out of the furnace and landed at high speed in his hands. Although these elixirs were only the lowest-grade foundation establishment pills, their significance was immense. They represented Zhao Sheng's achievement as a rare true second-level foundation establishment alchemist. From this day on, his status within the Spring and Autumn Alliance would skyrocket, and he would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after quasi-master of alchemy on Jiazhan Island. A full quarter of an hour passed before Zhao Sheng's composure fully returned. By the time he put the pills away, exhaustion washed over him. After nearly 20 days of arduous alchemy, Zhao Sheng was exhausted, so he simply fell asleep in the alchemy room. This sleep lasted for 2 full days and 1 night. Upon waking, his spirits had almost fully recovered. Zhao Sheng calculated the time and found that it had been just 1 day short of a month. Since the foundation building pill had already been refined, he didn't want to waste time here. Zhao Sheng stood up and left the alchemy room. He then went to the spiritual fields and cast several spiritual rain spells. Seeing the spiritual herbs growing vigorously and in good condition, he adjusted his appearance, changed into a brand new set of robes, and left the Bay Mansion Cave Heaven. 2 days later, Zhao Sheng returned to the Precious Medicine Pavilion and had a secret conversation with Jin Danchang for half an hour. After Zhao Sheng left, Jin Danchang was beaming, completely devoid of the worry that his shop was about to close. Seeing this, his staff asked him what made him so happy, but Jin Danchang just smiled mysteriously and said nothing. Elsewhere, at Hongguang Tower on Beizhou Island, a mysterious guest once again arrived. In the same private room where they had met last time, Hongguang Tower's owner, Hong Yuanlian, noticed Zhao Sheng's unhappy expression and instinctively concluded that his alchemy attempt had failed. According to normal thinking, if an alchemist wants to refine a foundation-building pill, he can't be considered a failure unless he fails 8 or 10 times. A true foundation-building alchemist is made from a mountain of spirit stones. However, Hong Yuanlian never imagined that the person before him was the chosen one. He was simply being deceived. Fellow Taoist Longley, don't be discouraged. Foundation-building pills aren't easy to make. Hong Yuanlian offered Zhao Sheng a dry reassurance before suddenly changing the subject. By the way, I wonder why you've come to see me today. Zhao Sheng suppressed his dismay and said firmly, I want to try a few more times. I wonder if fellow Taoist Hong meant what he said last time about the 3-fold reduction. Hong Yuanlian said confidently, indeed, I never lie. I have not only 1,000-patterned star algae fruit, but also all the other auxiliary herbs. How many would you like? Do you want prepared ones, or raw ones, 3,000-patterned star algae fruits, and 3 of the other spiritual herbs? I don't trust those prepared by others, I only want the raw ones. How many spirit stones are there in total? Zhao Sheng asked immediately. 21,000 spirit stones in total. Just give me 20,000, and don't take the change, Hong Yuanlian said without hesitation. Okay, fellow Taoist Hong, I'll remember this favor. I'll repay you later. With that, Zhao Sheng pulled a small pile of spirit stones from his storage bag and poured them onto the table. Sensing the pure yin aura emanating from the spirit stones, Hong Yuanlian's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, pure yin spirit stones? What a treasure! Fellow Taoist, are you willing to part with them? They're just spirit stones, after all. Why would I be so reluctant? Zhao Sheng said calmly. Spirit stones have properties, classified as the 5 elements, yin and yang. Yin and yang spirit stones are particularly rare, and the price is generally 3 to 8 times higher than that of ordinary 5-element spirit stones of the same rank. The high price is secondary, the key is the lack of demand. Zhao Sheng's payment with pure yin spirit stones was both a display of financial strength and a way of repaying a favor. This single move impressed Hong Yuanlian, raising his opinion of him once again and truly placing him on the list of key clients. After Hong Yuanlian put away the spirit stones, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Fellow Taoist, you wanted to buy 1 yuan of heavy water. We just transferred some from the mountain gate. How many drops would you like? Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at this, and he immediately responded, the more, the better. 1 yuan of heavy water is extremely valuable. A drop of this 1,000-pound spiritual water costs at least 10,000 spirit stones, no bargaining. More than 5 drops, no spirit stones, you must exchange for an equivalent treasure. Hong Yuanlian spoke seriously, but when Zhao Sheng pulled a stack of second-level hemolytic talismans from his storage bag, his expression was instantly moved and excited. Fellow Taoist Longley, you told me you had this stuff earlier. Maybe I could get more of it. In the Blood Demon sect, second-level hemolytic talismans were hard currency. Because so many cultivators have practiced a Blood Soul Sutra, the hemolytic talismans, which accelerate the refining of blood essence, are in short supply. Second-level hemolytic talismans are even rarer, and every single one is snatched up by Foundation establishment cultivators. Despite his past life experience, Zhao Sheng was still somewhat surprised to see Hong Yuanlian so excited. Reassured by this, he said proudly, "First, 5 drops of spiritual water. The rest will be exchanged for hemolytic talismans." "How many for 1 drop?" Hong Yuanlian cleverly countered. "I have a total of 18 drops of 1 yuan heavy water. At least 30 for 1 drop." "How many hemolytic talismans do you have, fellow Taoist?" 15 for 1 drop, for 3 drops. "If we agree, we'll have more later." "Deal." 2 cups of tea later, Hong Yuanlian, with a rosy face, attentively sent Zhao Sheng to the door. After watching him leave, he returned to Hongguang Tower with a happy face. 2 days later, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout Anhuifang that Zhinaiyoj would be temporarily closed for a period of time. As for when it would reopen, the time was uncertain. After hearing the news, some smart people immediately ran to Zhechen to report the good news. After learning that Zhinaiyoj was closed, Zhechen was not happy, but frowned even more. At this time, he seemed to have a sense of emptiness as if he had punched the air. It felt like he hadn't even used any strength, but his opponent fell down. This was completely different from what he thought. Unwilling to give up, Zhechen immediately ordered his left and right, "Go and find out what Zhao has been doing in recent days. You must find out clearly." The men took the order and left, and Zhechen showed a look of jealousy. However, a month passed, and Zhao Sheng's cave was tightly closed and never opened. He might be practicing in seclusion, or he might be traveling outside, or he might deliberately disguise himself to avoid Zhechen's sight. But no matter which possibility it is, they all express the same meaning. Zhao Sheng temporarily disappeared from everyone's sight. Half a year later, at the Merit Hall of the Spring and Autumn Alliance. This spiritual island is Fengwei Island. The area of this island is only 60 or 70 miles, and the population on the island is no more than 10,000, all miners and their families. There is a Phoenix Bloodstone mine near Fengaiao Island, so 10 key refining managers were sent, and in addition, there must be a Foundation establishment cultivator to guard it. Guest Zhao, what do you think of this place? On the 2nd floor of the Merit Hall, a middle-aged Foundation building elder said in a gentle tone. Zhao Sheng did not say a word. He knew that since the other party dared to introduce this place to him, he must have thought it over carefully. He was very familiar with spiritual materials such as Phoenix Bloodstone. Phoenix Bloodstone is of high grade, and its output in the Broken Star Sea is very low. It is usually used to make high-grade spiritual ink. Zhao Sheng was very satisfied with his task. Being a guest in the Spring and Autumn Alliance means not only taking spiritual salary without doing anything, but also having to complete a guest task for the Alliance every year. The type and difficulty of the task can be chosen at will, but most of them have generous rewards. Due to Zhao Sheng's request, the middle-aged Foundation building elder deliberately picked out such a leisurely task. It would be fine to guard the Phoenix Blood Mine, and he would accept a few pieces of Phoenix Bloodstone by the way. Anyway, as long as you don't do too much, the Alliance will generally turn a blind eye. Chapter 206 Return to Turtle Island. Name, Zhao Dingshan, Zhao Sheng. Lifespan, 52/226. Realm, Foundation Establishment Level 8. Occupation, 2nd Level Talisman Master, 2nd Level Alchemist. Constitution, Water, Metal, and Fire. Spiritual Roots, Half-Elf Talents, Bullet Time, Danger Sense, Absolute Rationality, Skills, Cultivation Techniques, Zuanin. Heavy Water Art, Great Mastery, Talisman Overlay Art, Great Mastery, Fire Sacrifice Art, Great Mastery, Blood Soul Sutra, Incomplete, Mastery, Soul Fusion and Mind Division Art, Proficient, Spells, Bixen Cold Thunder, Blood Escape, God Slaying Sword, 1,000 Waterfalls and Flowing Clouds. Talisman Making, soul concentrating talisman, blood melting talisman, rebirth 100 thoughts talisman, dragon prisoner talisman, 1000 mirrors ice cloud talisman, phantom escape talisman, lightning inducing talisman, etc. 196 types. Alchemy, foundation establishment pill, soul nourishing pill, marrow spirit pill, soul concentrating pill, barrier breaking pill, a total of 33 types. Time flies, years pass without a trace. Life on Fenghui Island was peaceful and simple. The peaches on the winding peach tree in front of Zhao Sheng's cave dwelling had ripened 7 times. Perhaps even he hadn't anticipated that this mine-guarding assignment would last 7 years. 7 years wasn't long, but it was enough to bring about profound changes in certain people and events. For the past few years, apart from occasional inspections of the mines, Zhao Sheng spent his time either refining elixirs and drawing talismans or cultivating in seclusion. As his skills in alchemy and talismans improved, his cultivation soared at an unimaginable rate. In just 7 years, he had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. At this point, he had exhausted all the remaining energy from his previous life, and his future cultivation would inevitably slow significantly, requiring only gradual progress. 3 years ago, Zhao Sheng successfully refined the 13th second-level elixir, the barrier-breaking pill, officially becoming a second-level alchemist. That same year, numerous events related to him unfolded on Zhao Island. At the beginning of that year, the Jin family unexpectedly gained a new foundation establishment cultivator named Jin Dansheng. Having traveled the Broken Star Sea for years, he returned to the family, appearing before the public as a foundation establishment cultivator. However, few knew that Jin Dansheng's ascension to the foundation establishment stage was entirely due to a foundation establishment pill secretly sold to the Jin family by Zhao Sheng. It was also that year that Zhao Sheng began selling his first foundation establishment pill, naturally to the frantic Hongguang Lu, Red Light Tower. Towards the end of the year, Master Su Chong's beloved disciple, Jie Chen, suddenly disappeared after an outing. Master Su Chong was furious, and the Spring and Autumn Alliance mobilized its entire force to search for Jie Chen for 6 months, but no trace of him could be found. He had vanished from the face of the earth, and no one had heard of him since. Zhao Sheng, due to his previous grudge against Jie Chen, had been suspected. However, he was stationed on Fenghui Island at the time, had an alibi, and there was no evidence to prove his guilt. Therefore, thanks to the protection of Master Kiffin, Zhao Sheng easily passed muster. To avoid Su Chong's wrath, Zhao Sheng, at the advice of Master Kiffin, remained on Fenghui Island for another 3 years. The 7-year period had expired, and Zhao Sheng successfully handed over his duties to the foundation establishment guest who had arrived to relieve him. Leaving the cave, Zhao Sheng gazed at the abundant fruit on the panteo tree. He let out a silent breath and, with a flick of his hand, a palm-sized silver boat suddenly expanded to a length of 2 zang, its base 3 feet off the ground, hovering before him. He gently leaped aboard the flying boat and casually cast a spell to control it. With a thud, the boat soared skyward, soaring 1,000 feet into the air. After circling half a circle, it sped towards Jiazhan Island. 2 days later, at Hongguang Tower. Upon entering the tower, Zhao Sheng was greeted by an attentive waiter into a private room in the backyard. Upon hearing that Master Longli had arrived, Hong Yuanlian quickly dropped everything and rushed to meet him. Thump, thump, thump. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached rapidly from afar. The door had barely opened, but laughter had already broken through before the person emerged. Haha, I've been thinking about you, Taoist priest, day and night. You're finally here today. I've missed you so much. The burly Hong Yuanlian stepped through the door, strode towards Zhao Sheng with a beaming smile, and spoke repeatedly. You're so kind, fellow Taoist Hong. Zhao Sheng stood up and bowed politely. After more pleasantries, the two men sat down, drank a pot of tea, and then got down to business. Zhao Sheng produced 2 white jade pill bottles and gently pushed them towards Hong Yuanlian. Hong Yuanlian's face lit up at the sight. He quickly opened the pill bottle and took a look, exclaiming in admiration, "Oh, this is incredible. There are actually 2 foundation establishment pills this time. It seems the Taoist has made further progress in his alchemy. Congratulations, as usual. First exchange for 10,000 patterned star algae fruits, and the rest for 1 yuan of heavy water. I've got them ready for you." With that, Hong Yuanlian produced 2 dark wooden boxes and a black iron gourd, solemnly handing them to Zhao Sheng. As soon as he took the gourd, Zhao Sheng probed into it with his spiritual sense, revealing 12 teardrop-sized, transparent crystals suspended distinctly in the center of the gourd. This crystal was the famous one yuan of heavy water. At this moment, its spiritual energy was completely restrained, as light as a feather, but once unleashed, it would instantly become 1,000 pounds heavy. Zhao Sheng opened the wooden box again and took a look. Inside, neatly arranged, were 10,000 patterned star algae fruits. Excellent. Did you get the Blood Soul Sutra, mysterious blood transformation pill secret? Zhao Sheng asked, satisfied as he put the wooden box away. Hong Yuanlian paused at this, his face embarrassment. Master, you don't know. I've already reported your request to the sect, but the situation is not optimistic. The Zhuangsahuodanju is considered our sect's authentic technique, and it cannot be taught to outsiders. Unless, Master, you can return with me to the sect's mountain gate and truly become our disciple. If that's the case, then forget it. Then, have you got the recipe for the golden elixir? Zhao Sheng waved his hand, settling for the next best thing. Hong Yuanlian scratched the back of his head awkwardly, embarrassed to miss Zhao Sheng's gaze. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng sighed, thinking that things were indeed more complicated. In a sense, the golden elixir formula was more valuable than a magic weapon, and was in no way inferior to any golden elixir level technique. Seeing Zhao Sheng's unconcealed disappointment, Hong Yuanlian quickly made amends, saying, Master, wouldn't you like a protective talisman? I have 3 different ones for you to choose from. He eagerly produced 3 palm-length talismans, each shimmering with a vibrant bloody light and resembling jade, and placed them before him. The talisman's surfaces displayed the designs of 3 typical blood-cultivating magical weapons, a blood sword, a blood shield, and a blood bow knife. Zhao Sheng gazed upon the 3 talismans, his face brimming with excitement. Hong Yuanlian smiled contentedly at the sight. An hour later, Zhao Sheng, draped in a black robe, departed Hongguang Tower with a look of satisfaction. Leaving Hongguang Tower, he immediately changed his appearance and wandered through the market, visiting over 20 shops. Upon emerging from a shop selling talismans, Zhao Sheng's expression became grave. In just 6 months, the prices of elixirs, weapons, and talismans in the market had unexpectedly risen by 30–50%. Hong Yuanlian hadn't lied to him, a new wave of siren waves was about to begin. Earlier at Hongguang Tower, Hong Yuanlian had told him that there had been signs of large numbers of demonic beasts gathering in the ocean surrounding the Shattered Star Sea for the past 6 months. Incidents of treasure ships being attacked by demonic beasts during voyages had also increased. The Blood Demon sect, under its command, operated the Blood Demon Pirates, a group known for their prolific operations, and possessed far greater intelligence than ordinary factions. The Blood Demon sect had detected these signs a year earlier, and several months ago, after extensive investigation, they confirmed that a siren wave was inevitable. Simultaneously, Star God Island issued a decree announcing the Star God Festival and the immediate closure of the Star Algae Sea. Throughout the history of the Shattered Star Sea, the Star God Festival was synonymous with a siren wave. Whenever the Star God Palace held a Star God Festival, a siren wave wouldn't always arrive, but it would happen 5 or 6 times out of 10 over time. The cultivators of the Shattered Star Sea realized this was no coincidence, but a deliberate act. As to why the 3 oceanic overlords always chose to attack human territory during the Star God Festival, low-level cultivators debated various theories, while those who knew the truth chose to remain silent. Information monopoly exists in every world, but it's particularly acute in the world of cultivation. Over millennia, facing repeated sirens tides, the Shattered Star Sea's human race has developed a comprehensive strategy for coping. The first and second defensive island chains were specifically designed to combat sirens' tides. For the Shattered Star Sea's cultivation world, sirens' tides present both a calamity and a once-in-a-century opportunity. After each catastrophe, countless forces and individuals are annihilated, while countless new forces and individuals emerge. Through the repeated trials of sirens' tides, countless talented individuals have emerged in the Shattered Star Sea. Therefore, a true Lord Huishan once praised it, saying, "Every generation in the Star Sea produces outstanding individuals, each leading the charge for centuries." 3 months later, Kyungan Island. Kyungan Island lies on the edge of the outer Star Sea, over 6,000 nautical miles from Longshao Island, due southeast. It is one of the 108 dragon scale level spiritual islands. Roughly shaped like a tortoise, it covers an area exceeding 100 miles. The terrain rises in the west and slopes down in the east. The Ao Sho cliff on the west slopes vertically, while the easternmost edge is lined with white sandy beaches. The central part of the island is flat and fertile. Nearly 100,000 direct descendants live there, with another 200,000 more close relatives living on the 12 nearby islands. The Zhao family on Kaiyungan Island is renowned for its weapon-making skills, specializing in defensive magical instruments, and is particularly renowned for its tortoise-shell shields. This is because every summer, thousands of iron-clad tortoises crawl onto the island's white beaches and lay their eggs there. Kaiyungan Island possesses a first-grade, mid-grade spiritual vein running east-west. Its core spiritual orifice lies beneath Ao Sho Cliff, traversing the central spiritual field and extending westward to the white sand beach. A portion of the vein's terminus submerges into the shallow sea. Consequently, most of the Zhao clan's immortal cultivators gather at Ao Sho Cliff. Through the development and maintenance of successive island-owning families, over 150 cave dwellings have been built on Ao Sho Cliff. However, only 2/3 are currently inhabited, with a remaining third remaining vacant. One day, the Dianjing mansion on Ao Sho Cliff welcomed a new occupant. Constructed near the spiritual orifice, Dianjing mansion boasts an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, second only to the Zuanji mansion where the clan head resides, and on par with the cave dwellings of the other two foundation building elders. Consequently, the news of Dianjing mansion's new owner caused an immediate sensation within the Zhao clan. Idle key refining juniors began to inquire about the situation, hoping to uncover the source of the mansion's savagery, One must know that the patriarch of their generation, Zhao Yongsan, was notoriously stingy, making it difficult to take advantage of him. At that moment, in the reception room deep within Dianjing mansion, an old man and a young man were engaged in a lively conversation. "Brother Zhao, what do you think of the environment of this cave? If there's anything you find inappropriate, please let me know. I, your elder brother, will definitely satisfy you." Zhao Yongsan, the current patriarch of the Zhao family, was over 130 years old and had reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He stood 7 feet 8 inches tall and had a dignified appearance, but his brows were narrow and his nose was high and protruding, like an eagle's, which occasionally gave him a cold and harsh impression. He was humorous and enthusiastic, and extremely experienced in dealing with people, but his scheming sometimes made him lack the courage to speak. Zhao Sheng quickly recalled his memories of Zhao Yongsan, a satisfied smile on his face as he gently said, "Master Zhao, you're so polite. I'm very satisfied with the layout here, so there's no need to bother making any changes." Upon learning of the impending siren tide, Zhao Sheng immediately broke off his secluded life in the Spring and Autumn Alliance and traveled thousands of miles back to Kaiyungan Island. To say he came back out of kinship was sheer nonsense. While there was certainly a modicum of blood ties, it was largely driven by self-interest. Only if the Zhao family prospered could he excel. Everyone understood the logic, so there's no need to elaborate. When Zhao Sheng displayed the aura of a foundation establishment realm and his alchemy skills, Zhao Yongsan was overjoyed and immediately offered him the position of guest elder. Zhao Sheng, having come for the Zhao family, feigned reserve, casually made a few requests, and then nodded in agreement. During their lively conversation, Zhao Sheng, intentionally or unintentionally, revealed his background to Zhao Yongsan. This was a gesture of both transparency and sincerity. An hour later, Zhao Yongsan left, his excitement wearing off. The next day, he summoned all the Zhao clan cultivators on the island and introduced the new guest elder, Senhizi Zhao Shinding. Zhao Sheng had reversed his name in this life, changing it to Zhao Shinding and adopting the Taoist name Senhizi. He was a foundation establishment cultivator and an alchemist. The Zhao clan had 64 generation names: Fengsen Mingrenzong, Quanzhen Dute, Zhizhengzuan Ayudian, Zhongzhengs Hengjing, Chongsung Tong Hanayan, Gao Hongding Dalo, Dao Dianqinghua, Ziuxin Gichengsheng. The Shattered Star Sea branch of the clan had already reached the Da generation, with the highest generation being the two Han Foundation establishment elders, Zhao Hanqing and Zhao Hanguang. Originally, the Zhao clan had 4 foundation establishment cultivators, but the eldest, Zhao Tongbei, passed away 16 years ago, leaving only 3. Furthermore, the Zhao family's younger generation wasn't particularly up to par, and they were now facing a generational crisis of foundation building. Only 4 members of the clan had reached the great perfection of key refining, 2 of whom had already failed once before, their potential reaching its limit. Zhao Sheng knew most of the Zhao family, except for the younger generation born in the last 30 or so years, so Zhao Yongxin didn't need any introductions. A single glance at them brought back memories of these people. Who could still be trained, and who was sheer waste. A single glance gave Zhao Sheng a glimpse of his future. Chapter 207, Recruiting a Disciple and the Little Mayfly Shield. The scorching July sun blazed brightly. Waves surged, crashing against the jagged reefs beneath Ao Shou Cliff. Meanwhile, in the Guanlin Pavilion on the 3rd floor of Wanghe Tower, atop Ao Shou Cliff, 7 young men and women, each with their own distinct demeanor, waited with solemn expressions. Some wore expressions of obvious anxiety. Soon, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs. He's back. The 3rd young master is back. Upon hearing this, the 7 elder Zhao family members in Guanlin Pavilion almost simultaneously glanced toward the door. Just then, a slender young man in a white robe and jade crown, with a fair complexion and thin lips, appeared and hurried into the pavilion. "Third brother, are you done?" Zhao Damo, the most impatient, asked expectantly upon seeing the newcomer. The other elder Zhao family members also looked at their peer, Zhao Dali, with varying expressions. Zhao Dali shook his head grimly. "Alice," everyone sighed in unison at the sight. Zhao Damo, a man with narrow eyes and thin lips, lived in the same room as third brother Zhao Dali. Seeing this, he couldn't help but complain, "Kenzao's standards are too high. Third brother is the most gifted and talented among us. Even third brother doesn't look down on this. I think he's doing this on purpose. He's just lying about accepting me as a disciple." As soon as Zhao Damo finished speaking, Zhao Dali's face turned red and he shouted, "Shut up, third brother." Zhao Damo looked aggrieved. "Shut up. Don't slander Senior Zhao." Zhao Dali's tone became even more stern. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Senior Zhao has decided to accept Uncle 19 as a registered disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into an uproar. Uncle 19, Zhao Zhaolingda, impossible. How could guest Zhao possibly be interested in that chatterbox, lazy bastard? Yet, could it be that guest Zhao was tricked by doubting S sweet talk? Uncle 19 is only at the 3rd level of key refining. He can't even compare to me. How is that possible? While the elders of the Zhao family were seething with anger, a warm and harmonious atmosphere permeated the Dianjing mansion beneath Ao Shou Cliff. In the reception room, Zhao Sheng sat calmly in the center, while Zhao Yongxin, a member of the Zhao family, sat solemnly at the upper left. Below them, a middle-aged man of ordinary build and unremarkable appearance, sporting a greasy mustache, respectfully held a bowl of Suxin tea and offered it to Zhao Sheng. Disciple Zhaolingda respectfully invites master to have tea. Zhao Sheng took the spiritual tea, took a sip lightly, and said calmly, "Get up. From today on, you are the first registered disciple of my Senhizi. Take this book, The Essence of Alchemy. Memorize it by heart first, and then come to me. Go down." "Yes, master." Zhaolingda took the jade slip handed over by the master with both hands, lowered his head and responded, then bowed and left the living room. Seeing that the person had left, Zhao Yongxin's eyes flashed, and suddenly he laughed and deliberately asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, I don't understand. There are many young and talented people in my Zhao family, and any of them is much better than Zhaolingda. Why did you choose him?" To be honest with fellow Taoist Zhao, this poor Taoist attaches great importance to appearance. Zhaolingda is just barely worthy of my attention. So I chose him. Zhao Sheng said with a faint expression. Zhao Yongxin was startled by this and gave Zhao Sheng a slightly odd look, thinking, does that mean everyone else looks down on him? Are they so casual about accepting disciples these days? Thinking of this, he helplessly consoled himself, whatever, in the end, everything will be rotten in the pot anyway, so it doesn't matter who learns alchemy. The key question is whether Senhizi can truly pass on the art of alchemy. While the Zhao family was renowned for its weaponry, a family of immortal cultivators couldn't afford major flaws if they wanted to continue to thrive. Zhao Sheng needed not only weaponsmiths but also alchemists, talisman makers, formation masters, and other specialized immortal cultivators. So, 3 days ago, during a casual conversation, he suddenly probed the newly arrived guest official to see if he was interested in taking on a disciple. Unexpectedly, the guest agreed with a single word to accept a member of the Zhao family. Zhao Sheng had already intended to take on a disciple to pass on the art of alchemy when he returned to the family. Zhao Yongxin's question hit the mark, and there was no reason for him to disagree. As for why he had accepted Zhao Lingde as his disciple, firstly, Zhao Lingde was Zhao Yongxin's cousin, making them the closest blood relatives. Secondly, Zhao Lingde not only possessed a fire spirit root, but had also been an apprentice in alchemy for over a decade, possessing a solid foundation in alchemy, which would have saved him considerable energy. Most importantly, the rest of the Zhao family was lackluster, unable to maintain a proper mindset. While seemingly respectful and courteous, they harbored hidden ulterior motives, a fact Zhao Sheng found displeasing. Seeing Zhao Yongxin awkwardly silent, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but change the subject and reminded him, "By the way, fellow Taoist Zhao. As far as I know, the sea monster tide is coming again." Zhao Yongxin's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he nodded with a heavy expression. "Zhao has received a warning from Longshao Island. Within 2 years at the latest, the sea monsters will definitely invade our human territory again. I just don't know the scale of this monster tide. I hope it's not the kind that only occurs once in 1,000 years, it shouldn't be like this. If it happened once in 1,000 years, it wouldn't be so calm. By the way, seeing that the monster tide is coming, are the nobles fully prepared? Is there any place where I need to take action?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yongxin's face lit up with gratitude. He exclaimed repeatedly, "Master, you are so understanding. I'm deeply grateful. Kaiyunga Island is well defended, so I'm not worried about a sea beast attack. However, Longshao Island has already issued a defense order, ordering 1 foundation establishment cultivator and 5 late-stage key refining cultivators from our clan to garrison Longshao Island. So, if a monster wave strikes, I hope Master will command the Kaiyunga treasure ship and ensure smooth transportation between Kaiyunga Island and the outside world." Despite the other party's vague words, Zhao Sheng fully grasped his meaning. Generally speaking, during a monster wave, sea beasts rarely attack islands and massacre humans. After all, most sea beasts are marine creatures, either unable to reach land or extremely unfamiliar with terrestrial environments. Of course, once sea beasts reach the 3rd level, land and air are no longer a barrier. If they so choose, they can easily slaughter an entire island's inhabitants. However, most sea beasts above the 3rd level have developed a high level of intelligence and generally won't deliberately slaughter ants like mortals. On the one hand, they feared retaliation from the human Jindan, but on the other, the Jindan monsters, lacking any sense of kinship, were simply too lazy to bother. They were too lazy to take action if there was no benefit. In fact, the Siren Tide's impact on the Shattered Star Sea's human race was not only the killing of humans, but the most devastating impact was the damage it inflicted on transportation. Imagine billions of sea beasts, driven and led by the great monsters, rushing into the inner and outer star seas in waves, destroying every ship in their path. This rampage could even continue unabated, with the monster swarms frantically attacking every vessel on the sea. Facing an endless stream of frenzied sea beasts, ships could hardly navigate, and maritime transport was completely cut off. The islands of the Shattered Star Sea would inevitably become isolated islands. If the siege and blockade lasted too long, the cessation of trade would be secondary, and starvation would be the most dreadful threat. The population of the Shattered Star Sea's human race has grown to such an extent that most of the islands are overcrowded. The output of a single island is far from sufficient to sustain them, forcing them to rely constantly on external food supplies. If the siege lasted too long and the islands ran out of food, cannibalism would inevitably ensue. This isn't sensationalism, it's an inevitable occurrence during every Siren Tide. Of course, no matter how tragic the fate of mortals, it rarely affects the cultivators themselves. Consequently, a significant number of cultivators turn a blind eye to the mortals' plight, even delighting in the reduction of this burdensome population. Some scumbag demon cultivators even jokingly call the Siren Tide a population screening of humanity by heaven, aiming to eliminate the rubbish and filter out the superior bloodlines. For some cultivators, nothing is more concerning and heartbreaking than the painstakingly developed underwater spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and spiritual mines being destroyed and occupied by swarms of sea beasts. This is the true meaning of a catastrophic event. This is largely why Siren Tides inflict such hatred upon all cultivators. Let's get back to the point. The Zhao family has over 200,000 close relatives scattered across the small islands surrounding Kaiyungan Island. When the Siren Tide arrives, The sea route is cut off. The Zhao family's people are its foundation. They couldn't stand by and watch over 200,000 of them be killed or starved to death. Therefore, they had to ensure smooth transportation between the islands. Zhao Sheng had been entrusted with such a heavy responsibility upon his arrival, a testament to the Zhao family's predicament of being short-handed. Understanding Zhao Yongxin's meaning, Zhao Sheng nodded. "Thank you, Master, for your trust. I will leave the turtle ship to you." Zhao Yongxin was deeply moved. "Master, your understanding of the great cause is beyond words. I understand the dangers of sailing amidst the demonic tide. To ensure your safety, here are several defensive spiritual artifacts from my clan's collection. Please choose one." He then pulled 5 items shimmering with spiritual energy from his storage bag and placed them before Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng glanced at them and initially eliminated the 2 armor-like spiritual artifacts. While he wasn't a swordsman, he was agile and nimble, and armor was too cumbersome and unsuitable. After the armor, 3 shield-like magical artifacts remained. A dark brown tortoise-shell shield, a light red shield of an unknown metal, and the last spiritual weapon was of a very strange design. This spiritual weapon was unique in that, while it appeared to be a perfectly round black shield about a foot in diameter, it was surprisingly composed of 6 palm-sized, pure black shields stacked together. Zhao Sheng couldn't discern the material it was made of. At first glance, it looked like hard, smooth horny animal hide, but it had a distinct metallic sheen. A closer look revealed the leather surface was covered in countless tiny black scales. Seeing Zhao Sheng's particular interest in this particular magical weapon, Zhao Yongxin smiled faintly, reached out, and picked it up, introducing it. "Master, you have excellent eyes. This 6-combination Mayfly shield is the highest grade of these 5 spiritual artifacts. While a single shield is a mid-grade artifact, the combined artifact is a top-grade one. Crucially, it's an extremely rare combined spiritual artifact, composed of 6 sub-shields. Each sub-shield is forged from the toughest outer skin of a second-tier Mayfly demon ray's underbelly. Considering the Mayfly demon ray holds the title of having the strongest defense among its tier of sea beasts, the sturdiness of these spiritual shields goes without saying. Furthermore, the key is that all 6 shields are made from the same Mayfly demon ray, and their internal spiritual barriers are nearly identical, including an extremely rare divine barrier engraved within. Let me demonstrate its mysteries to you, Master." As Zhao Yongxin pointed at the 6-combination Mayfly shield, his eyes gleaming. Then, the Liu Mayfly shield slowly floated from the table into the air. Suddenly, it dispersed into 6 streams of black light, swirling and darting around Zhao Yongxin like swimming fish, appearing incredibly agile and swift. Even more astonishing was the ability to combine the individual shields at will. Sometimes they circled the sky on their own, sometimes in groups of 3 or 2, and sometimes all 6 combined into one. Zhao Sheng was mesmerized and captivated. Seeing Zhao Sheng's expression, Zhao Yongxin couldn't help but say with pride, "This 6 directions Mayfly shield is one of the last 3 artifacts left by our clan's ancestor, Xuanji. If it weren't for you, Taoist priest, I would never have given it to you." Zhao Sheng nodded, then shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, are you really willing to give me the 6 directions Mayfly shield? Aren't you afraid I'll renege on my promise and run away after taking the spiritual shield?" "No. I trust those I employ, and I don't trust them. And I believe Taoist priest isn't that kind of person," Zhao Yongxin said confidently. Zhao Sheng nodded secretly, feeling that the Shattered Star Sea clan had finally proven reliable, having chosen the right patriarch twice. Zhao Xuanji was the patriarch who revived the Zhao family, leading them from the brink of extinction and through arduous development, ultimately securing a sacred island. His achievements were unmatched within the Zhao family. While Zhao Yongxin wasn't as skilled as Zhao Xuanji, he was still considered a capable leader of the clan. Under his leadership, the Zhao family prospered, and the atmosphere within the clan was harmonious and united. Just as he was thinking this, Zhao Yongxin beside him chuckled, "To be honest, Taoist priest, this 6 directions Mayfly shield isn't perfect either. It has its fair share of flaws. First, its operation is too complex, requiring a cultivator's spiritual awareness and precision to be extremely strong, and ideally, a talent for multitasking. An average foundation establishment cultivator simply can't control it. Furthermore, it's comprised of 6 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, meaning spiritual energy consumption increases 6-fold. This alone rules out cultivators below the mid-stage foundation establishment stage. At this point, Zhao Yongxin paused and offered a tentative question. If Taoist priest doesn't approve of this 6 directions mayfly shield, why not consider this netherbone heart shield? No need. This is it, Zhao Sheng suddenly said, waving his hand, interrupting him. Zhao Yongxin was delighted. Judging from the tone and demeanor of this guest Zhao, his cultivation level should be at least above the middle stage of foundation building, and it is very likely that he is in the late stage of foundation building. If this is true, their Zhao family has really received a great help. Zhao Yongxin's mind turned, and his face suddenly changed. The little mayfly shield suddenly reunited into a black round shield, staggering towards Zhao Sheng. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled slightly, and the divine light in his eyes burst out. The powerful spiritual consciousness instantly broke out and enveloped the little mayfly shield in an instant. With a move of his spiritual consciousness, he easily seized the ownership of the spiritual shield. Looking at the mayfly shield flying around in front of him like a butterfly among flowers, and feeling the amazing spiritual consciousness in the void, Zhao Yongxin's eyes shone with excitement, and his heart was very excited. Late stage of foundation building. It's really late stage of foundation building. This is really God's blessing on our clan. Thank you, Ancestor Xuanji. Chapter 208, The Fall of Longshao Island and the Attack on the Treasure Ship. Within the Foundation Establishment realm, the late stage is a unique phase. After ascending to the 7th stage, even ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators gain the opportunity to undergo a qualitative transformation of their spiritual power. Once they successfully complete this transformation, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator's strength soars dramatically. While they might be able to defeat 10 on their own, they can easily handle 2 ordinary opponents of the same level. At the mid-stage Foundation Establishment stage, they can easily defeat 3 or 5 opponents. While victory is not guaranteed, maintaining an undefeated state is common, and at the very least, escape is not a problem. Dropping down another half-stage to the early-stage Foundation Establishment stage, a powerful late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, one with a qualitative transformation of spiritual power, wielding a top-grade spiritual weapon, and cultivating Jinden level or higher true cultivation, can truly defeat 10 on their own. It's like an adult taking on a group of children. Zhao Yongxin wasn't sure if Zhao Sheng was the legendary Foundation Establishment cultivator capable of defeating 10 on his own, but judging by his immense spiritual awareness, he knew that even if his opponent wasn't as strong, he wasn't far behind. At a perilous moment when the demonic tide was about to erupt and the Zhao family faced imminent annihilation, the Zhao family suddenly received such powerful assistance. It truly felt like a blessing from their ancestors. This explains Zhao Yongxin's excitement. Buzz, with a humming sound, 6 beams of black light instantly flew back to Zhao Sheng, reuniting to form the 6 harmonies mayfly shield. The foot-long, high-grade spiritual shield fell down, and Zhao Sheng caught it, then casually stowed it away in his storage bag. For a cultivator to freely manipulate a spiritual weapon, like wielding it with a wave of his hand, he must undergo years of refining and integrating his essence, energy, and spirit. Just now, Zhao Sheng had forcibly manipulated it with his spiritual consciousness, appearing to be agile and effortless, but in reality, it was merely a facade. A single violent impact could have caused the spiritual shield to lose control. Very good. I am very satisfied with the 6 harmonies mayfly shield. Thank you, Patriarch, for the gift, Zhao Sheng said with a smile, bowing to Zhao Yongxin. Haha. As long as Taoists and Hezi is satisfied, Zhao Yongxin said with a beaming smile. From then on, Zhao Sheng settled down on Kaiyungan Island. He preferred quietness to activity, and although he repeatedly declined invitations to banquets from various branches of the Zhao family, he remained rude. After each polite refusal, he would return the favor with a few bottles of elixirs, both first and second grade, of excellent quality. This approachable gesture delighted the branches of the Zhao family, and soon, more and more invitations arrived. Zhao Sheng wasn't a pushover. He had previously offered favors out of consideration for the fact that each branch was his descendant, and after all, the benefits should be kept within the family. However, their greedy attempts to take advantage of him were wishful thinking. Zhao Sheng's method was surprisingly simple. He simply forwarded all the invitations to Zhao Yongxin. Within a day, the unhealthy atmosphere had vanished, and peace returned to Zhao Sheng's side. As a homebody cultivating immortality, his daily schedule was packed. He practiced for 3 hours daily, followed by a half-hour deep sleep. He also dedicated an hour daily to refining talismans to prevent rusting his hands. He also devoted 2 to 3 hours daily to alchemy, mostly first-tier elixirs, though occasionally, when inspiration struck, he'd spend several days refining a furnace of second-tier elixirs. During this time, when his form had reached peak performance, Zhao Sheng also attempted to refine a furnace of foundation establishment pills, successfully producing 3, 1 mid-grade and 2 lower-grade. As an aside, after his frantic alchemy efforts on Jiazhan Island, his success rate in refining foundation establishment pills had reached 80–90%, though the number and quality of the pills he produced were less than ideal, averaging 1 to 4. He had refined over 30 foundation establishment pills, yet none reached the highest grade. The reason for this could be attributed to the quality of the elixir, his refining technique, or perhaps some unknown secret. In short, Zhao Sheng, limited by his own knowledge and vision, believed he had reached a bottleneck, and it would be difficult to break through in the short term without external assistance. He currently had accumulated 6 foundation establishment pills, but only 3,000 patterned star algae fruits remained. Without further breakthroughs, he had decided not to pursue foundation establishment pills for the time being. Besides refining the 6 combination Mayfly shield, his remaining time would be spent extensively reading and studying ancient texts, secret records of unusual techniques, cultivation methods, and various other aspects of the cultivation arts. This not only prepared him for the golden elixir stage but also further solidified his foundation. The more he delved into his studies, the more he realized the immense, profound, and abstruse knowledge of a civilization of immortal cultivators. He was obsessed with exploring the unknown and the thrill of cultivation, feeling a constant sense of insufficiency, wishing a day could last 48 hours. Zhao Sheng knew something was wrong with his mindset. With the 100 Worlds book in his possession, he didn't need to be so impatient. A carefree and relaxed lifestyle was the true path. He understood the truth, but it was hard to describe his current state. Obsessed isn't a good adjective, but it aptly describes Zhao Sheng in this life. He was merely obsessed, never truly enlightened. Perhaps in another life, when he tires of it, he'll truly realize the truth. In this life, he was enjoying it, obsessed and obsessive. The demonic tide is coming. It's hard to say when it began, but when a grain ship was attacked and sunk by a sea monster near Kairungit Island, panic ensued, a sense of apprehension reigning. Everyone in the Zhao family realized the demonic tide had finally arrived. Amidst the panic and fear, a strange sense of relief washed over them. It was like a heavy hammer had finally fallen, freeing them from the constant fear. According to the pre-established plan, Kairungit and its affiliated islands were fortified, with the population retreating to settlements deep within the mainland, clearing the island's perimeter. At the same time, with the exception of the Kairungit treasure ship and 2 first-tier spirit ships, all other ordinary vessels were returned to the docks, and no sails were allowed to sail out to sea. Unless deliberately provoked, sea monsters generally would not land. Therefore, the Zhao family's 300,000 members remained on the island, their safety temporarily assured. 6 months passed in a flash. During this time, the Zhao family received countless reports of various kinds from members of the clan outside, especially those from Longshao Island, which were the most detailed and accurate. But one afternoon, a sudden and devastating piece of news stunned all the Zhao family cultivators. Longshao Island had fallen. After 1,000 years, Longshao Island's heavenly gate had once again been breached by sea monsters. 10 days earlier, the Sea Demon clan's great elder Lingyan, leading 3 7th and 8th tier demon kings and over 100 3rd tier and higher condensed core sea monsters, had deceived everyone by using a tactic of attacking from the east and west, crossing thousands of miles of ocean in a single day and launching a surprise attack on Longshao Island. After barely 3 days of holding out, Longshao Island's defenses were breached. The 4 saints, led by Patriarch Chongfeng, suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a tenth of the island's millions alive. Days before Longshao Island's fall, 6 key spiritual islands, including Fufeng Island and Zhaiyou Island, were easily conquered by the Sea Beast army. Within 10 days, the vanguard of the army had reached Longshao Island. It would soon surge into the inner Star Sea, and devastation was inevitable. Yet, the Zhao family felt surprisingly relieved. Because Kairungit Island was located on the edge of the outer Star Sea, the Siren Tide, which would sweep into the inner Star Sea, meant the Zhao family would be spared from catastrophic destruction. As for the human race in the broken Star Sea, countless casualties were inevitable. But so what? As long as their own people survived, why bother worrying about the fate of others? It's undeniable that the Zhao family's mindset mirrored that of most immortal cultivation families. Such is the nature of island civilization. Due to the geographical barriers and the difficulty of communication, coupled with the confined size of islands, over time, most mortals, and even some cultivators, develop a mindset of indifference. Upon hearing this devastating news, the two foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhao family, who remained on Kyongga Island, were distraught. This was not only because one of the Zhao family's foundation establishment cultivators and 5 late-stage key refining cultivators were now trapped on Longshao Island, their fate uncertain. Another significant factor was the devastating consequences of Longshao Island's fall. Situated between the inner and outer star seas, Longshao Island not only controls a vital transportation route but also serves as the core of the entire outer star sea. Not only does the island possess a third-tier spiritual vein, but nearly 100 first and second-tier branching veins are scattered across thousands of miles of surrounding waters. Countless spiritual mines and fields lie beneath the seabed, offering a wide variety of cultivation resources in exceptional abundance. It is considered a rare high spiritual level region in the Shiansu realm. Normally, Longshao Island is governed by at least one nascent soul stage ancestor. And the 4 sage immortal cultivators are also stationed on the island. Whenever a great tide of sea monsters arrives, Longshao Island bears the brunt of the impact. If the 3 overlords, the Elder, Ba Haizang, and Jiao Long, wish to lead the endless sea beasts into the inner star sea, they must conquer Longshao Island. Choosing to bypass it would, firstly, expose them to the danger of being attacked from both sides. Secondly, they would be vulnerable to being cornered or the sea beasts being divided and broken up, requiring them to be defeated piecemeal. Beyond Longshao Island's resources and military prominence, it is also the undisputed hub for trade and distribution of goods throughout the outer star sea. Beyond cultivating resources, even bulk goods like meat and grain, crucial for mortals, must traditionally be traded centrally on Longshao Island, then distributed and circulated before being shipped to the outer star sea islands. This is the invisible control exercised by the major inner star sea cultivators over the numerous spirit island clans and sects in the outer star sea. However, now that Longshao Island has fallen, what does this mean? All the Zhao family leaders, aware of the gravity of the consequences, frowned with stern expressions. Dinda, quickly go and fetch your master. Within Twanksin Hall, the elders of each Zhao clan and the cultivators were all present. Zhao Yongxin pondered for a moment before decisively instructing Zhao Lingda. Yes, Patriarch, Zhao Lingda quickly replied, turning and leaving. A moment later, Zhao Lingda respectfully led Zhao Sheng into Twanksin Hall. Gazing at the hall's layout and furnishings, Zhao Sheng felt as if he were transported back to Longley Lake centuries ago. He paused for a moment, but quickly collected himself and bowed to Zhao Yongxin and Zhao Hanguang, 2 fellow cultivators. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Yongxin eagerly explained the fall of Longshao Island and the dire situation. Once Zhao Sheng had digested the devastating news, he frankly admitted that the island's food supply would only last for 6 months at most. The fall of Longshao Island meant that the siren tide would not end easily. Would this catastrophe last a year? 2 years? Perhaps even longer? Faced with 300,000 hungry clansmen, Zhao Yongxin, as clan leader, had to prepare for the worst. Zhao Sheng didn't need a detailed explanation, he immediately realized his life of seclusion and self-cultivation was over. As a guest official, ancestor, of the Zhao family, it's my natural duty to contribute to the Zhao family. Besides, I haven't thanked you yet for the 6 Heaven Mayfly shield. Master, please feel free to direct me, Zhao Sheng said bluntly. Zhao Yongxin was overjoyed, his face overflowing with gratitude and relief. After a series of words of thanks, he laid out his plan. In short, they would dispatch the turtle treasure ship as soon as possible to the Starsea Islands, procuring food by any means possible while also trading for cultivation resources. The first target would be Billow Island, known as the Dragon Claw. It was the second largest spiritual island in the outer Star Sea, after Dragon Head Island. Thousands of small and medium-sized islands dotted within 1,000 miles, renowned not only for its prosperous trade but also for its grain production. 7 days later, in a certain sea area, the once calm, azure surface suddenly began to boil. Vast swathes of white foam billowed out, and beneath the veil, a stream of blue-flagged swordfish, over 3 meters long, suddenly leaped from the surface, madly crashing into a gleaming, double-decked, three-masted ocean vessel. Among these blue-flagged swordfish were even larger, first-tier swordfish. Sharp, sword-like rays of light shot out from their long spines, piercing and slashing every living thing on board. The blue-flag swordfish is a small, gregarious, and gentle marine fish. It possesses a bony spine resembling a long sword on its head, long, flag-shaped fins on its back, and is covered in tough scales. An average adult swordfish typically grows to over 3 meters in length and swims faster than a land horse, easily covering 1,000 miles in a single day and night. Generally, a first-tier demon fish may emerge from a shoal of 10 swordfish, while a shoal of over 100 often produces a second-tier leader. A second-tier blue flag swordfish, at least 2 meters in size, can swim through the seawater at speeds comparable to those of a Foundation establishment cultivator using a flying device. The spiritual spikes on its head are exceptionally tough and as sharp as a low-grade flying sword. Normally, schools of blue flag swordfish wouldn't attack passing ships, but now they transformed into a terrifyingly efficient group of killers. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng cowered behind the crowd at the hatch below the second deck, bravely shouting a rallying cry. "Hold on. My master will definitely return. Brothers and uncles, hold on." The protective shield of the Kyungi treasure ship had been shattered a quarter of an hour earlier by the relentless pounding and slamming of the blue flag swordfish. The 25 key refining members of the Zhao family were forced to retreat to the cabins and corners, relying on the sturdy hull to form small groups of 2 or 3, struggling to resist the swordfish's attacks. Blood flowed across the deck, and the strong smell of blood filled the cabin. Deep scratches resembling sword marks covered the treasure ship's deck, and the 3 sails were riddled with holes, most of them torn apart. 2 of the 3 masts had been broken. Facing a massive school of nearly 1,000 blue flag swordfish, everyone on board felt a sense of despair. Furthermore, since the attack, Taoist Master Senhizi, who had been in charge of the treasure ship, had suddenly plunged into the sea and had not been seen since. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. In the waters 100 feet below the Kyungi treasure ship, Zhao Sheng's face was solemn, surrounded by 3 layers of profound ice. Outside the ice wall, 6 streaks of black light whirled at lightning speed, blocking the incoming streams of thick, azure swordlight 3 feet away. Meanwhile, a few feet away, in the murky waters, 5 massive, slender, dark azure shadows swiftly circled Zhao Sheng, moving rapidly forward, backward, left, and right. Chapter 209, Hidden Dangers of Kung Fu. At that moment, 3 massive fish carcasses slowly sank in the sea beneath Zhao Sheng's feet. These 3 second-tier demonic fish were intact, their scales neatly arranged, and without a single visible wound. However, their eyes were blasted with bloody, fist-sized holes, from which streams of sticky pink brain matter flowed, quickly dispersing into the surrounding seawater. The battle between the human and demon hadn't been fierce, merely a few lightning-fast blows exchanged, but each encounter ended with the death of a second-tier blue flag swordfish. The blue flag swordfish's attack method was remarkably simple. It was renowned for its lightning-fast swimming speed and its indestructible spines. Imagine a blue flag swordfish weighing thousands of pounds, as large as a wild elephant, bearing a spine as sharp as a sword, charging at terrifying supersonic speeds. The force and destructive power would be immense. Even a mountain standing in its way would be punctured, let alone a human. In reality, facing the sea assassins, who converted their superkinetic energy into lethal force, the Liu Mayfly shield was too light and flew away at the first impact, rendering it completely useless. As the saying goes, the common sense of military tactics, the subtlety of their application, lies in the heart. Different enemies naturally require different approaches. In underwater combat, the resistance of the seawater must be considered. Zhao Sheng simply abandoned his golden essence flying sword, relying solely on his magic. With a qualitative transformation of his spiritual power, the once effective golden essence flying sword gradually became less effective, sometimes even failing to match the destructive power of a single spell, necessitating a higher-grade attacking spiritual weapon. The second-level blue flag swordfish, already highly intelligent, became extremely cautious after 3 consecutive losses, refusing to attack easily. Instead, they circled Zhao Sheng rapidly, waiting for an opening. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng decided not to initiate a fight. Unbeknownst to everyone, outside the triple wall of profound ice, teardrop-sized droplets of water rapidly condensed in the darkness. Once formed, they instantly and silently merged into the surrounding murky waters. These droplets, known as the one-element heavy water sword, possess the properties of being incredibly heavy, sharp, penetrating, and stable. They evolved from Zhao Sheng's spell, the dripping sword. The dripping sword itself originated from the water condensation ring, the first basic spell Zhao Sheng learned in his previous life. The water condensation ring is the simplest water-attributed trick, composed of 5 basic runes forming a stable water vein ring. Activating it with a single burst of spiritual energy, it condenses a vast amount of water mist. In fact, the water condensation ring can be used to derive a vast array of first-tier water-based spells, such as Water Ball, Water Arrow, and Mist Cloud. The dripping sword is a new first-tier spell Zhao Sheng developed in his previous life, uniquely his ultimate skill. After 2 lifetimes of cultivating immortals, Zhao Sheng gained a profound understanding of the way of water. He then innovated and deduced the second-level true method, 1 yuan heavy water sword. In a matter of moments, nearly 101 yuan heavy water swords condensed into form. This number had reached the limit of Zhao Sheng's control. Observing the endless second-level demonic fish swimming around him, he smiled faintly and deliberately exposed a flaw. The 6 harmonies Mayfly shield suddenly slowed down, rapidly slowing down. The outermost layer of the triple-layered profound water wall also suddenly collapsed. Beasts are still beasts after all. Even the second-level demonic fish, with their greatly enhanced spirituality, cannot escape the shackles of instinct. Seeing their prey vulnerable, the 5 second-level blue flag swordfish, already plagued by bloodlust, instantly gleamed fiercely. With a sharp swipe of their tails, their dorsal fins suddenly erected. A shimmer of green light surged from between their scales, instantly enveloping the entire body. Bang, bang, bang. 5 water explosions erupted almost simultaneously, and as 5 vortexes of green light exploded, 5 streaks of green light swift as lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 3 meters. 5 indestructible fish spines pierced Zhao Sheng's head, chest, and abdomen, among other vital points. Under the immense force of the impact, the 2 layers of black ice wall seemed to have become as crisp as biscuits, crumbling at the slightest touch. Ferocious and cunning, cold-blooded and merciless. The blue flag swordfish lived up to its reputation as the killer of the sea, possessing an innate ability to kill its enemies with a single strike. Just as Zhao Sheng was about to be torn to pieces, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and the world slowed to a crawl. With a thud, the 10 yuan heavy water swords closest to the heads of the 5 second-tier demon fish, controlled by his spiritual consciousness, shot out, aiming directly at the demon fish's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds, like cracking eggs, suddenly filled Zhao Sheng's mind. He clearly saw a crystal-clear teardrop easily break through the hard eyelids and plunge into the blue flag swordfish's eyeball. As the juices were squeezed out, a fist-sized hole slowly formed, leading deep into the demonic fish's brain. Puff. All the one-element heavy water swords suddenly exploded within the brain, instantly blasting the brains of the 5 demonic fish into pulp. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng slowly rose, dodging the oncoming fish bones and the massive bodies. Bang! In the next second, the world returned to normal, and the 5 massive bodies violently collided. Fish bones crisscrossed, each piercing deeply into the bodies of their companions. In the Xianzhu realm, the average strength of a second-tier demonic beast is roughly comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, generally speaking, ordinary second-tier demonic beasts are often no match for Foundation establishment cultivators, and the reason is self-evident. Zhao Sheng is a powerful late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, his strength far surpassing that of most of his peers. Despite the presence of 8 second-level blue flag swordfish, Zhao Sheng didn't need to resort to clever tactics like he had just done. Even in a head-on confrontation, they would still be no match for him. This was because a major boss within the group had remained invisible from the beginning, perhaps lurking in the shadows, watching him intently. Zhao Sheng found it hard to believe that a school of nearly 1,000 swordfish could be led by 8 second-level demon fish. Perhaps there were even more powerful swordfish kings among them. This was one of the reasons Zhao Sheng hesitated to engage in a reckless fight. Perhaps he was overthinking it, or perhaps the boss behind the scenes was frightened by Zhao Sheng's ruthless tactics and unsure of his strength. As soon as the 8 second-level swordfish were dead, the group above, like frightened sheep, suddenly woke from their bloodlust and scattered, escaping further and deeper into the sea. Zhao Sheng had no desire to chase after the smaller fish. After collecting the corpses of the 8 second-level demon fish, he slipped out of the water. Elsewhere, the battle aboard the Kyungi treasure ship suddenly ceased as the green flag swordfish fled. Seeing the swordfish suddenly vanish, the Zhao clan members were overjoyed, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped death. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng broke through the sea surface, soaring from the water onto the deck and landing. "Guest Zhao, Senior Senhizi, Master, you're finally back. We've suffered a great loss this time." Upon seeing Zhao Sheng appear, Zhao Lingda, Zhao Gaoji, and other members of the Zhao clan felt a surge of support. They flocked to greet him with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Later, with Zhao Sheng's comfort, they gradually calmed down. Although the swordfish attack wasn't long, the casualties were devastating. Not only were all the Zhao clan members injured, but 6 were killed, including a member of the Hong generation, who had reached the 7th level of key refining. The treasure ship was also battered and damaged, with 2 masts broken. The treasure ship was forced to rest for 3 days, repairing its hull and masts before it sailed again for Billow Island. During the remainder of the voyage, Zhao Sheng and his companions were attacked several more times by sea beasts, though none were as formidable as the blue flag swordfish. Zhao Sheng easily dealt with them single-handedly, needing no intervention from the younger generation. 7 days later, the turtle treasure ship slowly entered a bustling bay. Rows of ships of various sizes were docked at the nearby dock, while the nearby seas were bustling with activity. Looking out, treasure ships of comparable size, or even several times larger, could be seen slowly entering and exiting. Clearly, news of the fall of Dragonhead Island had spread throughout the Shattered Star Sea, instantly transforming Billow Island into the new core of the Outer Star Sea. Amidst these complex factors, the area suddenly became utterly prosperous. After a long wait, a vacant space finally opened up at the dock, and the turtle treasure ship finally docked. As soon as the ship docked, the Zhao family eagerly disembarked. Zhao Sheng didn't need to worry about the Zhao family's purchase of food and other supplies on Billow Island. A dedicated person would take care of it. The treasure ship would remain at the dock for a few days before returning with everything. This gave Zhao Sheng a few days of free time to attend to his own affairs. Half a day later, in the treasure house in Dongbi Market, a middle-aged man in a plain white robe, with an elegant appearance, sat opposite Zhao Sheng in an elegant room. Zhao Sheng spoke bluntly, "Shopkeeper Gao, I'm here to buy a shell pearl. It must be at least 1,000 years old, and the higher the grade, the better. Does your building have such treasures?" The elegant middle-aged man smiled and said, "Of course we have 1,000-year-old shell pearls. But a spirit pearl nurtured by a 1,000-year-old spirit shell is equivalent to a 3rd-level demon pill, and is very expensive. Moreover, such treasures cannot generally be traded for spirit stones, unless the Taoist priest offers you top-grade spirit stones. Top-grade spirit stones are rare, and I certainly don't have any, but would you consider this?" Zhao Sheng said, pulling out the elixir bottle containing the Foundation Establishment pill, unsealing it, and holding it out to the man. The elegant middle-aged man's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Foundation Establishment pill? Taoist priest, what a generous offer, can I?" Yes, of course," the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "That depends on the quality of the shell pearl that shopkeeper Gao can offer," Zhao Sheng said calmly. "Master, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." With that, the elegant middle-aged man hurriedly left the room. A moment later, he returned, beaming with joy. "Master, you've finally arrived at the right time. We've just received a 3,000-year-old pearl, its quality rivaling that of a 4th-tier demon pill." Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the treasure house with an expressionless face, disappearing into the bustling crowd. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng, now in a new guise, appeared in the Kitten Pavilion, an elixir shop. Kitten Pavilion is the largest elixir shop on Billow Island, owned by the Kitten sect, a renowned alchemy sect in the Broken Star Sea. Upon arriving, Zhao Sheng unabashedly exuded his powerful aura. The shopkeeper, sensing the powerful spiritual energy emanating from the front hall, hurried to the front and respectfully ushered Zhao Sheng into the back hall. Foundation Establishment cultivators are the backbone of the immortal cultivation world. In the Broken Star Sea, a single Foundation Establishment cultivator is enough to rule a spiritual island. By the time one reaches the late Foundation Establishment stage, they can command a population exceeding 1 million, but below the Golden Core stage. Take Jiazhen Island, for example. One of the 36 constellation spiritual islands, Jiazhen Island's sphere of influence spans a vast expanse of sea, boasting nearly 10,000 cultivators, including over 100 at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, over the centuries, only 3 giant and true immortals have been publicly recognized. Including suspected figures like Zhao Sheng, there are no more than 7 giant and level cultivators. In any realm of immortal cultivation, giant and true immortals are considered high-ranking warriors. Because their numbers are extremely limited and they cultivate in seclusion year after year, they rarely appear to the public. Therefore, cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage are often the most powerful warriors the world has ever seen, and their status is undeniable. In the back hall reception room, after the waiter served the spiritual tea, the owner of Kitten Pavilion cautiously inquired about Zhao Sheng's purpose. Zhao Sheng's proactive disclosure of his cultivation level clearly had his own agenda. He made no secret of his purpose and spoke directly to the point. I have come to your pavilion today to seek a piece of the Jijin Dan. The owner of the Qidan Pavilion was a short, stout old man with white hair and a youthful face. He wore a red robe that exuded a faint fragrance of elixir. The short, stout old man was startled at the words, his expression instantly becoming very strange. After a moment of hesitation, he said hesitantly, Senior, please don't embarrass me. A treasure as precious as the Jijin Dan is beyond my reach. Not only does the Qidan Pavilion not have it, I'm afraid no other alchemy shop on Billow Island dares to carry such a treasure. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said in a calm tone, You don't have it here, but does the Qidan sect not have it either? If you wish to make a contribution, please notify the Qidan sect as soon as possible and ask them to send someone to trade. I can still stay on Billow Island for a while. The short, stout old man felt his scalp tingle at the words, and instantly realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Senior, please wait a moment. I will immediately send a message to the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the room, looking completely unaffected by his age. Inside his room, Zhao Sheng picked up his teacup and slowly sipped the spiritual tea while pondering. In recent days, while cultivating, he had repeatedly felt the barrier at the 9th level of foundation establishment begin to loosen, vaguely sensing the opportunity to advance to the 9th level. Once he successfully reached the 9th level, he would be close to achieving Dan core formation. To this end, Zhao Sheng had to prepare early. Just now at the treasure house, he had traded 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills for a 3,000-year spirit pearl, a preemptive measure. The Zuanun heavy water art he was currently cultivating was obtained from the Guian sect, now the Blood Demon sect, in a previous life. He had initially thought he had the complete text, but when he truly practiced the second half, he discovered that the Guian sect had also laid a trap. The Zuanun heavy water art was missing a crucial magical technique. As mentioned earlier, Giantans Henren are divided into 2 categories, true and false. A true Giantans Henren, with a lifespan of 800 years, can spontaneously condense a Giantan, golden elixir, without the aid of external objects. Upon the completion of the Giantan, miraculous phenomena occur, and these phenomena stem from supernatural powers. A Giantans Henren inevitably cultivates a magical power technique, similar to the innate spells of demonic beasts. This power is not only activated by thought, but also consumes minimal energy, yet possesses immense power, making it far more versatile than ordinary magical tools. The Zuanun Changshuju omitted the section on how to construct the innate magical power seed, nearly severing Zhao Sheng's path to refining the Giantan, forcing him to resort to the devious path of relying on external objects. The final pages of the Zuanun Changshuju are devoted to magical weapons, detailing the refining method for a magical weapon called the Zhenhe Pearl. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Chapter 209 Shekunglao and Xianai's Henshu. The embryo of the sea pearl requires a shell pearl, the higher the grade, the better. That 3,000-year-old spirit pearl was intended for refining the sea-suppressing pearl. However, he wasn't satisfied with it, hoping to find a higher quality spirit pearl in the future, preferably one over 10,000 years old. Shell pearls over 10,000 years old are called spiritual pearls, and using them to refine magical weapons, at least of the highest quality, would be of immense help in breaking through the nascent soul's barrier in the future. Then again, Zhao Sheng wasn't completely hopeless of reaching the true elixir stage. All magical skills and techniques were created and deduced by those who came before him. He wasn't arrogant, nor was he self-deprecating. If their predecessors could do it, so could he. He was thinking this. The short, stout owner of Kitten Pavilion ran excitedly into the living room, shouting, "It's done! It's done! Senior, the sect just sent back a message saying they'll send a special envoy to meet with you. Please be patient and wait a few days." "Well, thank you, fellow Taoist," Zhao Sheng said, gently setting down his teacup, a smile on his face, and a slight bow. "Ah, this is what I'm supposed to do." "Senior, there's no need to do this," the short, stout old man waved his hands hurriedly at this. Zhao Sheng added, "I still need yin-yang green shoe fruit, soul leech goo powder, and illusion desire butterfly eggs. I wonder if Kitten Pavilion has these 3 elixirs." The short, stout old man thought for a moment and replied confidently, "The elixirs you mentioned are very rare. Kitten Pavilion currently only has the yin-yang green shoe fruit. The other 2 need to be transported from elsewhere. If you're not in a hurry, could you please wait a few days?" "I'm not in a hurry. You can go and get them. But make sure the quality of the elixirs is good enough." "Don't worry, Senior. I would never dare to ruin Kitten Pavilion's reputation." After leaving Kitten Pavilion, Zhao Sheng wandered around the market, entering and exiting several shops. After purchasing what he needed, he returned to the Kyungi treasure ship. While the Zhao family was busy buying various supplies, Zhao Sheng, who had just returned to the treasure ship, immediately entered his private cabin on the 2nd deck and secluded himself. Upon entering the cabin, Zhao Sheng flicked his hand and flung out 4 barrier talismans. These talismans flew out, landing on the 4 sides of the ship. Suddenly, 4 layers of spiritual light rose, enveloping the entire cabin in an instant. Zhao Sheng walked to the back of the cabin and sat cross-legged on a cushion. He pondered for a moment, then pulled an apricot yellow storage bag from his bosom. He shook the bag, and a plain bamboo basket flew out of its opening and landed in Zhao Sheng's hand. The basket was emerald green, but the weaving was crude, with gaps visible between the strips. Yet, within, the basket held a pool of clear water. Slightly tilted, the clear water rippled and flowed slowly through the bamboo crevices, seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing any leakage. Within the gently rippling water, a small fish, emitting a multicolored halo, swam leisurely, occasionally casting streaks of vibrant color. Zhao Sheng's expression remained calm as he formed hand seals with his hands. Streams of bright blue spiritual energy shot out from between his hands, striking the bamboo basket before him. The basket was quickly enveloped in a rich blue glow, as if enveloped by a cloud of blue mist. Within this mist, wisps of blue light undulated, constantly striking every bamboo strip on the basket's surface, attempting to refine them. However, this yielded little success. After an hour of continuous refining, a faint wisp of blue light finally permeated the basket's surface. Ever since acquiring this magical bamboo basket over 20 years ago, Zhao Sheng had been constantly attempting to refine it. Perhaps due to incompatible properties or a lack of a crucial refining technique, his progress remained unsatisfactory, with even the first barrier remaining unrefined. However, Zhao Sheng's efforts had not been entirely in vain. At least he had gained a deeper understanding of this magical weapon. This bamboo basket was a wood-type magical weapon with special properties, woven from the nearly extinct ancient Yuankong bamboo from the Xianzhou realm. Its rank was high, with 6 currently detectable treasure prohibitions. Perhaps even deeper within the magic weapon contained new prohibitions, though Zhao Sheng's current divine sense was unable to perceive them. The rank of a magic weapon was determined not only by its inherent quality, but also by the number of prohibitions it contained. Generally speaking, a magic weapon could contain up to 9 prohibitions, with 3 being the highest rank. 6 or more prohibitions were considered top grade. 4 to 6 prohibitions were considered mid-grade, while 3 or fewer were considered low-grade. Faced with a treasure that could very well be a top-grade weapon, or even a treasure of ancient caliber, one could only imagine the immense effort Zhao Sheng had expended over the years refining it. 2 hours later, nearly half of his Danshan spiritual energy had been depleted, and a look of surprise crossed Zhao Sheng's face. His hands flashed with afterimages, and bright blue spiritual energy poured down onto the bamboo basket like a waterfall. Vast clouds of spiritual energy, so dense they threatened to dissolve into liquid, filled the cabin with a dazzling blue light. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes shone with divine light, A golden beam suddenly shot out from his purple mansion, instantly reaching the surface of the bamboo basket. It then vanished into the magical weapon, fading into a dark void before disappearing into vast, frosty, and cold light. Zhao Sheng was overjoyed. Over 20 years of painstaking effort had paid off. He had finally refined the first of its magical restrictions. The moment he refined it, a flood of information suddenly flooded his mind, all about the magical weapon, including its name and the most basic manipulation techniques. Zhao Sheng then realized that its true name was the Shekung Basket, a dual-attribute magical weapon of the void and wood elements. It contained 8 magical restrictions, placing it at the very top of the tier. The Shekung Basket's tier was too high, and Zhao Sheng's strength was too low. Refining the first restriction was already his limit. He could probably only control it briefly, not use it against the enemy. Even so, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction. At least he knew the Shekung Basket was an extremely precious and rare artifact of the highest tier. Don't forget, the void-snatching basket and the unknown magical weapon in the ancient painting are most likely one and the same. The combination of the two is at least of top-grade quality. This alone gave him incredibly fascinating possibilities. Zhao Sheng suppressed the urge to retrieve the ancient painting. It was extremely dangerous, not something he could touch at this moment. Whoosh! With a thought, he unleashed a magical spell with his right hand. The void-snatching basket instantly lifted off the ground, expanding to approximately 10 feet in size. A shimmering emerald green glow gradually emerged from its surface, and a beam of white light burst forth from its mouth. Within this beam of light, a crystal droplet the size of a soybean bobbed and sank. Though infinitesimally small, it exuded an indescribable immensity. Its sudden appearance caused a cloud of mist to rise in the cabin, and countless tiny droplets quickly condensed on the bulkhead. Within the droplets, the 5-element spirit fish, now shrunken countless times, still carefreely swam in the water, seemingly oblivious to the drastic changes taking place outside. Zhao Sheng was deeply shocked by this astonishing sight and exclaimed, "Xian'ai true water." It's Xian'ai true water. The origin of this Xian'ai true water was truly astonishing. Its fame among the true waters of heaven and earth was comparable to that of the golden crow true fire. This water wasn't native to this world, but rather descended from the starry sea and void. Legend has it that it was the purest water left after the destruction of a world. It was considered the finest true water of heaven and earth, second only to the innate divine water. Xian'ai true water contained a trace of the great principles of water, and a single drop could transform into a 1,000-foot-high wave. Whether it was being refined into treasure carrying the Dao or harnessed to comprehend the Dao of water, it was extremely useful. Zhao Sheng had never expected the sky-shooting basket to contain such a precious treasure. He had previously assumed it was pure spiritual water, but the surprise came so suddenly. The mist in the cabin grew thicker, transforming into fine raindrops that fell to the floor and onto Zhao Sheng's face. Feeling the cool water droplets dripping onto his face, Zhao Sheng was immediately startled as he saw the strange phenomenon of water vapor around him becoming more and more obvious. He quickly controlled the bamboo basket and put the Xian'ai true water back into it. Then, he waved his hand and released a blue light, which completely dispelled the water droplets and water vapor in the cabin. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he finished doing this, he heard a sudden knock on the cabin door. Zhao Sheng was startled again and instantly released his spiritual sense. He saw his apprentice Zhao Lingde and the white-robed Zhao Dali standing outside the cabin door. He waved his hand, and the cabin door creaked open without wind. "Dingda, what do you want from me?" Zhao Sheng said expressionlessly. Zhao Lingde observed his expression and immediately thought to himself that something was wrong. His mustache quirked, his eyes rolled, and he spoke in a very obedient manner. "Master, Zhao Dali wants to see you." "Why don't you ask him why?" Zhao Dali, standing nearby, blushed and cursed Zhao Lingde for being despicable and shameless. Seeing the situation was bad, he immediately betrayed his teammates. He saw Taoist's and Heezi's gaze fall on him. Zhao Dali hurriedly bowed and spoke cautiously. "Guest Zhao, when we went to buy grain just now, we ran into a shady merchant. We had agreed to pay 3 times the price for 1,000,000 dan of grain, but after we loaded it into the warehouse, we discovered that 30% of the grain had been replaced with inferior goods, and another 10% had rotted. We tried to reason with the merchant, but he was so rude and unreasonable that he even summoned a foundation establishment cultivator. After a disagreement, he detained several of us and only released me, demanding we pay a ransom. It's truly despicable, Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow at this. From what he heard, it seemed the Zhao family had run into a dishonest merchant, one who is clearly confident and exploiting their local power to bully outsiders. As a guest of the Zhao family, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Dingda will remain on the ship. Dolly, take me to take a look. Zhao Sheng brushed his sleeves, stood up, and spoke solemnly. Zhao Dolly's face lit up, and he nodded quickly in agreement. The rest was simple. With Zhao Sheng, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, stepping in, he didn't even need to say a word. Simply by exuding his aura, he instantly made the other party surrender and apologize. Such was the power of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's intimidation. As it turned out, Zhao Sheng's presence alone removed the summoned mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator from even the courage to strike, instantly yielding. The shopkeepers' attitudes suddenly changed, not only lowering their grain prices by 30% but also removing their old grain and replacing it with the new crop of the season. 3 days later, in Zibi Xianfang, a sword rainbow flew from the sky, swiftly descending into the market. A moment later, Zhao Sheng, disguised as a middle-aged man with a withered face, strolled through the market streets, his gaze scanning the shops and the people on either side. Compared to the bustling Dongbi market, Zibi Xianfang, despite being located deep within the island mainland, was even more bustling. On the streets, the sounds of hawkers rang out one after another, and countless stalls filled both sides of the streets. The streets were full of people, including humans wearing colorful thin clothes and brocades, as well as aliens with unusual appearances, and many who were obviously immortal cultivators. They had arrogant demeanors and were often surrounded by people. Most of these people came from the broken Star Sea Islands. Because of the threat of the sea monster tide, the trading atmosphere in the market was extremely hot at this time. Countless people with different expressions kept going in and out of the nearby shops, frantically buying all kinds of goods. Zhao Sheng saw many markets along the way, but only the market on Jiazhan Island could compare. Zhao Sheng walked and stopped all the way, spending more than half an hour, turning several streets, before arriving at a wide square. This was the busiest section of the market, covering several acres. A white jade statue, roughly 10 feet tall, stood in the center. It resembled a dignified and graceful female immortal, her jade white robes fluttering, a faint halo shimmering upon its surface. A subtle yet cold aura of authority emanated from the statue. Nearby, numerous independent cultivators were setting up stalls, their various materials and spiritual medicines densely packed on the ground, while various magical instruments and talismans shone with a myriad of spiritual radiances. The square was bustling with people, jostling each other, their shouts blazing incessantly, evoking the bustling atmosphere of a worldly bazaar. Surrounding the square stood several magnificent high-rise buildings, their walls aglow with spiritual light, a majestic and imposing presence. These towering structures were owned by several of Billow Island's major families, operating lucrative businesses within them. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he entered one of the largest alchemy shops adjacent to the square. A moment later, Zhao Sheng left the shop, his Nikongai now stocked with a large quantity of spiritual herbs. He then walked a short distance before turning and entering another medicine shop. He spent nearly half a day wandering the market. Zhao Sheng visited several major medicine shops throughout the market, purchasing foundation-building spiritual herbs and inquiring about any golden core elixir-forming herbs. Zhao Sheng did this deliberately, hoping to spread the word. In the immortal cultivation market, some secrets might remain secret forever, while others were deliberately revealed. So, word quickly spread that a late-stage foundation-building cultivator wanted to buy a golden core elixir, and that this person was suspected to be a second-level alchemist. By then, Zhao Sheng had changed his makeup and was visiting prominent shops, inquiring about 1 yuan heavy water and shell pearls. He discovered that Billow Island lived up to its reputation as the Dragon Claw of the Outer Sea, a large spiritual island. Shell pearls were indeed plentiful, sold in nearly every shop, and nearly all of them were 1,000-year-old. However, he only managed to find one over 3,000 years old after searching the market, and none over 5,000 years old. As for the whereabouts of the 1 yuan heavy water, inquiries revealed that due to its scarcity, it was mostly held by a few major families, and would only occasionally appear at auction once or twice over the years. Zhao Sheng was naturally dissatisfied with this result, but as night fell, he returned to the turtle treasure ship, entered the cabin, set up a barrier, and began to meditate. Chapter 211 Don't be alarmed, let's see you outside the cave. 3 days later, The sky cleared after the rain. Zhao Sheng strolled into the kitten pavilion. As soon as he entered, he was immediately recognized, and the clerk immediately ran to the backyard to inform the shopkeeper. A short while later, a short, stout old man trotted into the front hall. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng, he said with a fawning smile, "Senior, you've arrived just in time. Please follow me. The special envoy has been waiting for you." "Yes, please lead the way." The short, stout old man nodded in agreement and bowed, leading Zhao Sheng to the back. After passing through a courtyard, they arrived at a unique and elegant room. The short, stout old man took his leave, and a maid served him spiritual tea. Zhao Sheng took a sip of the tea and casually surveyed the room. Ancient paintings hung on the walls, and a few magical instruments were displayed on a nearby display case. In the corner, a few pots of vibrant passion flowers exuded a faint fragrance. Although the room was elegantly decorated, it didn't catch his eye. He could only say it was thoughtful. Before long, the light curtain at the entrance suddenly rippled, and a large man in a red robe broke through the curtain and walked in from outside. The red-robed man was over 10 feet tall, his body bulging with muscle. Despite his face, a strange calmness emanated from his features. A faint medicinal fragrance couldn't conceal his elegant demeanor. The contrast between his towering figure and his own was jarring. Upon seeing him, Zhao Sheng felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't fathom his true nature. His aura was like a vast ocean, ethereal and unfathomable. Zhao Sheng rose to his feet and bowed, saying, "I am Senhizi, a humble Taoist priest. Greetings, senior, no need for formalities, young friend. My surname is Chu, and my given name is Cheju. Those familiar with me call me Old Nine Chu. Those unfamiliar with me call me Master Jiechi." Zhao Sheng's expression changed, and he immediately bowed again, saying, "Junior Senhizi, greetings to Master Jiechi." "No thanks, no thanks. Sit down." The large man, Master Jiechi, flicked his sleeves. An invisible energy surged forth, easily lifting Zhao Sheng to his feet. Zhao Sheng rose to his feet, awestruck. He hadn't expected the kitten sect to send a master as a special envoy for a mere Jindan. Even though Chu Chiji was a fake Dan master was still a real person, not someone to be easily summoned. After the two men sat down, Nine Foolish Immortal spoke directly. "Young friend, do you really want to buy a golden elixir? I dare not lie to you. I have indeed come here for the golden elixir. I just wonder what conditions your sect has in place to spare one, haha. Purchasing a golden elixir isn't so easy. It's impossible to find in any market in the Broken Star Sea. Even if it occasionally appears at auction, not only is the quality questionable, but the price is also sky high. So, young friend Senhizi, what treasure can you offer in exchange for the golden elixir?" "I've brought one this time," Nine Foolish Immortal asked with a smile. "How about 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Zhao Sheng asked calmly. "Haha, young friend, you seem to be a generous person. 1,000,000 spirit stones is more than enough for a golden elixir. But with the world in such turmoil these days, 1,000,000 spirit stones is nothing but empty talk. Try another one." Nine Foolish Immortal chuckled, looking as if he had one. "Master, stop teasing me. You've been testing me from the beginning. I think you had it in mind before you even met me. Just tell me what your conditions are," Zhao Sheng said with a faint smile. "I do have them, but it depends on whether you're qualified. Show me your full strength, I'm going to take action." Master Jiechi's smile faded, his voice cold. Zhao Sheng's mind raced at this, a realization dawning within him. But this opportunity was rare, and he couldn't let it slip. "Please," his expression was sullen, and a glint suddenly shone in his eyes. A few minutes later, the elegant room was in shambles, filled with steam. The only intact part of the room was the redwood chair where Master Jiechi had sat. Across from him, Zhao Sheng's face paled slightly, but his breathing remained steady, the glint in his eyes gradually fading. "Excellent. I didn't expect you could hold my hand for even a cup of tea." Master Jiechi's eyes gleamed with wonder, and he stood up with a look of delight, his eyes filled with admiration for Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng calmed his boiling blood and qi, and the spiritual energy in his limbs and bones returned to his danshan. He spoke calmly, "Master, I wonder if I'm qualified." "Of course I am. I can exchange the golden elixir for yours, but before that, you must sign a contract with our sect," Master Jiechi initially affirmed, then changed the subject. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he whispered, "What contract? Can I take a look before I make a decision?" "Of course." Master Jiechi flipped his hand, then tossed it. A golden plate emitting a faint golden glow flew out and landed steadily in Zhao Sheng's hand. Zhao Sheng looked down at the golden plate in his hand, and lines of ancient Tai spiritual script came into view. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng left the Kitten Pavilion with an expressionless face. In the backyard of the Kitten Pavilion, True Man Jiechi gazed westward with a strange gleam in his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, resting on the retreating Zhao Sheng. He muttered to himself, "How strange. This little fellow seems to have quite a few secrets. I could barely fathom his whereabouts. And what's with those blue eyes? Could it be another hidden trick planted by the high priest? Would he be willing to part with them? No, this must be reported to Elder Lingyun immediately." With this thought, True Man Jiechi vanished from the Kitten Pavilion in a flash. A moment later, Zhao Sheng hurried back to the Kyungi treasure ship, closed the cabin once more, and after casting a barrier, a golden elixir bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. His expression solemn yet tinged with excitement, Zhao Sheng lifted the seal from the elixir bottle with a single hand, and with a thud, a brilliant golden light emanated from the bottle, followed by a rich elixir fragrance. When Zhao Sheng saw the perfectly round, shimmering golden pill in the vase, his eyes flashed with delight. Although this golden core pill was of low quality, obtaining it so easily was a stroke of luck. Therefore, despite signing a 100-year guardianship contract and paying nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones worth of talismans, elixirs, and other treasures, Zhao Sheng still felt it was well worth it. The 100-year guardianship contract stipulated that upon reaching the Golden Core realm, Zhao Sheng would be assigned the role of guardian of the Kitten sect for 100 years. Guardians are a common position within the various sects of the immortal cultivation world. They serve as a foundational asset, secretly safeguarding the sect's lineage and rarely revealing themselves unless faced with a critical moment. The Kitten sect used the Golden Core as bait to lure casual foundation establishment cultivators like Zhao Sheng into signing a guardianship contract. Not only was the price reasonable, but if anyone successfully achieved a Golden Core, the Kitten sect would effortlessly gain a Golden Core level combatant, effectively increasing their luck by 100 years. To this day, almost no one knows how many protectors the Kitten sect possesses. Yet, throughout history, these protectors have repeatedly saved the Kitten sect from the brink of extinction. This unwavering profit-making business has been practiced by the Kitten sect for thousands of years. Half an incense stick later, Zhao Sheng returned the golden elixir to the elixir bottle and carefully stowed it away. He pondered for a moment, muttering to himself, "One isn't enough. It would be great if I had a few more. I wonder how the news is spreading. I need to make another trip to Zibafang before returning." But, thinking of the shrunken storage bag, Zhao Sheng's expression shifted, his eyes flickering as if he were pondering something. At that moment, his mind was made up. With a wave of his sleeves, a small, dark black cauldron soared into the air. It spun in the air, instantly expanding into a massive, 2 or 3 feet tall. A crimson gold fire dragon suddenly emerged from the cauldron. After circling 3 times, it transformed into a blazing golden flame, sinking beneath the cauldron and burning quietly. This was the 9-dragon cauldron. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a pile of bottles and jars suddenly appeared before him. With a single flip, he instantly grasped the 1,000-patterned star algae fruit. Then, with a flick of his finger, the fruit shot out, accurately landing in the cauldron. Zhao Sheng engaged his hands in a series of alchemy techniques, releasing streams of spiritual energy. The burning golden flame surged, filling the cabin with golden light and rapidly raising the temperature. 5 days passed in a flash. Zhao Sheng, reeking of the fragrance of elixir, emerged from the cabin. Meanwhile, the Zhao family members were waiting anxiously outside. Upon seeing the person emerge, Zhao Lingda, a registered disciple, immediately stepped forward and greeted, "Welcome, Master." From retreat, the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed suit. Zhao Sheng waved the greeting away and offered a few soothing words. Seeing this, Zhao Lingda inquired, "Master, everything has been purchased. When do you think we should set off?" Zhao Sheng frowned slightly and whispered, "Wait a few days. I have something to attend to." Zhao Lingda nodded immediately, and the others dared not object. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng's sword landed on the central square of Zibi Xianfang. Without stopping, he turned and walked towards a large pharmacy adjacent to the square. A moment later, in an elegant room of the pharmacy, Zhao Sheng stood tall and graceful, smiling. "Since your shop doesn't have it at the moment, I might as well look elsewhere. By the way, this is a batch of foundation establishment pills I just refined. The shopkeeper has an exceptional eye. How about you please taste it?" As he spoke, he pulled a pill bottle from his bosom and poured out a fragrant red elixir, offering it to the white-haired shopkeeper across from him. "Hey, Taoist priest, you can actually refine a foundation establishment pill. I just didn't recognize a true alchemist. Please forgive me." The white-haired shopkeeper apologized profusely as he carefully took the foundation establishment pill and examined it closely, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. He noticed that the foundation establishment pill still had a fiery aura, clearly having been refined only a few days ago. Even more remarkable was that its quality reached the level of a mid-grade pill. This was incredible. "Shopkeeper, if your shop has any more golden elixirs in the future, please give me some time. I can sell you this foundation establishment pill at the normal price," Zhao Sheng said calmly. "Very good. If I ever find a golden elixir, I will definitely keep it for you for a while, but no more than a year. I'm sure you know this thing is very hot to the touch, so you must not keep it for too long." "Yes, I understand. I'm glad you understand. Please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." 2/4 of an hour later, Zhao Sheng left behind a 10,000 miles line talisman, took a large bag of medium-grade spirit stones, and leisurely left the shop. After walking for a while and turning halfway around the street, he slipped into another shop. In the backyard, the shopkeeper with a horse-like face was all smiles. He patted his chest and promised, "No problem. If there is anyone you want heavy water in the future, our store will definitely keep it for you. By the way, do you have any extra foundation building pills to sell?" "Not at the moment," Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, then swept his sleeves and put the pile of medium-grade spirit stones in front of him into his storage bag. "Well, besides the 1 yuan heavy water, does the Taoist priest need anything else? Our shop has everything from weapons, talismans, and pill formations, and there are discounts," the horse-faced shopkeeper said, deliberately lowering his voice, temptingly. "You're too polite, shopkeeper. I haven't thought of any other needs at the moment, but if I do, I'll definitely come back to your shop to buy them." "Well, I have other things to attend to, so I won't stay long. I'll take my leave now," Zhao Sheng said, non-committally. Zhao Sheng then went downstairs, personally escorted by the horse-faced shopkeeper. As soon as he left the shop, he disappeared into the crowd, winding his way through the crowd. He then selected 3 more well-established shops and repeated the same process, naturally aiming to form a golden elixir or 1 yuan heavy water. Zhao Sheng was deliberately exposing his ability to refine foundation-building pills. If it had been merely a suspicion before, given his actions today, the major families on Billow Island would soon learn that a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, nearing the formation of an elixir, had arrived on the island, a true foundation-building alchemist. Only by demonstrating one's worth can one attract interested parties. Now that the bait has been cast, it will take time for it to ferment before he can reappear. Half an hour later, Zhao Sheng returned to the treasure ship. Soon, the Kayanga treasure ship slowly began to move, weaving with the numerous ships approaching the dock. Passing through the bustling bay, the treasure ship gradually distanced itself from Billow Island. The 3 new sails on its masts bulged high in the wind, and a thin white halo rose over the ship's surface. With a whistle, the Kayanga treasure ship suddenly accelerated, speeding towards the distant horizon. Over the next month's voyage, Zhao Sheng engaged in 5 attacks, repelling 5 waves of medium to large sea beasts. Despite numerous dangers during the return voyage, no one died. A month later, the battered Kayanga treasure ship finally reached Kayanga Island, having been long gone. The treasure ship's successful return, the food crisis averted, brought the entire Zhao family to a roar of joy, and the island was filled with celebration. Zhao Sheng politely declined the invitation from Zhao Yongxin and the others, and immediately returned to Dianjing Mansion, where he remained in seclusion. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the night was hazy and starry, and the place was quiet. In the training room of Dianjing Mansion, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of fear in his eyes. Because just then, a voice as thin as a mosquito suddenly rang in his ears. "Don't be alarmed, come outside the cave and see me. I am the 9th idiot." Chapter 212 Arrival at Longshao Island. "Don't be alarmed, come outside the cave and see me. I'm Jiechi." Zhao Sheng was horrified when he heard this voice. He couldn't imagine how Jiechi had found Kayanga Island so quickly, and he couldn't figure out his intentions. Was he a friend or a foe? Filled with doubts, Zhao Sheng stood up, calmed himself, and quickly walked out of the training room. Exiting the cave, he saw the night was hazy and the stars were sparse. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank as he saw the tall and burly Jiechi, suspended in midair not far away, gazing at him with a smile. His loose red robe rustled in the sea breeze. Junior Senhizi, greetings to the master. Zhao Sheng flew to Jiechi on his sword and bowed. Little fellow, you're hiding well, Jiechi suddenly quipped. Zhao Sheng was shocked at the words, but his expression remained calm. He asked in confusion, what do you mean, master? I don't quite understand, haha. After a laugh, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up, and a flash of fire instantly passed across his cheek. The scorching flame seemed to lick his skin, and the hairs on his body stood up. He instinctively raised his hands to shield his face, but after noticing the cool breeze on his cheeks, he suddenly realized that his disguise had been exposed. Zhao Sheng slowly lowered his hands with an uncertain expression, revealing a handsome face with unparalleled beauty and exquisite features, and his pair of gem-like blue eyes added a bit of strange and inexplicable charm to him. As expected of a member of the spirit race, you are all born with good looks. After seeing his true appearance, True Man Jiechi couldn't help but applaud and praised. How did you see through my disguise? I believe I didn't reveal any flaws, Zhao Sheng said with a serious expression. True Man Jiechi folded his arms across his chest and chuckled smugly, you're just unlucky, aren't you? My natal magic weapon, the 9-glazed treasure mirror, possesses the power to break illusions. You've walked right into my trap. Zhao Sheng was stunned by this, then suddenly realized what was going on. He then said coldly, Your Excellency has come here so late at night, are you planning to capture me and take me to the Star God Palace for a reward? At the same time, he secretly channeled his magic, his Danshan ready to erupt with spiritual energy. While escaping from a giant and true man was unlikely, sitting back and waiting for death wasn't his style. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, he wouldn't give up. Wait, True Man Jiechi sensed Zhao Sheng's determination and quickly waved his hand. I bear no ill will towards you, young man. If you don't believe me, look. With that, True Man Jiechi's eyes blinked, as if shattering an invisible layer. Fragments of shimmering starlight instantly fell, revealing a pair of pale blue pupils. Are you from the spirit clan? Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, True Man Jiechi complained indignantly, I did want to come. But those shameless guys refused to recognize me. They insisted that I was too ugly, and if I was included in the family tree, it would ruin the reputation of the spirit race. Looking at True Man Jiechi with his face full of flesh and exploding muscles, Zhao Sheng didn't know what to say for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, True Man, why did you come all the way to find me? At this time, you are still pretending to be confused. I traveled thousands of miles to chat with you? Since you have the true blood of the spirit race, why don't you recognize your ancestors as soon as possible? Instead, you are hiding. Is it that your identity as a spirit race has humiliated you? You are such a lucky guy who doesn't know how to appreciate what you have. True Man Jiechi couldn't help but complain at the end. Zhao Sheng blinked, understanding the situation. He paused his spiritual energy and asked, his expression puzzled, Senior, are you here to take me back to Lingyun? Jiechi's Henren shook his head and said, Before, I would have taken you back to Lingyun without hesitation to recognize your ancestry. But now, circumstances have changed. The ancestor has ordered me to take you to Longshao Island. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and he instantly thought of the Siren Tide. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, Excuse me, Zhenren, who is this ancestor? Could it be one of the nascent soul ancestors of the spirit clan? Jiechi's Henren smiled and flicked his finger to emit a crimson flame. The flame instantly transformed into a streak of fire, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing into the vast night. Who is this ancestor? I'll explain it to you once we're on our way. Don't even think of escaping, or I'll be rude to you. As Jiechi's Henren finished his threat, a massive black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of the two men. A closer look revealed a bizarre bird with jet black feathers, a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, an iron beak and steel teeth, claws resembling dragons, and a head resembling a ferocious tiger. A demon core-level tiger owl. Zhao Sheng's expression darkened as he sensed the subtle pressure emanating from the bird, his heart filled with fear. Yes, this 5th-level tiger owl's speed is quite good. It's quite suitable for transportation, said True Man Jiechi calmly, yet with a powerful tone. Zhao Sheng was speechless for a moment. He had completely given up on escaping. For another thing, with this tiger owl around, He wouldn't be able to escape even if he fled to the sea. Tiger owls are amphibious demonic beasts, renowned for their swiftness and ferocity. Facing a demon core level demon capable of soaring through the heavens and seas, Zhao Sheng couldn't escape. Let's go. Do you still need me to invite you? Seeing Zhao Sheng hesitate, True Man Jiechi shook his head and urged him on. As he spoke, he stepped into the air, a few steps onto the broad back of Tiger Owl. He turned and signaled Zhao Sheng with his eyes. Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly, looking back at the cave-lined Ao Shou cliff. He reached for a storage bag from his arms, flicked it, and tossed it in front of the door of a nearby cave. Then, resigned to his fate, he flew onto Tiger Owl's back and landed behind Jiu-Chi. Hold on. Suddenly, a warning came from his ears, followed by a powerful force from beneath his feet. His body suddenly tilted backward, a whistling wind rising in his ears, and the sea breeze in his face suddenly transformed into invisible wind blades. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and spiritual power surged out, instantly condensing into a blue light shield that protected him. At this moment, an invisible circular barrier suddenly rose around him, completely blocking out the cold sea breeze. In just a few breaths, Tiger Owl soared into the clouds. The Kaiyungan island below became as small as a sesame seed, and in an instant, it was obscured by thick clouds. Suddenly, a streak of black light streaked through the night like a meteor, flickering a few times before disappearing into the horizon. It was only then that the stone door of a cave near Dianjing Mansion was pushed open, and Zhao Yongxin emerged, sweating profusely. He picked up his storage bag and gazed up at the hazy, deep night sky, his face filled with fear. His mouth moved a few times, but no one could hear what he said. Longshao Island, located between the inner and outer star seas, is the key link connecting them. It is approximately 30,000 miles from Kaiyungan Island. Even a demon pale-level tiger owl can fly quickly, but it still takes 3 days to reach Longshao Island. On the way, Zhao Sheng earnestly questioned Master Jiechi about the situation of the spirit race. Perhaps because he wasn't afraid of him escaping, Master Jiechi patiently answered his questions, answering everything he knew. As a result, over the course of several days, Zhao Sheng had a relatively clear understanding of the spirit race's current situation. True Man Jiechi's original name was Chu Chijiu, but within the spirit clan, his true name was Wang Jiayu. The spirit clan doesn't follow the human generational order, but rather the purity of their bloodline and the level of their cultivation. He explained that a spirit clan member with inferior bloodlines like his could only have a single character name, no matter how high their cultivation level. Only spirit clan members whose bloodlines could trigger the vibrations of the clan's sacred artifact could adopt a 3-character true name. As for what the spirit clan's sacred artifact was, Zhao Sheng was deeply curious, but True Man Jiechi smiled and remained silent, saying he would find out when he returned to Lingyan. The spirit clan's population is sparse, with only a few hundred 3-character members, and even including the 2-character members, there are no more than 100,000. However, what astonished the human race was the disproportionately high percentage of spirit clan members possessing spiritual roots, nearly 1 in 10. Furthermore, the spirit clan seemed favored by heaven. Even the foundation building stages, considered extremely difficult by humans, could be overcome with effort, with a staggering 40% success rate. Worse still, even the giant enlightening tribulation couldn't stop the gifted spirits. Protected by their clan's sacred artifact, the spirit's success rate in surviving the tribulation was over 10 times higher than that of humans. Only after reaching the nascent soul stage did the chances of achieving enlightenment between humans and the spirits become comparable. The spirits placed great importance on their bloodline. To maintain its purity, intermarriage within the clan was common, rarely intermarrying with outsiders. This resulted in a difficult reproduction process and slow population growth. Despite this, the number of 3-character spirits capable of wielding the clan's sacred artifact has steadily decreased over the past few thousand years. If it weren't for these factors, the spirits would have long since conquered the Tyrant Sea and the Dragon clans, unified the vast oceans across billions of miles, and driven humanity from the shattered Star Sea. They wouldn't have had to resort to frequent waves of sea monsters just to enter the Star Algae Sea. True Man Jiechi spoke with a certain indignation, as if complaining about the humans occupying a niche without doing anything. Zhao Sheng sensed a hidden meaning in his words and repeatedly questioned why the Elder always unleashed the Siren Tide. Wasn't their purpose to prevent the human race from expanding their maritime borders, or was it simply revenge for the human race's slaughter of sea beasts? Nine Cheese Henren responded with disdain, then revealed a profound secret to Zhao Sheng. The three ocean-going overlords repeatedly unleashed the Siren Tide, not merely to retaliate against the human race, but to gain an audience with the star god. Without waiting for further questions, Nine Shi continued, "Boy, the human race keeps the star god hidden from low-level cultivators. But for us elder, such a secret is nothing. Are you wondering what a star god is?" Zhao Sheng nodded earnestly. Nine Shi's Henrin laughed heartily, sitting cross-legged on the tiger owl's back, and then said mysteriously, "The star god. He's not human." Zhao Sheng was stunned. Coming back to his senses, he rubbed his forehead and said with a hint of resentment, "Senior, please don't keep me in suspense. Until now, you haven't even called me uncle." Jiqi's Henrin's tone suddenly changed, becoming aggressive. Zhao Sheng fell silent. The other party's meaning was clear. However, Zhao Sheng still had concerns about whether to acknowledge his identity as a spirit. To be honest, Jiqi's Henrin had been very kind to him over the past 2 days. If he returned to the spirit tribe, his future would be bright. Moreover, as he gained a deeper and clearer understanding of the spirit tribe, Zhao Sheng was shocked to discover that the spirits and humans were very similar in their lifestyles and habits, not to mention that the two races shared over 90% similarity in appearance. Jiqi's Henrin's words and deeds hinted at the idea that humans were a separate race that split from the ancient spirit tribe countless millennia ago. In terms of bloodline, the spirits were far superior to humans. Although Zhao Sheng was deeply skeptical of this view, the fact that there was no reproductive isolation between the spirits and humans was undeniable. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Zhao Sheng knew his mind was starting to waver, and occasionally a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps being a spirit for a lifetime wouldn't be such a bad experience, but this slight wavering was not enough to shake the unwavering willpower forged over generations. So, Zhao Sheng evaded the point, saying, "You haven't even explained what a star god is yet. You're so stubborn, little fellow." "You're just like me," Nine Idiots scolded with a laugh. Zhao Sheng ignored the teasing, still appearing to listen intently. Seeing this, True Man Jiaqi shook his head in dissatisfaction, but didn't insist. Instead, he said directly, "If you could maintain this stubbornness even after meeting Ancestor Lingyan, I would truly admire you." He then continued, "Star gods are neither human nor immortal." "How so?" "Star gods are strange beings akin to the way of heaven. They take on a myriad of forms, and I'm not entirely sure of their true form. However, I once heard an elder in my clan say that star gods are also known as sea gods within our clan." Hearing the word sea god, Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, instantly recalling the incident in the foggy underwater cave. A lingering memory of the exiled immortal of the spirit clan had mentioned a primordial sea god being nurtured in the sea. Could this primordial sea god be the present-day star god? Is the star god in the star algae sea? Does the star god awaken once every century? The spirit clan unleashed a demonic tide for the star god. Why did the star god palace keep the secret of the star god's existence secret? Why did the spirit clan seek an audience with the star god? Why do high-level cultivators from the human, spirit, and human races place so much importance on star gods? What benefits do they stand to gain from this? Instantly, Zhao Sheng's mind raced, a flash of inspiration erupting. He instantly understood many things, yet countless doubts arose within him. Confused by these questions, Zhao Sheng finally arrived at Dragon Head Island the following evening. Dusk was setting, a crimson haze permeated the sky. The sun had already sunk halfway down, leaving only a sliver of the setting sun on the horizon. Its dim, blood-red light shone on the sea, shimmering and shimmering like a bloody haze. Standing on the back of a tiger owl, Zhao Sheng gazed down at the boundless ocean below. Beneath the waters lay vast shadows, and countless bizarre sea beasts leaped from the surface, splashing countless waves. Meanwhile, the waves rolled incessantly, creating vast expanses of white foam. Huge backs, in various shades of blue, black, silver, and crimson, emerged from the surface. These gigantic sea monsters swam freely across the sea, occasionally devouring the weaker sea beasts beside them. Above the sea, the sky was filled with various seabirds, each occupying a certain area in their own group. Sometimes they would suddenly soar up, sometimes they would roar and fly down, like a black cloud that moved across the sky. Chapter 213 Spirit Palace. As Zhao Sheng's gaze passed over the flocks of birds, his expression darkened. Looking down from afar, the sun set, and a vast, endless island suddenly came into view. He saw columns of black smoke rising from the island, filling the sky. The fields and forests that had been common inland had become barren and dark. The buildings in the coastal markets had largely collapsed, and the docks were covered in charred, burnt ash. Countless wrecks lay half-sunk and half-floating on the nearby sea, capsized and overturned, yet not a single corpse was found. Instead, the nearby fish and sea beasts had recently feasted, their bellies bulging and looking unusually bloated. Within the dilapidated market, groups of dejected, ragged people, like the walking dead, crawled through the ruins, in and out, searching for anything useful. On the shabby streets, one could occasionally see a rotting corpse being dragged from the ruins and piled into a heap at the corner, awaiting removal to feed the fish. Around the streets of the market town, tall, armored figures in azure armor patrolled with expressionless faces, each guarding the throngs of slaves with murderous intent. Alongside them lurked gigantic mutant sea lizards, each with azure scales and purple eyes, 6 limbs sprouting from their abdomens, and spewing purplish poisonous smoke. They were the notorious poisonous sea lizards of the Broken Star Sea. Only after witnessing this horrific scene did Zhao Sheng fully grasp the magnitude of this catastrophe, a massacre of the Broken Star Sea's human race. The Broken Star Sea boasts countless islands, and it's likely millions of humans have perished at the hands of billions of ferocious beasts. If Dragonhead Island suffered such a tragic fate, one could only imagine how horrific the fate of the other conquered islands would be. After circling Dragonhead Island for a short while, the tiger owl suddenly zeroed in on a stretch of sea 100 miles southwest of the island and swooped down. At this time, seeing Zhao Sheng's gloomy face, Jiqi's Henren seemed to see through his thoughts, and said in a flat tone, "You seem very angry. Are you indignant about the death of the human race? But do you know how many innocent lives and intelligent races die under the knife of the human race every year, every month, every day, and even every moment? The life of the human race is life, but the lives of billions of lives in the Broken Star Sea are not life. The world is like this. The law of the jungle has always been the law of the jungle. The law of nature is reincarnation, and retribution will not be wrong." Zhao Sheng looked down at the rapidly approaching sea below, staring at the huge shadows cruising around under the sea, then turned his head to look at Jiqi's Henren, and said expressionlessly, "If we don't share the same path, we won't think together, huh? Don't forget that you always have the true blood of the spirit race flowing in your body. You have never belonged to the human race from the beginning to the end. If I reveal your identity to those old stubborn people of the human race, what do you think will be your end?" Zhao Sheng turned his head and didn't argue with Jiqi. Discussing race with a die-hard elder believer was utterly pointless. Whether or not one was human wasn't determined by blood, but rather by shared thoughts and ideals, or perhaps a sense of belonging determined by one's soul. Bang! The tiger owl folded its wings and suddenly plunged beneath the sea. Suddenly, a pale white shield rose around its body, isolating the seawater from it. As it rapidly dived deeper, the light beneath the sea dimmed, but the surrounding sea beasts grew denser. One after another, even larger sea beasts, such as spirit whales, giant crabs, mountain snails, and sea-blocking rays, appeared within Zhao Sheng's range of consciousness. In just a few breaths, the tiger owl had dived hundreds of feet below the surface. The light was completely blocked by the water, and the darkness should have been so intense that one couldn't even see one's fingers. Yet, against the pitch-black backdrop, Zhao Sheng beheld a dazzling spectacle of riotous light. Swarms of magnificent sea spirits, shimmering in a myriad of neon hues, drifted freely around him. Most striking among them were the dazzling jellyfish, each radiating a dazzling light. These jellyfish reached immense dimensions, often tens or even hundreds of feet across, with a single one often illuminating thousands of feet of nearby water. Passing through this magnificent, mystical glow, Zhao Sheng suddenly sensed a rapid increase in the concentration of spiritual energy around him. The tiger owl dived at breakneck speed, passing a depth of 100 feet in a flash. Just then, Zhao Sheng's eyes narrowed as a dark blue camelback tortoise, its shell vast as an island, suddenly appeared before his eyes. Atop this camelback tortoise's back towered a majestic, translucent crystal palace, shimmering with a dazzling white light. Thousands of sea beasts shone from the crystal walls surrounding the palace. These illusions were vivid and constantly roaming, fighting, hunting, and playing. Each scene was so vivid and real, as if the crystal walls concealed a real world, making it difficult to imagine that these were merely illusions. Zhao Sheng was horrified by the scene. When Tiger Owl landed on the square in front of the palace, he discovered that he and his companions had penetrated an invisible barrier. The palace and the square were clear and dry, the surrounding seawater completely isolated by the invisible barrier above. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly, and he was secretly shocked. He sensed with horror that the sea beast illusions were actually sea beast spirits. They had actually been refined and incorporated into the crystal walls by some powerful being. At the same time, he also faintly sensed a strange, extremely subtle and overwhelming pressure emanating from the palace. The source came from the depths of the illusionary wall, from the palace's thick crystal jade pillars, from the crystal tiles paving the floor like mirrors, and even from the crystal glazed tiles on the palace roof. Zhao Sheng was momentarily distracted before a thunderous roar awoke him. "Stop! Who dares to trespass in the spirit palace? Tell me your names." Looking up, he saw two walled giants, over 30 feet tall, with blue faces, fangs, and two thick, fleshy whiskers protruding from their jaws, like octopus tentacles. They strode towards Zhao Sheng and Master Jiechi. The two giants exuded a powerful aura, clad in red half-armor, wielding sea blue swords. Behind them followed two rows of blue-armored men with scaly faces and purplish eyes. Each one exuded a powerful aura, rivaling those of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Tiger Owl, naturally fierce, was instantly terrified at the sight of the two giants. He dropped to the ground, whimpering uncontrollably. Jiechi quickly jumped down, stepped forward with a smile, and laughed heartily. "Haha. Chief Zhang, after decades, you're still so dedicated to your duties." Wang Jiu was deeply impressed. "Oh, I was wondering who was so reckless." "It's you, little Jizi. If you hadn't come back, we brothers wouldn't have remembered. When will you pay us back the high-grade water spirit stones you owe us?" Two bald giants suddenly raised their spears and pointed them at Jiechi, roaring simultaneously in muffled voices. One of them was Zhangda, and the other was Zanger. They were descended from the ancient alien sea giants of the Broken Star Sea. Their strength was unparalleled, rivaling that of 6th-rank great demons. They were twins born from the same mother and gifted with telepathic connection. Their movements and expressions were perfectly aligned, even their tone of voice was identical. "Don't blame me, Chief Zhang. I'll return the spirit stones right away." Jiechi's expression bitterly shifted. He quickly produced two shimmering, clear blue, high-grade spirit stones. With a gentle toss, they flew slowly toward the two giants. Seeing this, the two giants opened their bloody mouths and sucked in a powerful force. The high-grade spirit stone was suddenly sucked into their mouths and swallowed down in one gulp. "Excellent. Zhao Jiu, what brings you to the spirit palace this time?" The two giants licked their lips simultaneously and lowered their swords. As they spoke, their eyes rolled, glancing towards Zhao Sheng with curiosity and surprise. It was clear that they had already sensed Zhao Sheng's extraordinary spirit bloodline. True Man Jiechi turned around and pointed at Zhao Sheng, who happened to be walking beside him. He said happily, "Look, I came to Ling Palace because of this kid. I wonder if the old ancestor is in Ling Palace now? If so, please let Chief Zhang know. You've come at an unfortunate time. Great Elder Ling Yin just led a large army of sea beasts to Longjin Island a few days ago to reinforce the vanguard. I heard that the human race has set up a large formation there, and the vanguard is blocked and unable to bypass it. The two sides have been fighting for almost a month, and even dozens of great monsters have died, and they can't even capture a small island. This is a bit tricky." True Man Jiechi was stunned by this and hesitated for a moment. Since the old ancestor is not here, who is in charge of Ling Palace now? The Ling Palace is currently jointly run by 3 great kings. If you want to see them, we brothers will go and inform them. "Excuse me, which 3 great kings are they?" Jiechi asked tentatively. "Haha," the two giants laughed meaningfully. Seeing this, Jiu cursed inwardly and obediently offered 2 thigh-thick, over 10 feet long, 1,000-year-old sea coral branches. After accepting the bribe, Zhangda and Zanger telepathically transmitted, "It's the Ice King, the Sky River King, and the Star King." Jiu paused for a moment before saying, "I wish to see the Ice King. Brother Zhang, please go and report." "Wait." With that, the sea giant on the left turned and headed toward the spirit palace, while the giant on the right, accompanied by spirit palace guards, watched Zhao Sheng and Jiu. A moment later, the giant returned, followed by a delicate, graceful woman. The woman approached Zhao Sheng and the others, knelt respectfully, and said, "My lords, the king invites you." As Zhao Sheng and the others disappeared behind the palace walls with the woman, the 2 sea giants exchanged glances and telepathically transmitted messages to the blue-armored guards beside them. Soon, 2 blue armored guards suddenly flashed out of the ranks, transforming into 2 streaks of green light and disappearing into the towering spiritual palace. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng and his companion, led by a woman, passed through a series of wide, tall crystal corridors. On either side of the corridors were tall, tightly closed side halls. Each door was 30 or 40 feet wide and 5 or 6 feet high. Their surfaces shone with a gleaming white light, adorned with countless strange, luminous runes, and exuded a captivating, awe-inspiring aura. Zhao Sheng walked with an outwardly calm demeanor, yet within, he was filled with astonishment. At first, walking along the crystal corridors, the surroundings seemed deserted, with few living creatures visible. But as he walked, he suddenly felt as if invisible eyes appeared all around him. These eyes were invisible, intangible, and undetectable even by his spiritual sense. Yet, under the gaze of these cold, invisible eyes, Zhao Sheng suddenly felt his blood surge with unprecedented activity, as if it were gradually boiling. At the same time, an indescribable mystical aura suddenly condensed from every corner of the palace. In an instant, it surged from all directions, immersing Zhao Sheng's every limb and bone, melting into his very blood and bones. Instantly, his heart began to beat violently, and his blood circulated tenfold, endlessly. Zhao Sheng's face flushed red from this shock. The Zuanun heavy water art automatically activated, sending countless pure spiritual energies into his danshan. The spiritual energy vortex's speed instantly increased several times. The Zuanun spiritual energy within his meridians flowed through his limbs and bones at an unprecedented rate, synchronizing with the blood flow, circulating through his meridians over and over again. Nine Cheese Henren noticed Zhao Sheng's abnormality and glanced over. His expression changed, his eyes filled with jealousy and envy. Only the spirit race knew that Zhao Sheng had passed a crucial test, earning recognition from the remnant spirits of generations of spirit ancestors. Thus, he also received the blessings of all generations. As long as one is in the spirit palace, the speed of cultivation will be several times faster than in the outside world, and the higher the purity of the bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed. In other words, if Zhao Sheng joins the spirit clan, he will most likely be able to cause the clan's sacred artifact to produce fluctuations, and be qualified to be given a 3-character true name. Although the change came very suddenly, Zhao Sheng quickly adapted to it and immediately noticed the jealous and envious gaze next to him. Zhao Sheng pretended not to feel anything and walked with a calm expression. After walking for about half a cup of tea, the 3 of them entered a side hall built mainly of red flame coral. As soon as they stepped into the side hall, a bone-chilling chill suddenly hit them. Zhao Sheng shuddered and subconsciously circulated his spiritual power. A blue light shield instantly emerged from his body, blocking the cold outside. Everywhere he looked was a shimmering white. Thick, sharp icicles dotted the ceiling and floor. 2 rows of snow-white ice chairs were neatly arranged from the outside inward. At the deepest point of the palace lay a thick, solid white jade bed, 3 meters long and wide, and over a meter high. Half lying upon this bed lay a gigantic, crystal-clear ice figure, radiating a chilling chill. Within its chest and abdomen curled a big, human-shaped shadow. Upon seeing this figure, True Man Jiechi bowed and shouted, "Spirit Shadow Wang Jiayu, I greet the Ice King. I have brought the person back and have come to report." As he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the hall, "Wang Jiayu, this is the mischievous little fellow." The voice was incredibly cold, yet it carried a powerful personal emotion. The ice figure slowly straightened itself, and an invisible pressure suddenly descended upon Zhao Sheng, causing frost to form in his mouth and nose, and his blood to freeze. Zhao Sheng groaned, his spiritual energy rapidly coursing through his body. His protective shield instantly thickened by 30%, becoming round and solid. Only then was he able to barely withstand the Ice King's pressure. "Yes, that little fellow. His name, what did he call you?" Jiayuchi stuttered mid-sentence, then turned to look over. "Does the name matter? You can call me Zhao Chong." Chapter 214, 3 Kings Fighting for a Person. As Zhao Sheng finished speaking, the invisible pressure within the palace suddenly surged 3-fold. Frost spread across the ground, and ice particles rained down from the air. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely heavy and oppressive, weighing down the heart and making it difficult to breathe. Crack! The light shield surrounding Zhao Sheng flickered, and a thin layer of ice crystals quickly formed on its surface, pale yet extremely cold. Bang! Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and the blue light shield on his body suddenly expanded outward, instantly shattering the ice crystals. At this moment, the Ice King stood up, and the immense pressure expanded, instantly enveloping the entire palace. At the same moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the palace. "Little one, your surname should be Wang." Zhao Sheng brushed the frost off his sleeves and, despite the growing pressure, said calmly, "My name was given by my parents. I don't have the habit of randomly claiming my ancestors. Little one, do you know that you carry the incomparably noble blood of the spirit clan? Where are your parents now? One of them must be a descendant of my spirit clan. A descendant of the spirit clan must not be left alone. We must bring them back to the spirit abyss." The Ice King descended the palace steps, the chill intensifying with every step. The Ice King was currently at the peak of his golden core great perfection. As long as he could survive the 39 thunder tribulations, he would ascend to the nascent soul stage. However, he had remained at this peak for so long that he could barely conceal his aura, his every move and thought unintentionally revealing traces of his divine power and pressure. Zhao Sheng's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said gravely, "Both my parents died when I was young? I see. What a youthful spirit. Little one, you're not even 60 years old, yet you've already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Even among the younger generation of the Lingian clan, you reign exceptional." The Ice King, seemingly possessed of the ability to see through people's minds, didn't question Zhao Sheng's words. Instead, he praised him without questioning. By this point, Zhao Sheng had unleashed his gift of absolute rationality. His mind was as clear as ice, his will unbreakable, his expression impassive. Facing an ancient monster who had lived for countless years, he must give his all and handle the situation with utmost caution. Zhao Sheng, so cautious, had no idea how special he truly was under this absolute rationality. This strange state of extreme rationality, a rejection of emotion and desire, perfectly complemented the spirit clan's unparalleled skill, the eternalized heart art. Coincidentally, the Ice King was the only member of the spirit clan in centuries to master the eternalized heart art. One can imagine the Ice King's excitement at seeing a perfect successor suddenly appear before him. Though he had almost extinguished any feelings of excitement, Zhao Sheng was undoubtedly a gift from heaven. Suddenly, the Ice King shouted, "Little fellow, no matter your surname, you will follow me from now on. Upon returning to the spiritual abyss, your name will be recorded in my lineage, and your status will be considered that of a third-generation spirit. Also, stop practicing that evil art that shortens your lifespan. I will teach you our clan's supreme and miraculous art, the eternalized heart art." The Ice King couldn't hide Zhao Sheng's cultivation of the Blood Soul Sutra from the Ice King. A single sweep of his divine sense revealed the fact that Zhao Sheng's lifespan had been severely shortened. The Ice King's voice remained cold, devoid of emotion. Even a fool could tell he was delighted, unreservedly displaying his affection for Zhao Sheng. This statement shocked the 9 idiots beside him. They were among the most powerful kings of the spirit race below the nascent soul stage. The Ice King held not only a high position among the elder, but also held the title of Lord of a vast sea. For the first time in centuries, the Ice King had offered to accept a disciple, and surprisingly, the disciple was a wandering elder bastard. This was unimaginable. For a moment, true man Jiechi was stunned. Zhao Sheng also struggled to comprehend the situation, but in his absolute rationality, his thoughts raced at a rate more than 10 times faster than normal, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. He suddenly sensed something was amiss. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's absolute rationality faded, his eyes once again revealing a multitude of emotions and desires. He was about to speak when, suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed through the palace. Between him and the Ice King, a seemingly illusory river suddenly appeared in midair. This river was deep, dark, vast, and eternal, as if flowing from an unknown void through countless worlds into the present. As this illusory river appeared, the frost crystals in the palace melted, forming thin streams that flowed upward from the bottom into the river before vanishing in a flash. "King of the Sky River," Jiechi suddenly exclaimed. "Haha. Ice King, you're being unkind this time. We finally found a new member of our tribe. I won't stand by and watch this little fellow get lured away by you. His affiliation with that lineage must be approved by the elders." As he spoke, a lifelike water figure suddenly rose from the sky, leaping from the void and landing on the ground. In an instant, it transformed into a tall, black-robed man. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome demeanor, and a gentle, friendly demeanor that instantly warmed people's hearts. "You've come. You shouldn't have come. This is the Spirit Palace, not your glacier ocean. "I'll go wherever I please," King of the Sky River said lazily. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cheer echoed from the entrance. "Well said." Zhao Sheng turned around and saw a nebula slowly drifting into the hall. Then, within the nebula, a handsome young man in a dark blue brocade robe entered. "Nebula King, true man," Jiechi roared again. At this moment, the palace was filled with three different kinds of overwhelming pressure. In a moment's thought, the three spirit kings had engaged in 1,000 spiritual battles. This invisible confrontation was secretive and dangerous. If one was at a disadvantage, it could easily cause mental damage. All three had been in the giant and great perfection stage for many years, their strength comparable. After centuries of competition, none had been able to defeat the other. Thus, the situation remained deadlocked for a moment before the three of them immediately withdrew their aura. "Xingdao, how dare you interfere in such a trivial matter?" King Xian was the first to break the deadlock. King Xingdao smiled and said, "This is no small matter. This little fellow's bloodline is extraordinary. It's probably a rare atavism. The purity of his bloodline rivals those of the younger generations in the lineage. How could this king let such a gifted new spirit race member go? No matter what you two think, this little fellow is mine. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to face me at the ancestral altar." The ancestral altar is a crucial site for the spirit race. Besides honoring ancestors, it also serves as a place of life and death. Whenever there's an irreconcilable feud between tribe members, the altar is the place to settle, determining who's superior and who's at the bottom, a matter of life and death. "Ice King, are you mad? Just for this little fellow? Is it worth it?" King Xian's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, his tone agitated. The Ice King, usually taciturn, remained silent even now. But this made the two spirit kings realize their old friend was serious. "Ice King, I won't compete with you for now. But the fate of this man must be determined by the elders. When I meet with Patriarch Lingyan, I'll make my ruling. Farewell." After saying this, the Xian king waved his long sleeves, and the whole person suddenly turned into a stream of water, merging into the emerging Xian phantom. Suddenly, the Xian phantom dissipated, and the Xian king disappeared without a trace. The Xingdao king hesitated for a moment, turned his gaze to Zhao Sheng, and looked at him deeply, with stars in his eyes. This glance made Zhao Sheng's heart go straight to the hare, and his sense of danger was immediately stimulated. He was shocked to find that a thick black aura of death emerged from the Nebula King. Zhao Sheng was horrified that the Nebula King actually had a deep murderous intention towards him. The Nebula King retracted his gaze, looked at the cold Iceman calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Ice King, you, take care of yourself." After speaking, the Xingdao King flashed and disappeared from the palace in an instant. Seeing this, Jiechi's Henren said cautiously, "Ice King, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Well, hearing this, Jiu Chi felt relieved. After looking at Zhao Sheng with envy, he quietly left the room. At this time, only the Ice King and Zhao Sheng were left in the palace. At this time, Zhao Sheng had the opportunity to speak and said, "Thank you for the kindness of the Ice King, but my foundation is deep and almost perfect. I am afraid I can't practice this eternalized heart kung fu again." The Ice King said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. You are still young. Even if you destroy the kung fu, it is not too late to practice it again." Zhao Sheng paused when he heard this, but he was still unwilling to practice the eternalized heart art. The eternalized heart art is a divine skill that points directly to the Great Way. But if you practice it to the end, you will become like the Ice King, a half-human, half-ghost, with emotions and desires almost wiped out, like a living dead. Then what is the meaning of living? In a sense, the eternalized heart art is even more evil than the Blood Soul Sutra. Seeing that he was forced into a corner, Zhao Sheng simply broke the jar and refused firmly, "Although the divine skill is good, I don't want to become like the Ice King. I won't learn it." Crack! A thick layer of frost suddenly formed on the palace's ceiling, the floor, the ice chairs and jade beds, and every corner. The ice spikes grew thicker and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye they became icicles that supported the palace. At this time, snow began to fall in the palace. The snowflakes fluttered, and as soon as they landed on Zhao Sheng, they shockedly turned into large flakes of frost. In an instant, the light shield outside Zhao Sheng's body condensed into a blue ice wall, emitting extremely cold icy evil. Invisible icy evil penetrated his body through his pores, skin, and 7 orifices, freezing his blood and spiritual energy. Zhao Sheng was terrified. With his cultivation level of the 8th level of Foundation establishment, he couldn't even stop the Ice King's thoughts. Even if the other party was a golden core great perfection, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Fortunately, this only lasted for a breath. With the Ice King's thought, all the extremely cold icy evil instantly escaped from his body, the ice wall dissipated, and Zhao Sheng came back to life again. HMPH, in the past 100 years, you are the first life to survive from my hands after I got angry. Thank you, Ice King, for showing mercy. Zhao Sheng exhaled a breath of cold air and said in a cold voice. Come here. The Ice King gave an order, and immediately a group of frail women in white walked in quickly from outside the palace. These women were dressed in gauze, but they were not afraid of the severe cold in the palace at all. They were an alien race living in the glacier ocean, called Ice Women, who were born not afraid of the severe cold. My king, what do you want? Take this little guy and settle him down, and place him near my ice palace. All treatment should be given to him as if he were my personal disciple, as you say. The leading Ice Woman bowed and saluted. Then, the Ice Woman walked up to him. Young master, please follow me. Zhao Sheng, adhering to the principle of making the best of a situation, decided to stay put. Since he couldn't escape for the time being, he decided to stay for now, biding his time. 10 days later, in a small palace of exquisite elegance and understated luxury, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a onesie warm jade stone, a mid-grade water spirit stone in each hand. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his inner energy. A vortex of spiritual energy roared within him, sending strands of pure water spirit energy along the Han-Lung Yin meridians, continuously entering his Danshan for refinement. Within his Danshan, the spiritual energy vortex resembled a divine pillar reaching heaven. 23 crystal blue water balls hovered in mid-air, slowly rotating with the vortex. Beneath the vortex lay a vast, rolling ocean. Often, a shower of spiritual rain could be seen spurting from the vortex into the ocean below. After an unknown amount of time, a crystal blue water ball suddenly rose from the center of the ocean, where it met the vortex. Breaking free from the vortex's restraints, the water ball floated upward, joining the other 23 water balls in the sky. As soon as the 24 transmutation spirit beads came together, a miraculous change of position occurred, and finally a spherical space with 24 sides was formed, and the center of the space was the spiritual power vortex. Whoosh! Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and exhaled a long column of air. The column of air was condensed and seemed very solid. Waving his hand to disrupt the column of air, a hint of joy appeared on Zhao Sheng's face. He had just broken through and successfully advanced to the 9th level of foundation building. When he condensed 36 transmutation spirit power beads, it would be the time for him to complete his foundation building and advance to the golden elixir stage. He just finished his work and stood up, walked to the door, pushed it open and walked out. Young master. As soon as he went out, 2 soft voices came from the door. Looking at the 2 weak ice girls in front of him, Zhao Sheng did not dare to underestimate them. Just by the trace of cold aura occasionally leaked from the ice girls, Zhao Sheng dared to conclude that the 2 were as powerful as foundation building cultivators. And he had met at least 20 ice girls like this in the past few days. Just from this point, it can be seen that the Ice King's subordinates are very powerful, and it can also be inferred how powerful the overall strength of the spirit race is. No wonder they can become the overlord of the ocean. Zhao Sheng ordered, I'm going to Longshao Island, you go down and prepare. The ice girl had no intention of asking, and nodded very respectfully. A moment later, a camel-shaped turtle with a shell diameter of more than 20 feet slowly swam up from the bottom of the sea. On its back was a crystal palace as big as a basketball court, and 4 men in green armor were guarding outside the palace. On the 1,000-year-old coral chair deep in the palace, Zhao Sheng was half leaning and half lying, with a thoughtful expression on his face. 2/4 of an hour later, the camel-shaped turtle slowly climbed up the Dragon-Head Island, and finally lay down on a beach and stopped. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng walked out of the palace, floated down from the turtle's back, followed by the ice girl and 4 green armor guards. Young master, where are you going? I will go and notify the crab general here right away, the ice girl stepped forward and asked weakly. Zhao Sheng turned his head to look at her and said lightly, go to the refugee city. On the surface, the guards around are not strict at the moment, and he may have a chance to escape. But in fact, Zhao Sheng can't escape from Longshao Island at all. Because the Ice King deliberately left a divine mark on him. Once he escapes 100 miles away, The Ice King will be immediately alarmed and chase him in a flash. At this moment, a huge tiger owl suddenly fell from the sky. Jieqi's Henrin laughed loudly, flew down from the back of the tiger owl, and suddenly appeared beside Zhao Sheng with a flash of his body. "Brother Zhao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are much more elegant than before. Thanks to the senior, my life is pretty good. It's just that when I think of the people on Longshao Island living such a hard life, I can't sleep or eat," Zhao Sheng said indifferently. Chapter 215, Calculation and Transactions Are Everywhere. At Zhao Sheng's sarcastic tone, True Man Jieqi smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Brother Zhao, don't blame me for not warning you. You care about the lives of mortals, but the human race won't appreciate your kindness. Be careful not to please both sides. Don't forget the old human saying, those who are not of my kind must have different hearts." Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow at this, looking at True Man Jieqi meaningfully, but he didn't say anything to argue. Seeing this, Jieqi was convinced and immediately took advantage of the situation. He said with a gentle smile, "I just heard you say you were going to the refugee city. I happen to have nothing to do. I'll accompany you. It's just a small matter, so there's no need to trouble you, senior," Zhao Sheng said evasively. "It's nothing. I was bored, so I just wanted to catch up with you. When we return to Lingyan, I might even ask for your favor." Jieqi was surprisingly thick-skinned, not even trying to maintain a true persona in front of the younger generation. Jieqi's communication with Zhao Sheng on an equal footing was even a bit of flattery. It wasn't just because Zhao Sheng was chosen by the Ice King. The Ice King held a powerful position, and after reaching the nascent soul stage, he would become a major figure in the demon ruins. And Zhao Sheng, a member of the Ice King's clan, befriended Zhao Sheng, effectively currying his favor. Furthermore, he saw Zhao Sheng's potential and deliberately befriended him beforehand. Shameless, invincible. Zhao Sheng, helpless, turned and ordered the Ice Maiden, "Let's go to the refugee city." As the Ice Maiden bowed in agreement, Jiuqi earnestly suggested, "Hey, let my tiger owl take us there. The refugee city is dozens of miles away. Flying is faster." Suddenly, the tiger owl flapped its wings and took flight, carrying Zhao Sheng, Jiuqi, and the others to the southwest of Dragon Head Island. The refugee city lay 30 miles deep within Dragon Head Island. Formerly a large mortal city, it had been temporarily requisitioned as a prison for mortal refugees. Near the refugee city lies the largest alluvial plain on Dragon Head Island. Thousands of miles of fertile land, it's a renowned grain-producing region, supporting nearly 10 million people on Dragon Head Island. As Tiger Owl advanced deeper into the inner island, Zhao Sheng was surprised to discover that, aside from the coastal markets and towns destroyed by sea monsters, the inner island's farmland, villages, and towns had been surprisingly unaffected, largely untouched by the fighting. The towns and villages were perfectly orderly, with ordinary people working from sunrise to sunset, as if the island siege just a few miles away had nothing to do with them. Seeing Zhao Sheng's surprise, True Man Jieqi couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Brother Zhao, aren't you surprised?" "Yes," Zhao Sheng said bluntly. "You're still relatively inexperienced, and you don't understand the underlying principles. These are incredibly complex matters. Not only you, but even I only know a few." "Oh," Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully, but made no move to inquire further. True Man Jieqi's expression froze, and he began to think about how to pique his interest. At that moment, the tiger owl flapped its wings and swooped down. Below, a vast city, stretching dozens of miles and filled with buildings resembling those of an ancient city, came into view. Bang! The tiger owl landed on a specially cleared square in the center of the city. Zhao Sheng and the others disembarked from the tiger owl and saw two pairs of figures swiftly approaching from the edge of the square. Leading them were two bald giants, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. They were clearly sea giants. Behind them followed a dozen or so dejected-looking humans, both young and old, both men and women. Each wore a silver-white collar around their neck. They were all cultivators. "Who are you?" "Please," the words suddenly stopped mid-sentence. At that moment, the ice girl withdrew a round token carved from thousand-year-old ice jade from her sleeve. An ancient rune was engraved on the front, and a towering ice peak appeared on the back. "The Ice King's order is here. Why don't you retreat immediately?" The two sea giants exchanged glances, half knelt in salute, and shouted, "Yes, I shall take my leave." At this moment, the human slave guards behind them all knelt. After the two sea giants finished their salute, They immediately stood up and turned away with their slave guards. Zhao Sheng's gaze was inexplicably deep as he gazed at the retreating human cultivators. Just then, he had keenly noticed that their gazes were filled with fear and panic, but several of the young men also harbored deep resentment. After a century of undercover work, Master Jieqi's ability to read people's expressions had undoubtedly been fully refined. He watched this scene unfold, his heart stirring. He feigned a smug smile and said, "Brother Zhao, do you know? This refugee city is practically autonomous. We belong to less than 30 of them. And everyone in the city has enough food and sleep. Aside from the lack of freedom, it's no different from the outside world. We, the elves, are 100 times more noble than humans. As long as these people stay here obediently, we won't resort to such vile tactics as punishment." Zhao Sheng asked gravely, "How many people are here?" "About 500,000. The vast majority are mortals. They're all direct relatives of human cultivators for 3 generations. Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the square, radiating his spiritual sense with all his might. His sense spread out, sweeping the surroundings, revealing that the rooms, floors, and quarters of the surrounding buildings were filled with people. Most of them had mournful expressions, tinged with fear and anxiety, yet their faces were rosy, as if they had never experienced starvation. The refugee city was utterly quiet, a dead, oppressive atmosphere filling the air. Zhao Sheng left the square and casually strolled along the city's main thoroughfare. A divine sense survey revealed that the buildings on both sides of the street were filled with people, confined to their limited spaces, with few venturing outside. After walking a few miles, Immortal spoke complacently, "How is it? I wasn't kidding you. The morals of the spiritual race are 100 times nobler than those of the filthy and despicable human race. Where are the immortal cultivators? Were they all executed?" Zhao Sheng asked abruptly. "Haha. Those above the foundation establishment stage are imprisoned in the forbidden prison, while the rest, after being spiritually restricted, are thrown into the spiritual mine to dig. The underwater mineral deposits near Dragon Head Island are rich, and mining is also a way to recycle waste." Zhao Sheng listened, lost in thought. The elven race's treatment of the immortal cultivators was truly puzzling, and the formation of the refugee city was even more bizarre. The elven and human races were clearly mortal enemies. Why, after capturing Dragon Head Island, had they chosen not to slaughter them indiscriminately? Could all this be connected to the Star God? Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Sheng. Could the 500,000 people and the immortal cultivators in the refugee city be hostages? Perhaps some kind of deal had ultimately been struck between the leaders of the two races? Zhao Sheng was startled by his own bold idea. Suddenly, he paused, his brow furrowed slightly as a strange scene suddenly entered his consciousness. In a courtyard 21 feet to his left, a gathering was underway. The courtyard was densely packed, and in the center, a high platform stood, where an old monk in black armor sat cross-legged. He was reciting Buddhist scriptures to the crowd below. The light of the Prajna Buddhas shines upon the world for countless eons. Zhao Sheng looked up at the courtyard, his spiritual sense sweeping over the old monk, only to discover that he was aging and immortal. Zhao Sheng turned and asked, "Senior Jieqi, are monks allowed to preach in the refugee city?" "Well, it seems you've discovered that too. It's no big deal. Ancient Buddhism preaching here is tacitly approved by the higher-ups. Besides, this is an internal matter of the human race. It has nothing to do with us, the spirit race. It would be even better if ancient Buddhism could fight the Star God Palace," said the immortal Jieqi indifferently. Zhao Sheng turned his head, his eyes flashed a few times, and he continued to move forward. When everyone reached the city gate, Zhao Sheng secretly counted and found 3 monks along the way, while there were thousands of bewitched believers in the city. When everyone was in panic, it was the best time to preach. Ancient Buddhism was really able to find opportunities, and I'm afraid it also had to deal with the spirits. In addition, Zhao Sheng also found that the pregnancy rate of women in the city was very high, and he saw many strange things happening in broad daylight. This made him suspect that everything was done intentionally by the spirits. As for why? It was obviously to give birth to as many spiritual root babies as possible. Zhao Sheng sighed in his heart, the spirits were really calculating. When Zhao Sheng was exploring the refugee city, he was in the depths of a spirit cave of a second-level spirit vein under the sea, 100 miles northwest of Longshao Island. The cave was covered in silver, and filled with cold icy air. Ice flowers were floating and swirling in the cave. Once they touched the solid wall, they exploded and froze everything. The snow-white frost spread everywhere, and one could feel the bone-chilling coldness coming towards one's face. On the ice seat deep in the spirit cave, a young man in white clothes and silver hair was sitting cross-legged with his hands together. White light was constantly coming out of his mouth and nose, and the icy air around him fluctuated with it. Suddenly, the jade card on his waist flashed continuously. The silver-haired young man frowned, reached out to take off the jade card, and injected a ray of spiritual consciousness into it. The next moment, as the light on the surface of the jade card flowed, some information flooded into the silver-haired young man's mind. His face suddenly became extremely cold. Zhao Sheng, haha. The silver-haired young man suddenly sneered, and soon fell silent again. At the same time, in a secret space somewhere underground on Longshao Island, a skinny young man wearing a 100-skull robe sat opposite a middle-aged man wearing a jade crown and black armor. On the stone table in the middle was a portrait of a person, who was surprisingly 9/10 similar to Zhao Sheng. The middle-aged man in black armor was extremely handsome. Although his cultivation level was only in the middle stage of foundation building, he exuded a mysterious aura. "Is this the target?" the skinny young man asked slowly. The middle-aged man in black armor smiled non-committally and said, "This man's real name is Zhao Sheng. Here is some of his information. Kill him within 10 days. The Skull God Cannon will be yours." "Are you serious?" the skinny young man asked excitedly with a greedy look in his eyes. The middle-aged man pushed over 2 jade slips and said, "One of them records the contents of the first 2 levels of the Skull God Cannon. It's considered a deposit." The skinny young man snatched the jade slip and probed his spiritual consciousness into it. Soon he showed a surprised smile and said decisively, "This deal. I, Master Skull, accept it." After returning from the refugee city, Zhao Sheng rejected everyone's invitation and locked himself in the training room to practice hard. 3 days later, in the training room, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged with a solemn face, and kept making hand gestures. Rays of blood kept merging into the blood escape talisman in the air. After 2/4 of an hour, after absorbing so much blood and spiritual power, the palm-sized blood escape talisman began to shine brightly, and gradually produced layers of blood-colored halos. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng was refreshed, and opened his mouth again to spit out a mouthful of blood from his heart, which fell on the blood escape talisman. The blood escape talisman ignited a ball of invisible blood flame. Melt. Zhao Sheng's eyes focused, and a point of black light suddenly shot out from the purple palace on his forehead. In a flash, it disappeared into the blood escape talisman. In an instant, the blood flames were completely converged, transforming into countless mysterious blood-colored runes that appeared on the surface of the talisman. Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and waved it, and the blood soul talisman flew over and landed in his hand. This blood escape talisman had mutated into blood soul talisman because it had integrated a trace of the soul. The blood soul talisman was a special second-level escape talisman that Zhao Sheng had painstakingly studied for nearly 100 years, starting from his previous life, and only recently created. Although it is an escape talisman, it has the effect of confusing others, especially high-level immortal cultivators. Seeing that the talisman was truly formed, Zhao Sheng's eyes showed a hint of joy, and he immediately hid it carefully in the interlayer of his waist. Half a month later, the door of the secret room, which had been closed for a long time, suddenly opened, and Zhao Sheng slowly walked out. However, as soon as he walked out of the room, his expression changed, and he suddenly turned and looked towards the corridor on the side. 2 figures flashed from the depths of the corridor, speeding towards him at lightning speed. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes at the sight of this. Judging by their movements, it was clear they were coming for him. Boom! The 2 figures suddenly stopped several feet away, stirring up a gust of wind. Zhao Sheng took a quick look and saw that the first man was dressed in a snow-white robe, with a handsome face and a sharp expression between his brows, giving him an aggressive aura. The other man was plain-looking, but his physique was as burly as an iron tower. It was obvious that he was proficient in the art of physical training. "Who are you two?" Zhao Sheng asked in faint surprise, looking at the 2 men who clearly had ill intentions. "I am Wang Fu of the Spirit Clan, and the one next to me is Wang Fuchen," the white-robed man said coldly after sizing him up. Wang Fuchen stared at Zhao Sheng with a glare like a knife, but did not speak. "Oh, so you are 2 young men from the Spirit Clan. I am so sorry. I wonder what you have to offer me." Zhao Sheng ignored the gazes of the 2 and asked calmly, "Are you the bastard you picked up from outside?" Wang Fuchen finally spoke, his tone full of contempt. "Huh?" Zhao Sheng couldn't help but snorted coldly when he heard this. Very good, you look like a decent human. The two of us came here just to inform you that the Ice King has given up on you. Don't have any wishful thinking, Wang Fei said coldly. Zhao Sheng was stunned after hearing this, thinking that there is such a good thing. Then, he looked at the two of them again, his eyes full of strangeness. Seeing that the other party had such an attitude, the white-robed Wang Fei snorted lightly, and said without question, why, do you want us to say it again? The status of the Ice King is so noble. With your humble bloodline, how can you be worthy of the title of Ice King's disciple? Wang Fei sneered and said nothing, looking superior. Chapter 216, Vulnerable. I see, Zhao Sheng was amused after hearing this. Anyone willing to become the Ice King's disciple could do so. He wasn't interested. With his recent understanding of the Spirit Clan, he'd expected some to be disgruntled, but he hadn't expected such a young man to actually threaten him. It seemed the Spirit Clan protected their younger generation so well, leaving them somewhat inexperienced, like flowers in a greenhouse, naive, self-absorbed, and even arrogant. How could two young men like them have the right to interfere in the decisions of a man like the Ice King? How naive? Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng said with a half-smile, I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. I have never considered becoming the Ice King's apprentice. However, if I could get the Ice King to retract his decision, I would be grateful to you. Gentlemen, please return. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't be with you any longer. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and moved to pass by. Wang Fei and Wang Fei's expressions froze upon hearing this, then turned ashen. Stop. I didn't tell you to leave, yet you still want to. How dare you use the Ice King's name to pressure us? It's a complete waste of effort. The Spirit Tribe has always relied on strength. If I can cripple you, I doubt the Ice King will insist on accepting you as his disciple. Wang Fei sneered, and with a flash of his hand, he blocked Zhao Sheng's path again. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, about to explain himself. Suddenly, Wang Fei roared, Hey! How dare you attack me from behind? The sound was deafening, yet it contained a sonic magic, an invisible killing sound. Instantly, Wang Fei's robes billowed, and he soared into the sky. With a single hand, he formed a seal, and a starlight on his forehead instantly spread, transforming into a six-pointed ice flower. A chilling icy light emanated from his body, and a chilling aura spread out, stirring the surrounding void with gusts of icy wind. With a rumbling sound, waves of extreme cold converged, instantly coalescing into a howling, rumbling icy storm as thick as two men's arms. Ice and snow swirled in the wind, flakes as sharp as blades. The icy storm enveloped Wang Fei's form, and a terrifying aura pressed down upon him. Remarkable strength. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhao Sheng nodded secretly, standing still, as if stunned. In mid-air, Wang Fei, observing this, grew even more excited. He shouted loudly and raised his hands upward. Extremely cold spiritual energy surged from the surrounding crystal walls. Fueled by this spiritual energy, the icy storm's power surged, completely filling the corridor and expanding outward. Within the storm, an icy dragon condensed, its scales composed of countless ice blades, radiating a piercing, dazzling edge. Each blade was as powerful as a first-grade, superior spell. With a thunderous hum, the icy storm abruptly paused, and an ice dragon suddenly burst forth from it. Elsewhere, Wang Fei suddenly retreated several dozen feet away, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he gazed upon Zhao Sheng. He knew full well that Wang Fei's secret technique was unlike any other foundation-building technique. The ice dragon, formed from the icy light of icy spirits emanating from beneath a 1,000-foot iceberg, possessed immense power, a power that would render ordinary late-stage foundation-building cultivators unable to withstand even a moment's attack. In a flash, the massive ice dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of icy blades that stormed towards Zhao Sheng. Before the icy blade storm reached Zhao Sheng, an aura of intense cold had already invisibly penetrated his body, attempting to freeze his meridians. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged. The power of this ice dragon's secret technique was immense, and even the extremely cold blades were extremely difficult to counter. However, there was a significant weakness. Zhao Sheng raised one hand, and a stream of black light flew out from his sleeve, dispersing in all directions. The palm-sized shield expanded to a radius of 3 feet. The 6 spiritual shields suddenly formed into a massive spherical shield. Bang, bang, bang. A shower of icy blades crashed against the black armor, shattering and transforming into streams of intensely cold air. In an instant, a layer of white frost spread across the shield's surface, rapidly increasing in thickness at a visible rate. The extreme cold was so intense that within 2 breaths, Zhao Sheng was finding it increasingly difficult to control the shield. The sluggishness in the flow of his spiritual consciousness and energy became increasingly pronounced. Wang Fu smirked at this, and with a series of hand gestures, he unleashed a surge of intensely cold spiritual energy. The icy dragon unleashed a storm of icy blades, threatening to engulf the opponent in one gulp. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, a brilliant yet invisible sword light emanating from them. On a vague spiritual plane, a sinister sword intent suddenly coalesced. The next moment, the sound of a sword echoed through the void. An invisible sword flashed from his eyes. Following some mysterious spiritual connection, the god-slaying sword instantly slashed through an unsuspecting soul. Slash! With a cold shout, Wang Fu felt a chill run through his heart. His soul was slashed by the god-slaying sword's intent. His mind went blank, and an unimaginable pain rippled through his purple mansion. Wang Fu suddenly screamed, falling from the air to the ground. He clutched his head, curled up, screaming shrilly as he writhed wildly on the ground like a dying beast. Then, a muffled thud echoed. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the ice dragon, then exploded into a vast expanse of cold air. Countless ice blades flew in a flurry, shattering into a cloud of spiritual energy, absorbed by the surrounding crystal walls. From Wang Fu's moment of confidence to the ice dragon's collapse, it took only a moment to catch his breath. Watching his clan brother's mad screams, Wang Fuchen gaped in astonishment, barely believing his eyes. Impossible, Wang Fuchen yelled in disbelief. His muscles instantly swelled, his size more than doubling. A dark, thorny armor of scales appeared on his body. His aura grew fiercer. Before he could finish his words, a flash of black energy enveloped him, and the shadow of a ferocious beast, as massive as a mountain and resembling a hedgehog, materialized behind him. Wang Fuchen's eyes flashed bloodshot, his face a fierce, brutal expression. He stomped his feet against the ground, and like an unstoppable bull, he charged towards Zhao Sheng. Physical cultivator, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise. With a flick of his hand, the long unused 5 elements talisman plate fell into his grasp. With a thought, the 9 second-level water mine talismans on the first layer of the 5 elements talisman plate burst into flames. Instantly, the corridor erupted in thunder. Endless, dazzling lightning burst forth, filling the entire corridor like a sea of thunder. Humph! With a muffled groan, Wang Fuchen dodged and escaped from the sea of thunder. His body was ablaze with wisps of lightning, and his thorn scale armor shimmered with lightning. Quick reactions, Zhao Sheng lifted the 5 elements talisman plate. The 6 mayfly shields in front of him reassembled into a foot-wide, dark black shield. It hovered above his chest, emitting a faint black light, and golden runes occasionally appeared on its surface. Wang Fuchen retreated a long way, channeling his spiritual energy to obliterate the remaining lightning on his body. His eyes turned cold, filled with murderous intent. With a sudden roar, his burly frame suddenly expanded 3 or 4 times. His thorn scale armor suddenly sprouted more and longer, sharp black thorns. The densely packed spikes flashed with a cold light, making him look more like a humanoid steel hedgehog from afar. This person was indeed a rare physical cultivator. Wang Fuchen regrouped and, without a word, swung a single arm, blurring out a foot-long, thorn-like fist of light, striking Zhao Sheng through the air. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged. The golden flying sword flew out from his waist like lightning and rushed towards the oncoming long thorn fist light. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Wang Xianfang. Crack. A crisp metallic sound suddenly exploded as the flying sword and fist light collided. Golden and black ripples spread outward. Then, the golden flying sword pierced through the fist light, transforming into a sword rainbow and slashing straight forward. Wang Fuchen was shocked and horrified at the sight. He was born with amazing bones and a powerful physique. He had dedicated decades to physical cultivation and was now at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment stage. After activating the secret body cultivation technique Dragon Elephant Vajra Sutra, His Vajra spiritual power was extremely condensed, its strength comparable to that of any spiritual weapon. Yet, he had been easily broken by a single sword. His thoughts raced, his eyes reflecting the swift sword light, and a ruthless look flashed in them. Immediately, Wang Fuchen, regardless of the consequences, suddenly pressed his palms together. Swish! An extremely sharp friction sound suddenly echoed through the corridor. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank as he saw Wang Fuchen, across from him, a grim, smug grin on his face. The golden flying sword was pinned between his palms, frozen like a dead fish. He rubbed his hands together vigorously, and a vast black light emanated from his palms, forming a black ball of light. Ugh! Zhao Sheng groaned, instantly losing control of the golden flying sword. At that moment, Wang Fuchen dropped the sword, his massive body soaring into the air, swooping down directly at Zhao Sheng. His arm slammed down like a storm, condensing into hundreds of long, piercing fists that launched another devastating blow at Zhao Sheng. He didn't believe he couldn't succeed this time. With a loud bang, Zhao Sheng's figure blurred and vanished. The crystal floor he stood on was instantly cracked by the fist light, forming a network of tiny cracks. The corridor floor was paved with an unknown spiritual material, its texture incredibly solid. Wang Fuchen's fists, no less powerful than a spiritual hammer, repeatedly struck the ground with immense force, creating only thin cracks, not even a dent. When Zhao Sheng reappeared, Wang Fuchen gave a sinister smile and lunged again, this time not with fists but with his arms outstretched, grappling Zhao Sheng around the waist. If Zhao Sheng were caught, his thorn-scale armor and unparalleled divine power would have left him crippled, if not dead. But then, Zhao Sheng suddenly chuckled. A divine light flashed in his eyes, and the five elements talisman in his hand instantly glowed with a dazzling light. A moment later, the corridor was a shambles. Wang Fuchen, his face dejected, bent down and dragged Wang Fuyu, who was clutching her head and screaming. He turned back and gave Zhao Sheng a deep look. Without a word, he turned, supported his brother, and quickly departed. Seeing the two depart, Zhao Sheng smiled calmly and reached out to recall the golden essence flying sword. Wang Fuchen and Wang Fuyu, two of the new generation of the Spirit Clan, were equally as skilled as he was, possessing exceptional strength. Even ordinary cultivators who had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment would be no match for either of them. However, despite their strength, their combat experience was far inferior to that of human cultivators of the same level, let alone Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng had several opportunities to easily kill them, but because this was the Spirit Palace, he only dealt them a minor punishment and ultimately spared them. The Spirit Palace was a sensitive place, and despite the commotion caused by the three men's repeated exchanges, no one came to investigate. A simple thought revealed the depth of this situation: someone must have deliberately orchestrated it. Zhao Sheng wondered, was this person's motive simply to test his abilities? Or to undermine the Ice King's prestige? Or was there a deeper conspiracy? As he was thinking this, two ice maidens, with terrified expressions, ran from the corridor to the front. They trembled and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Young master, please forgive me. I was too sleepy just now and was unable to escort you out of seclusion in time. I deserve this, get up." Zhao Sheng had no intention of taking revenge on them. Besides, these ice maidens were helpless creatures. This might be a good opportunity, he thought. Dragonhead Island had fallen into the hands of the alien race for over 6 months. The most dangerous period had long passed. As the resistance forces were gradually annihilated, the situation on the island became increasingly stable. Over the past 6 months, a new situation had emerged on Dragonhead Island. For the evil forces, deeply suppressed by the righteous forces led by the Star God Palace, the Siren Tide was a once-in-a-century feast, an opportune opportunity to stir up trouble and increase their strength. The Spirit Clan wasn't as ruthless as the Sea Tyrant, nor as arrogant and conceited as the dragon. They understood the principle that the enemy of their enemy was their friend, and therefore actively sought to win over the demonic forces. During each Siren Tide, they offered wide leeway to the demonic cultivators. As long as they didn't retaliate, the demonic cultivators could move freely within their occupied territory. This had been the norm for millennia. Consequently, the Spirit Clan enjoyed unwavering credibility and a favorable image in the eyes of the demonic forces. At this time, countless demonic cultivators emerged from hidden locations across the Broken Star Sea, flocking to Dragonhead Island to participate in the once-a-century demonic event. At that moment, Zhao Sheng, disguised in a hooded robe, appeared outside a makeshift market jointly organized by the demonic forces. The market, simply and unassumingly named Wangxian Fang, was established by the three nascent soul-level demonic factions, the Kain sect, the Blood Demon sect, and the 10,000 Corpses sect. There are three other markets like Wangxian Fang on Longshao Island. Besides the largest, Hailing Fang, which is controlled by the spirits, the remaining two, Ghost Market and Demon Cave, are run by the ghosts and demons. Wangxian Fang was built directly on the ruins of the seaside market. The streets were cleared of debris, the dilapidated buildings were bulldozed, and rows of distinctive, colorful buildings, each with its own distinct style, were erected along the street. The people who walked the streets were mostly cloaked in hooded robes, concealing their identities. Of course, some demons and unorthodox sects arrogantly revealed their true identities and walked openly on the streets. Those who chose to do so were often exceptionally powerful, at least in the middle to late stages of the foundation establishment stage. Beyond the palaces and buildings, there were simple yet sturdy stone houses and buildings, constructed using the technique of transforming mud into stone. These stone houses and buildings often displayed banners, flags, and other signs at their entrances. Those who traversed these sites were predominantly at the key refining stage, with few at the foundation establishment stage. A vast expanse of tents had been erected further out of the market, a continuous cascade of tents. All manner of strange-looking demonic cultivators and other races were constantly darting in and out, creating a bustling atmosphere. The most inferior cultivators could only choose to sell their scattered items mixed together outside the market, spreading out a bundle of cloth, unto which they would place herbs, bones, ores, animal hides, talismans, ancient scrolls, broken magical instruments, and other odds and ends. Finding a bargain in such a bundle shop was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhao Sheng took a brief glance outside the market before venturing through the dazzling yet chaotic marketplace of cultivators. He arrived at the entrance of the Wangxian Fang, paid the entrance tax of a low-grade spirit stone, and entered without issue. Chapter 218, Paradise of Joy. The streets of the market were bustling with activity. However, everyone stood at an invisible distance, as if wary of one another. As Zhao Sheng walked, he encountered not only numerous hooded figures dressed similarly to him, but also numerous others of a different ilk. There was a giant with bare breasts, wielding a massive axe, a white-faced Taoist monk in a blood-stained robe, a shadow rising from behind him, from which countless creatures howled, a vagrant with disheveled hair, walking barefoot, and a beast master who manipulated snakes, tigers, insects, and beasts. These demonic and unorthodox individuals were relatively normal. Even if they were formidable, they were still limited to the foundation establishment stage, and Zhao Sheng showed no fear. Few demonic cultivators truly surprised him these days, perhaps only those at the first level of the Golden Core stage could move him. After walking most of the long street, Zhao Sheng only encountered one person who frightened him to the point of trembling. She was a stunningly beautiful woman with skin as white as snow, a peerless beauty, and a saintly aura. She was barefoot, veiled in gauze, and with every step she took, a vibrant, crimson cloud of fragrance erupted from her delicate, snow-white feet. The crimson cloud seemed to carry her forward, and from a distance, she looked like a fairy descending to earth, otherworldly and otherworldly. But closer inspection horrified everyone, and they all dodged in fear. The beautiful woman's exposed skin was riddled with tiny holes, like insect nests, from which countless transparent nematodes emerged. The crimson cloud beneath her feet resembled a swarm of tiny, dust-like flying insects. Anyone who stood close and inhaled a trace of the crimson cloud would instantly fall to their knees, their eyes bulging as they clawed at their flesh, tearing out their hearts and lungs to relieve the indescribable itch. At the same time, the woman emanated a terrifying aura, constantly reminding everyone that she was a demonic elixir master. Fortunately, the stunning woman's appearance was brief, before she suddenly vanished into a distant corner. Every demonic sect or alien cultivator on the street breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Sheng, too, felt the same. He relaxed and continued forward. After only a dozen steps, he suddenly stopped, his expression shifting slightly. It was as if he had entered a spiritual realm, with waves of spiritual energy, at the level of divine consciousness, constantly harassing his mind. These waves seemed incredibly subtle, despite the constant flow of people on the street, few could detect them. Zhao Sheng speculated that only cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage or above, or with exceptionally powerful spiritual power, could sense them. What force is behind this? Their method of selecting individuals is quite unusual, Zhao Sheng thought, briefly extending his spiritual consciousness to connect with the waves. Instantly, the waves transformed into a message, which surfaced in his mind. So that's it. Zhao Sheng's lips curled slightly as realization dawned on him. He looked up, then followed the wave's guidance, walking a few hundred steps forward until he reached the gap between two buildings. Zhao Sheng released a trace of his spiritual sense, converting it into a unique mental frequency. Then, his vision blurred, his feet suddenly felt empty, and an invisible suction followed. The next moment, he flashed and disappeared from the street. Bang! Zhao Sheng fell down the passage. Once he landed, he regained his balance and looked up to find himself in an underground plaza. The plaza, inlaid with sunstone, was as bright as day. Only a handful of people, or demons, stood in the vast square. Each one wore a different look, a mysterious figure in a hooded robe, a burly man with long braids and leather armor, an elderly man in a crown and scholarly attire, and even a creature covered in black hair, with a protruding jaw, bloodshot eyes, and a mouth full of fangs, resembling a wolf demon. In the southwest corner of the plaza, a group of trembling young men and women stood. As Zhao Sheng entered the area, he heard the alien howl suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. He grinned fiercely, revealing a mouthful of fangs and emitting a foul stench. He gazed greedily at the group of young men and women at the end of the square. I didn't expect the owner of this place to be so thoughtful. Look at these little ones, so tender and delicate. Master, I like them. Looks like we're going to have some meat today. Anyone who could say such a thing was clearly a man-eating demon. The boys and girls trembled with fear, some even collapsing to the ground, their feces and urine gushing out. Strangely, they remained silent throughout, not daring to flee. Zhao Sheng, observing this, glared fiercely, and was about to intervene. Just then, an elderly man in a crowned hat and scholarly attire suddenly took a few steps forward, blocking the alien's path. Old man, if you don't want to die, stay out of my business. The wolf-headed alien's hair stood up all over his body, and he threatened sinisterly. The old man in Confucian clothing frowned, his face full of tangledness, and he was silent as if he had encountered a huge problem. Although I am morally corrupt and notorious. But after all, Alice, Confucius said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. About this matter, old friend, come out. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow jumped out of the old man's body, and the black shadow grew rapidly in size in the air. When it landed on the ground, it had turned into a crouching giant beast. Zhao Sheng stared at it, his pupils shrank slightly, and the giant beast was actually a giant toad as big as an elephant, covered with pustules all over its body, stinking to death, with eyes as big as red lanterns, and holding a huge green bamboo slip in its mouth. 10,000 books, Poison Heart Toad. This man is the book-loving old demon from the evil Immortal Island. A memory suddenly flashed through Zhao Sheng's mind. Shouldn't this old demon have died decades ago? How could he still be alive and well? Could he have reached the golden core stage? As soon as this thought occurred, the wolf-headed alien seemed terrified. Its fur ruffled, and with a howl, it fled to a corner, daring not to utter another word. The book-loving old demon coughed and was about to order his old companion to teach the wolf-headed alien a lesson. But then, a dazzling red light suddenly erupted from the center of the square. Within the red light, a magnificent, colorful, arched portal slowly emerged. Above it, 3 large characters, arranged in a pattern of top-grade spirit stones, were written, Paradise. These 3 words were so blunt and direct that even the unlettered demon instantly grasped their meaning. The next moment, the portal slowly opened, revealing several vast palaces ablaze with lights and carved jade balustrades. Then, from the palace closest to the crowd, a burst of sweet, voluptuous music emanated. The palace towers piled high above, their red windows draped with gauze, and figures lingered. Captivating figures danced and flirted beneath the lantern lights, a captivating allure. Amidst the sounds of stringed instruments and zithers, the towers were already abuzz with laughter and joy. At that moment, the braided man walked silently into the paradise, followed by the man in the hooded robe. Then, the wolf-headed alien suddenly and silently leaped out, dashing through the portal of light. The old book-eating demon coughed again, retrieved the poisonous toad, and stuffed it into his arms. He turned to glance at Zhao Sheng, then strolled in. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng flashed and disappeared into the portal of light. As he vanished, the portal slowly closed, leaving only the young men and women in the square, awaiting the arrival of the next group of guests. As Zhao Sheng appeared in front of the palace tower, dozens of graceful and charming women suddenly emerged from the entrance. The mastermind behind the scenes was well versed in human desires, and the women welcoming the guests each possessed a unique personality. Some were aloof, some alluring and sexy, some with large breasts and childlike faces, some with long legs and wide hips, and some with captivating curves, and so on. All were truly one in a million beauties. Zhao Sheng's heart was inevitably stirred by this beauty. Just then, a fairy-like figure with impeccable proportions and a cool aura approached with graceful lotus steps. Despite her graceful demeanor, her voice was incredibly alluring, and her words immediately aroused the deepest desires of the heart. Your Excellency, this is your first visit to this paradise, and I'm sure you need guidance. If you don't mind, I will take care of you. As she spoke, the stunning woman grasped Zhao Sheng's arm. Her body, like the fragrance of warm jade, soft and smooth, stirred his imagination. However, Zhao Sheng shook his hand, sending her several steps away, his face alight with disgust. By this point, he clearly understood that this so-called paradise was a creation of a Chayin sect, perhaps with the involvement of several other major demonic sects. The woman immediately sensed something was amiss. As a Chayin sect maiden, her forte was reading the minds of others, but at this moment, she couldn't sense a single emotion in the person before her. He was like a dead body, an ethereal phantom. However, the surging, vibrant energy within him was unmistakable. This person was clearly no demon from the ghoul realm. Sir, do you despise me? The woman said, her voice mournful and melancholy, already employing her alluring charm. These meager charms were clearly no match for Zhao Sheng's mind. He was about to leave the building when a group of beautiful women suddenly surrounded him, each employing their own seductive techniques, attempting to draw him into a state of lust. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too shallow. Had they been celestial maidens at the Golden Core realm, Zhao Sheng might have been more inclined to engage them in a few exchanges. Faced with a group of key refining realm women, he simply ignored them. Zhao Sheng activated his profound energy, waved his hand, and released a growing circle of light, forcing the women far away. Then, he waved his hand expressionlessly and walked away. As he was gone, a group of stunning women began to curse. Eunuch, I wonder where this bastard came from, with such rude attitude. I curse you to be skinned and torn out, your soul extracted, and refined into a spirit puppet, a life worse than death. Zhao Sheng naturally could not hear the women's curses. After passing through the lust realm, Zhao Sheng had a rough idea of what was inside the palaces and towers that followed. At this point, he made up his mind not to enter any of the lust realms below. The so-called palaces and towers of lust realm were actually designed to target those who entered them. As expected, Zhao Sheng next encountered 4 of the 5 levels of wine, sex, money, and gambling: Gambling Immortal Tower, Spiritual Mountain Palace, Wine Pool, and Eternal Pavilion. After passing the 5 levels of wine, sex, money, anger, and gambling, he encountered a utopia, a place where one could live a life of drunkenness and dreams, fulfilling their dreams and ideals. Then there was the Deodar Pavilion, filled with endless, seemingly ambiguous, and incomprehensible immortal knowledge. And, most terrifyingly, the Cave of Immortality. The Cave of Immortality contained over a dozen methods of longevity, each seemingly promising immortality, but each concealed countless dangers. Even so, countless people were drawn to it. This was the terrifying aspect of the paradise. Therefore, while powerful Foundation establishment cultivators, powerful demons, alien races, and even Golden Core true immortals constantly entered the paradise from the 10,000 Immortals Square, the vast majority were seduced by these lustful realms before reaching the true gathering place. Step by step, during this period, it became clear that few true cultivators had truly maintained an unwavering Taoist heart. By the time Zhao Sheng passed through the Cave of Immortality, only one person remained by his side, the old book-loving demon. Before them stood an old monk in Buddhist robes. His features were unsightly, his skin rough, sagging, and aged, covered in age spots and long hair. His body was hunched to the extreme, as if he might collapse at any moment. But his cloudy eyes seemed to possess the power to see through people's hearts. Zhao Sheng felt a sense of being seen through as he gazed into his eyes, a terrifying feeling. Of course, Zhao Sheng quickly collected his thoughts, his expression as calm as water. The next moment, he heard the old monk's wise, hoarse voice, a blood cultivator and a parasitic species. The old monk, welcome you to the joyful realm. The Dharma assembly is about to begin. Zhao Sheng looked up and saw only a hazy fog, obscuring the distance. Master, is that true? Does this place really hold the method of liberation I seek? The book-loving old demon asked anxiously. Bodhisattvas never lie. Ask yourself, the old monk said with a smile. Excuse me, Master. I'd like to request a recipe for the golden elixir. Is it available here? The Bodhisattva has vast magical powers. The recipe certainly exists. Time is limited. Please enter. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden shimmer of Buddha's light emanated from the mist, and from its depths, the aroma of burning incense drifted forth. Suddenly, waves of Buddhist chanting filled Zhao Sheng's ears. From afar, they approached, solemn and majestic. Even more astonishing, a rift suddenly opened in the mist, revealing a procession of people stepping through the air. Monks and nuns with dignified appearances lined the procession, carrying altars, incense burners, cloud-covered banners, and flower-draped prayer pillars. The sound of wooden fish and bronze bells filled the air. At the deepest point of the mist, 8 giant-sized, naked monks carried a massive lotus throne. Atop it, lazily reclined a female bodhisattva, shimmering in pink light and bearing a majestic appearance. As the chanting drew nearer, the dazzling Buddha's light illuminated Zhao Sheng's heart. The old monk involuntarily raised his head, knelt, and gazed devoutly at the bodhisattva, as if beholding the world's supreme truth. A closer look revealed skin as white as jade, willow-shaped eyebrows and peach-shaped eyes, a natural touch of elegance at the tips of his brows. He wore a glazed crown of eternal life, a high bun, a Buddhist quilt draped diagonally, a long skirt, and colorful armlets. His robes were scattered, and a jade belt drifted through the mist. The sight was dazzling, and one wished to serve him forever. For a moment, all sound was silent, leaving only the Buddhist chants echoing through the mist. Chapter 219, Bodhisattva Hongyan and Li Wufang in the Sea of Blood. Amitabha. 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 Waves of Buddhist chants rose and fell, the relentless sound piercing his ears like nails, penetrating deep into his bones. The accompanying Buddhist music sounded solemn and majestic at first, but repeated hearing brought a chill down his spine, a sense of a sinister aura. At that moment, alarm bells rang in his mind. A dark aura spread and swirled in the world before him, its source clearly the majestic Bodhisattva. What the hell is this? Zhao Sheng groaned inwardly. Boom. A wave of intense throbbing, an indescribable premonition of danger, made Zhao Sheng's eyelids flutter. He instinctively lowered his head to avoid being noticed. He could almost sense the approaching Bodhisattva lazily straightening his body, his eyes indifferent and eerie, their gaze fixed on him for a long time. At that moment, the book-loving demon beside him suddenly shouted with a frenzied expression, "Are you the Bodhisattva of great aspirations of the great snow mountain, Amitabha?" With a long, mournful chorus, reminiscent of a man and woman singing a strange song, the Buddhist chanting suddenly ceased. "Good man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" the Bodhisattva on the lotus throne intoned, his voice full of allure. "Bodhisattva, have mercy. The soul-refining demon from the evil fairy island has taken away my one soul and 2 spirits and refined them into the 10,000 souls banner. From now on, my life and death are in the hands of others. I seek liberation. I beg the Bodhisattva to have mercy on me and eliminate this disaster and resolve this difficulty." The book-loving demon sank to his knees, begging bitterly. "This wish is easy to fulfill. However, after this matter is resolved, you must convert to Buddhism and fulfill the karmic retribution of your great wish. Good man, are you willing?" The book-loving old demon hesitated, then, with a stern expression, nodded and said, "I am willing. Please, Bodhisattva, help." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng saw a golden light emanate from the great wish Bodhisattva, flashing and immersing itself in the old man's forehead. A golden lotus-shaped mark then appeared on his forehead. "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your mercy." As the lotus mark appeared, a devout smile crossed the old book-loving demon's face. However, Zhao Sheng saw a thick black aura suddenly emerge from him, connected to the source. At that moment, the indifferent and heartless gaze returned to Zhao Sheng. "Good man, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" The voice, as soon as it reached his ears, resounded like a resounding bell, resonating through his mind. The voice seemed ordinary, yet behind it lay an incredibly powerful induction and psychological suggestion, instilling deep submission in the speaker, a sense of supreme power and omnipotence. "Not good." The voice shook Zhao Sheng's heart, and a surge of energy surged within his soul. He thought to himself, "Not good," and subconsciously activated his gift of absolute rationality. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's eyes lost their color, becoming utterly dull, his face expressionless, like a living corpse. Huh? Bodhisattva Hongyan suddenly exclaimed in surprise, a strange light flashing in his eyes. An invisible, overwhelming pressure emanated from him, and the monks and nuns around him froze in their tracks, like clay figurines. Beside Zhao Sheng, the old monk Buji suddenly stood up, his cloudy eyes illuminating a three-headed, white-haired bird. The center head was that of a vulture, but the left was that of a long-haired woman, and the right, unmistakably, was that of the unsightly old monk Buji. In an instant, his robes rustled, and white feathers on his cheeks and hands suddenly broke through the flesh, growing in a tangled mess. His neck twisted and stretched, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Just as the other party was about to transform into a demon, a gruff, unruly voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the fog. The voice's owner undoubtedly possessed terrifying cultivation. The very word startled old monk Buji, who quickly transformed back into human form and knelt again. Bodhisattva Hongyan, I've heard you were born in the Great Snow Mountains, originally a corpse-eating vulture. Over millennia, you devoured the flesh and remains of 100,000 monks and nuns. By refining the corpse ki and Buddha's power, you were finally transformed into a human. You were then admitted to the Sacred Heart Temple and granted Bodhisattva status, the Buddhist name Hongyan. I've also heard you vowed to convert 100,000 immortal beings and spirits to Buddhism, thereby alleviating the resentment of the deceased Buddha and allowing them to ascend to the Pure Land. But you are, after all, a mere beast. You dared to forcefully convert a junior of our sect right before my very eyes. Do you think this is your territory and disregard me? Will you not be satisfied until I pluck the hair and draw the blood of this beautiful body of yours? As the voice rang out, the mist shrouding the world dissipated, and Zhao Sheng ceased his talent, his mind returning to normal, though his eyes remained cold and his face expressionless. The after effects of repeatedly activating his absolute rationality talent over the years had finally begun to show. His emotions and desires had greatly subsided, and his rationality far surpassed his perceptual cognition. Looking out, he saw that this place was actually a small world, not large, only a dozen or so miles in area. At its edge, a sea of clouds and smoke rose, and waves rippled. The ground was mostly paved with jade, and in the depths stood a towering pavilion, like a celestial palace. Atop this platform, a high platform with carved railings and jade paving, some kind of banquet was taking place. The table was filled with celestial delicacies, the aroma of wine wafted in the air, and celestial music lingered. Most of the seats were empty, with only a few filled. But each guest possessed an extraordinary aura and mystical qualities, seemingly each possessing unfathomable strength. Zhao Sheng knew at a glance that the strength of those present was probably comparable to his own. After a quick glance, Zhao Sheng felt a throbbing sensation in his heart. He didn't recognize anyone else at the table. But there was a woman with skin as white as snow and a saintly appearance, one he had only met once. It was the insect woman he had encountered on the street not long ago. Zhao Sheng had personally witnessed the densely packed transparent nematodes and the strange red cloud-like goo on this woman's body. A giant-level goo cultivator, anyone who had seen it would be extremely difficult to forget. This great wish bodhisattva is a transformed vulture. The person speaking is probably also a powerful Yuanying-level cultivator. Add to that a group of demonic giants. I'm afraid this is more than just a high-level transaction ceremony. Zhao Sheng, who had seen through some of the truth, was thinking about it. He secretly lowered his head to reduce his presence as much as possible, and caught a glimpse of the book-loving old demon still kneeling on the ground with a pious face. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at the superb means of the ambition bodhisattva. Later, he felt something was wrong. The strong man on the high platform of the heavenly palace had clearly spoken, but the ambition bodhisattva seemed not to have heard it. She straightened her body, staring directly at Zhao Sheng, and a strange light gradually appeared in her eyes. Tisk tisk. Would this bodhisattva be afraid of you, Li Wufen? Besides, he is a junior of the Sea Demon clan, who has only practiced a Blood Soul Sutra. How did he become a member of your Blood Soul sect, Li Wufen? You don't worry about yourself, but you are meddling in other people's business. This bodhisattva has heard that the blood god's body is almost rotten. It should be your turn to be the next spare tire. Following the voice of the bodhisattva of great aspiration, a group of evil demons and heretics looked at the person sitting in the main seat at the banquet on the high platform with prying eyes. At first glance, it turned out to be a human being, about 40 years old, with a face as red as a date, a pair of blood-red eyes, and red hair and beard. He was covered with a blood-red robe, and countless expressionless pale dead faces appeared on the surface of the robe from time to time. Although his appearance did not seem ugly, it was obviously different from that of an ordinary person. What's more, the extremely strange blood-red robe made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts, and they could not help but avoid the gaze of this person. Obviously, this person was Li Wufeng, one of the two Yuanying ancestors of the Blood Demon sect, nicknamed Blood Sea Patriarch. Chapter 220. The boss has not arrived yet, the treasure will open first. As if the Bodhisattva Hongyan had spoken the truth, Li Wufeng's face flushed with blood. A vision of a sea of blood suddenly appeared behind him, and the stench of blood instantly filled the high platform. At this moment, a voice, half angry and half happy, suddenly rang out from the high platform. It stinks. Brother Li, please retract your magical powers. Otherwise, I will be furious. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all looked towards the source of the voice. A captivating face came into view. She was a peerless beauty, half reclining lazily in a jade chair, her delicate face breathtakingly beautiful, her peach blossom eyes brimming with alluring charm. A captivating smile gradually curled her lips. Li Wanru, the celestial maiden of the Kain sect, was also a veteran of the nascent soul realm. All right. Let's all take our seats. He's just a junior at the foundation building stage. Don't hurt everyone's harmony. Business is more important. The speaker was a skeleton over 10 feet tall, his whole body crystal clear, shining with dazzling golden light, like a perfect work of art. It sat next to the goddess, and on the right was Li Wufeng of the Blood Demon sect, the skeleton ancestor of the 10,000 Corpses sect. Zhao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly recalled a very difficult big shot in the Broken Star Sea. Zhao Sheng secretly observed and found that there were 6 large jade chairs on the main seat of the high platform. The 3 Yuanying big shots from the Blood Demon sect, the Kain sect, and the 10,000 Corpses sect were already sitting there. Together with the Bodhisattva Hongyan, there were still 2 empty seats. Needless to say, the ones who could sit there would definitely be big shots of the same level. What happened? It's just a trade fair, but it attracted so many big shots? If I had known this, I would not have come here even if you said it in a fancy way. It's too late to say these things now. Zhao Sheng secretly calculated that he would take it one step at a time. On the other side, Bodhisattva Hongyan retracted his gaze, smiled slightly, and flicked his jade hand. In an instant, a group of monks and nuns, pagodas and cloud covers, bells and chimes, and lotus thrones suddenly dispersed into a cloud and merged into the sky and earth. The next moment, Bodhisattva Hongyan was already sitting on the jade chair, half lying lazily like a goddess, revealing a pair of flawless jade legs and feet. If it were not for knowing that its original form was a 1,000-year-old carnage vulture, at least half of the people present would have bowed down at its skirt, regardless of whether they were male or female demons. Haha. Little guy, why don't you take your seat quickly? What are you standing there for? At this time, the goddess Li Wanru spoke again. The voice that came out of her red lips was a kind of enchanting bliss that could make people fantasize, and it was hard to describe. But the evil demons changed color when they heard it. After hearing this, Zhao Sheng, who was targeted, felt a surge of blood and energy, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. However, the next moment, his eyes flashed, his face was calm, and his body had returned to normal. Later, he found a secluded place with few people to sit down, closed his eyes and rested, said nothing, and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. However, after what happened just now, he has attracted a lot of attention. They all sat down after some tests, and you are the only one who alarmed several big guys. A kid from the Sea Demon clan, instead of learning the many magical books of his own clan, learned the Blood Soul Sutra, which will cause endless troubles. When the time comes, see how you die. Some narrow-minded evil demons secretly complained in their hearts. From a broad standpoint, the hatred between the sea demons and the human race is as deep as the sea, and the two races are irreconcilable. But for the group of old demons present, none of them has not killed people like flies, and their hands are stained with the blood of their own race. It's all bullshit to talk about the hatred between the two races. Only the struggle for interests can drive them to take action against a sea demon that is obviously not easy to mess with. Besides, Longshao Island is now the world of the sea demons. If you attack the sea demons here, you must be a fool. Well, there really is a fool. Diagonally opposite Zhao Sheng, sitting on a chair across 13 or 14 tables, The skeleton boy raised his eyelids from time to time and glanced at Zhao Sheng, with deep malice hidden in the depths of his eyes. The sensing talisman in his sleeve has become very hot since Zhao Sheng sat down. It's God's will that the target appears here, he thought with an intense hate in his heart. Zhao Sheng, seated, seemed to be resting, but his sense of danger was already heightened. Through his slits, he saw clouds of red, yellow, white, and, most dangerously, black, suddenly rising from the platform. Despite his foresight, the sight before him still startled Zhao Sheng. There were roughly 20 people present, over half of whom were black, 8 red, 5 blood and 3 red, 3 yellow, 1 dark and 2 light, and only 5 white. Red already signified extreme danger, threatening his life, and the black, a symbol of death, was even more so. Zhao Sheng considered himself among the top tier in the Foundation establishment realm. However, the fact that more than half of the people present were even stronger than him was beyond his wildest dreams. Soon, a violently pulsating blood-colored cloud caught Zhao Sheng's attention. He turned his gaze quietly and saw its owner was a skinny young man wearing a 100 scales robe. Despite his excellent concealment, the man's murderous intent was already evident. For a moment, Zhao Sheng's guard was raised. Time slipped by, and 2 more guests arrived at the podium. After waiting for perhaps half a day, no one else arrived. The banquet on the podium had long since been cleared of its delicacies and wine, and a procession of charming beauties danced to the music, their movements captivating and alluring. But by this point, the demon cultivators and other races were growing impatient, and no matter how beautiful the dances were, they held them back. Had it not been for the 4 nascent soul masters restraining them, the group of old demons and monsters would have overturned the table. Li Wufen, unable to contain his temper, shouted, "Hongyan, when will the old monk Xianlang arrive?" The nearby celestial maiden, Li Wanru, chimed in, "It seems Xianlang Arhot was delayed by something important. How about we hold the trade fair first?" "Yes, this old ancestor agrees." The skeleton ancestor's jaws opened and closed, his voice harsh and steely. Unwilling to offend 3 of his peers at once, Bodhisattva Hongyan nodded and said, "In that case, let's do as you say, he. Guys, show me what treasures you have. If you catch my eye, I will not let you suffer any loss." The skeleton ancestor was clearly left with only an indestructible skeleton, but he happened to be the most erratic of the 4 nascent soul monsters. Following its command, the atmosphere on the high platform suddenly became lively, and a group of demons and alien races took out the treasures they had prepared and placed them on the jade table in front of them. Zhao Sheng looked around and saw a dazzling array of treasures on the table, shining brightly. Talismans and high-grade spiritual weapons were among them, and there were also glittering magic weapons, elixirs and talismans above the 3rd level, magic weapon-grade refining materials such as linlan iron, inner elixirs of great demons, and even rare treasures that could only be produced. Occasionally, spiritual medicines and exotic fruits appeared, all of which were no more than 1,000 years old. There was even a 9-leaf spiritual ginseng as thick as a child's arm that had already developed a spirit, and the shadow of a chubby, white and tender baby faintly appeared above the ginseng leaves. When Zhao Sheng saw a table, his eyelids jumped. 3 golden elixirs were neatly placed in an open jade box. The jade box's owner was surprisingly the holy and enchanting Jindan cultivator. Zhao Sheng glanced at him, then secretly searched his storage bag. With a sudden impulse, he quietly removed the remaining enlightenment pill recipe and the vial containing 2 foundation establishment pills and placed them on the table. At the same time, he flipped open a box with a sealed talisman. The box was carved from a single piece of pure yin spirit stone and contained the bizarre nematodes discovered in the misty underwater cave. Chapter 221, Eaten once, it won't taste good again. As the trade fair began, the old demons and evil cultivators eagerly displayed their numerous treasures. Suddenly, every table was ablaze with vibrant colors, treasures abounded, and fragrant aromas filled the air. This truly opened Zhao Sheng's eyes and stirred his heart. Unexpectedly, at this time, the skeleton ancestor suddenly yelled in a dissatisfied tone, "Bah, you use this junk to fool the ancestor today? A bunch of evil demons are pretending to be righteous here with the ancestor. The bones, souls, flesh and blood, don't hide them, take them out and show them. Hey, I have 1,000 souls banner here, which contains the souls of 1,000 people. If anyone wants it, just let me know. Hey, don't be anxious, ancestor. Of course, good things should be taken out for trading later." Do you want a 10,000-year-old rotten bone fire? Yes, it should have been taken out long ago. This real person has collected a jar of blood from the hearts of 10,000 people. Which fellow is interested? 5 spiritual root boys, one of whom has 3 spiritual roots. They are now hidden on an isolated island. Anyone who wants to buy can trade with me, baking. The skeleton ancestors' words immediately excited everyone present, and they all revealed their true colors as demons and heretics. A vast mass of demonic and spiritual bones piled high, jars of blood emanating from their sealed containers. Soul banners and ghost flags hovered, their surfaces shrouded in the wailing spirits of countless humans and demonic spirits. Corpse-controlling bells, soul-destroying bells, hunter demon diagrams, goo nests, flesh puppets, and other unholy treasures were also on display. Some, more brutally, simply pulled out the pale, stiff corpses of immortal cultivators and the remains of demonic beasts, dumping them into a mountain beneath the table, resembling butchers selling pork. The corpses of immortal cultivators were a precious resource, especially for the corpse-cultivating demonic cultivators who mastered their art. In a matter of moments, the scene on the platform suddenly transformed, a scene as it found only in hell, evil, brutal, bloody, eerie, cold, a chilling sight. Of course, a few demonic cultivators also brought out various spiritual fires, spiritual waters, spiritual soil, and other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Zhao Sheng even saw a high-level spiritual object called Heavenly Heart Ice Marrow, as precious as any kind of celestial water. Witnessing the bloody and sinister scenes before him, Zhao Sheng shook his head and said, "No wonder, since ancient times, the forces of righteousness have always called for the destruction of evil. Seeing this today, I truly believe they were right." He, Li Wufen, seated high in the main seat, chuckled. With a wave of his hand, jars of blood and essence flew whistlingly toward his table. Simultaneously, he tossed out gleaming, high-grade spirit stones, landing precisely in the hands of various sellers. The skeleton ancestor was also busy. He opened his maw, and a dark, suction-filled vortex suddenly formed within. In the next instant, a vast stream of human and demonic spirit bones soared into the air, forming a vast river of bones that sank into the skeleton ancestor's mouth. When the last thigh bone was swallowed by the vortex, the skeleton ancestor burped with satisfaction, spewing out a few bone fragments. At the same time, the golden light emanating from its indestructible skeleton grew even more dazzling. "These beads are for you." With that, the skeleton ancestor pulled out several fist-sized, pale, smooth 10,000 bone beads from his skeleton and tossed them to the table of the demon cultivators who had taken out the bones. Elsewhere, the Heavenly Maiden and the Bodhisattva of Great Aspiration silently selected items that caught their eye. Despite having converted to Buddhism, the Bodhisattva of Great Aspiration still had a special fondness for corpses, sweeping away all the bodies of cultivators above the foundation establishment stage on the platform. The Heavenly Maiden was clearly more discerning. She showed no interest in evil items like corpses, souls, blood, and demonic treasures, but was instead particularly interested in celestial spiritual objects. With a single move, she snatched away several high-level celestial spiritual objects, including the Heavenly Heart Ice Marrow. A quarter of an hour later, once the 4 nascent soul masters had finished their selections, the formal trading began. Seeing the others stand up to browse the treasures, Zhao Sheng quietly joined in. The scale of this treasure fair was so high, and the treasures were so precious and valuable, that he had never seen them before in his 5 lifetimes. Just a quick glance at it made Zhao Sheng very excited, and he thought to himself that he had come to the right place. Looking at the magic weapons such as swords, banners, pagodas, etc. placed on the table, he touched the storage bag at his waist and couldn't help but sigh that he was really too poor. Any magic weapon on the table would cost millions. Zhao Sheng emptied his pockets and could only buy 1 or 2 at most. But he didn't care about ordinary low-grade magic weapons. And magic weapons of medium quality and above started at millions of spirit stones, which he couldn't afford. Since it's a magic weapon. Zhao Sheng was sighing when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He was just a step too late. There were already 7 or 8 more figures in front of the table of the female goo cultivator who was selling the golden elixir. No need to explain, they must have come here to buy the golden elixir. Zhao Sheng's face changed slightly, and he immediately put aside other things and rushed over. As he approached, he heard a deep, hoarse female voice, "Only exchange for exotic goo worms, goo sutras, or treasures like Zhao Sheng pills that can heal soul damage. Or perhaps something I'd like to exchange for. Zhao Sheng was delighted, but he didn't immediately approach. Instead, he looked back. A quarter of an hour later, there were still 2 Jinden, golden color, pills left on the table. This Jinden Gu cultivator had unexpectedly high standards. Most of the previous cultivators had failed, which made Zhao Sheng a little worried. He was next in line. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, pushed the spirit stone box containing the strange nematodes in front of the Gu cultivator, and removed the sealing talisman. Senior, this is an ancient exotic species I obtained from an ancient cave. Can you exchange it for a Jinden, golden color, pill? As he got closer, Zhao Sheng could clearly see that the female cultivator's smooth face was also covered in dense wormholes. Countless tiny, transparent nematodes poked their heads out of the holes, stretching and retracting like living hairs. A sight that instinctively evoked nausea. As the stone box opened, tangled masses of gray nematodes awoke from their stillness. Their slender limbs slowly wriggled, their earthworm-like heads slightly raised, resembling penises. The Gu cultivator's eyes widened, and she uttered, "This is the primordial progenitor." As she spoke, vast swarms of transparent nematodes slithered out of her face and hands, as if encountering an object of reverence. Countless tiny nematodes frantically flew out of their bodies, eagerly diving into the stone box to mate with the gray nematodes. In an instant, the stone box, carved from pure yin spirit stone, was filled with nematodes of all sizes, like a ball of snakes wriggling and mating in excitement. Bang! The female Gu cultivator quickly closed the box, snapped her fingers, and a golden elixir soared into the air, landing in Zhao Sheng's hands. Changed, Zhao Sheng flipped his hand, and the Jinden disappeared. Then, his brow furrowed slightly, he asked tentatively, "Senior, just one is not enough, how dare you? Don't push your luck." With this cold rebuke, a red cloud suddenly appeared before Zhao Sheng, and a strange fragrance instantly filled his nose. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank, and he retreated a foot away, staring at the buzzing red cloud with lingering fear. "Senior, how dare you attack here?" Zhao Sheng had barely finished speaking when 4 terrifying divine thoughts enveloped the Jinden Gu cultivator, her face flushing, fear evident in her eyes. She quickly stood up and bowed deeply to the 4 nascent soul masters at the head. Only then did the 4 nascent soul divine thoughts retreat. The female Gu cultivator turned, her face sullen, and glared at Zhao Sheng, saying coldly, "Your Gu insect is only worth 1 Jinden." Seeing he was losing ground, Zhao Sheng bowed and turned away. Then, Zhao Sheng walked over to a table and saw a ball of pale blue water in a golden bowl. Though only the size of a ginkgo tree, it filled Zhao Sheng with a secret delight. It was truly a case of searching high and low for something, yet finding it effortlessly. 1 yuan heavy water, long time no see. "I've missed you so much." Zhao Sheng stepped forward and asked, "How do you trade this ball of 1 yuan heavy water?" The man behind the table was also dressed in a hooded robe and a faceless mask, clearly concealing his identity. Anything from spirit stones, magical instruments, talismans, and techniques can be exchanged. However, the total value must be at least 100,000 spirit stones. Spirit objects of equal value will be given priority. Zhao Sheng didn't hesitate. He immediately took out his spirit stone bag and counted out 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, handing them over. "I still have 100,000 jin of sunflower water. Do you want it? If I can buy it all, I'll sell it to you at a discount." Zhao Sheng responded decisively, "Yes. No matter how much sunflower water you have, senior, I'll take it all." "Great. How about 1 spirit stone for 1 jin of sunflower water?" "Sure." Zhao Sheng immediately agreed. A jin of sunflower water was worth much more than that. The other party clearly didn't understand the market, or perhaps they were just selling it for nothing. Haha. I wonder which unfortunate person they robbed this from. It's a bargain for me, he thought to himself. Sunflower water is a pure water extracted from seawater with a slight spiritual quality. Natural sunflower water often settles in trenches and canyons beneath the ocean surface. It's commonly used to irrigate 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, for water-infused elixirs, and for tempering spiritual artifacts. For Zhao Sheng, sunflower water is an essential spiritual ingredient for refining the magical artifact, the Zhenhe pearl. The more sunflower water incorporated, the greater the pearl's power. And don't forget, 1 yuan heavy water is also known as sunflower water essence. Large quantities of sunflower water, processed using special methods, have a high probability of being refined into 1 yuan heavy water. Therefore, he readily accepted any sunflower water he could find, his demand unlimited. After the transaction was complete, Zhao Sheng turned and left without hesitation. Over the next hour, he made only 2 trades. First, he traded a foundation establishment pill and 60,000 spirit stones for a top-grade spiritual weapon, the heavy wave sword. Finally, he traded for a defensive talisman. After these exchanges, his storage bag shrank, and he could only drool at the dazzling array of treasures. Returning to his seat, Zhao Sheng pondered and took out some second-tier talismans, such as the Phantom Escape Talisman and the Water Mine Talisman, as well as second-tier spiritual elixirs like the Marrow Spirit Pill, the Mind Concentration Pill, and the second-level Jade Pill, placing them on the table. What a rare opportunity! While these talisman pills couldn't compare to other treasures, they were certainly useful. Unexpectedly, his offerings proved quite popular. Soon, 3 people approached him, purchasing batches of talisman pills. At that moment, the skeleton boy wandered over to Zhao Sheng's table and asked in a deep voice, "Sir, I'd like to buy a few bottles of Marrow Spirit Pills. How many spirit stones are in each?" 10 per bottle, 300 spirit stones total, Zhao Sheng said calmly, his guard now heightened. This man had harbored ill will towards him from the start, and on several occasions, his gaze had even hinted at murderous intent. "It's quite expensive. Just buy 1 bottle." With that, the skeleton boy dropped a small bag of mid-grade spirit stones, picked up a bottle of Marrow Spirit Pills, and turned to leave. Zhao Sheng watched him retreat, then glanced down at the bag of spirit stones on the table, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Half an hour later, the trade fair gradually came to a close. Zhao Sheng had tens of thousands of spirit stones in his hand again, and was just thinking about spending one when suddenly, a cry of surprise erupted from the podium. Startled, Zhao Sheng quickly looked up and glanced around. Suddenly, the 2 empty jade chairs at the main stage had been occupied by a slender, yellow-robed old monk and an incredibly handsome white wolf. The white wolf was as tall as a horse, its fur gleaming silver white. Its human-like eyes glared at the audience, a greedy expression on its face. The yellow-robed old monk, like an ordinary mortal, gazed upon the crowd with a smile. "Heavenly Wolf King, Heavenly Wolf Arhat?" Seeing the chaos below, Li Wufang couldn't help but snort coldly. His incredibly powerful divine consciousness swept out, instantly silencing the crowd. At this moment, the skeleton ancestor spoke in disapproval. "Old monk, you're late, not late, not late." "I've returned just in time," the yellow-robed old monk said with a smile. Then, changing the subject, he added, "By the way, fellow Daoists Lingyun and Mingwu of the Sea Demon clan have also returned." This statement immediately caused a commotion of anxiety, with expressions ranging from solemnity to anxiety, excitement, and nervousness. "Brother, are you serious? Could it be that the Star God Palace and the 4 ancient clans have already compromised?" asked the Bodhisattva Hungyun. As she spoke, a golden Brahma light emerged from behind her, and bursts of Brahma music emanated from its depths. The celestial maiden, the skeleton ancestor, and several other nascent souls also looked at the heavenly wolf ancestor with deep concern. As the old monk nodded, the heavenly wolf king interrupted, Hey. With my help, the Sea Beast army has broken through 3 blockades in a month, and now the vanguard is approaching the Star Algae Sea. We're threatening to destroy the spiritual veins of the islands. They've had no choice but to compromise." "Wolf King, how many people can we take in this time?" Li Wufang asked solemnly, his face flushed. "Well," the heavenly wolf king was speechless for a moment, then turned and howled at the yellow-robed old monk in dissatisfaction. "Hey, you old bastard, I'm asking you a question." The heavenly wolf Arhat saluted, "Amitabha. There are 300 of the 3 sea tribes in total, and we have 80 of them. That's too few." The skeleton ancestor was extremely dissatisfied. Each time a star god awakens, at most 100 or so most remarkable beings are selected to communicate with him. However, the number of cultivators who can enter the Star Algae Sea at any one time is far greater than 10,000. The 100-mile sea area centered on Star God Island is where the star god consciousness awakens most frequently. Therefore, whenever a star god awakens, this 100-mile sea area is strictly sealed off, and only those permitted by the Star God Palace are allowed entry. The number mentioned by the heavenly wolf Arhat refers to the number of people allowed into the 100-mile sea area. Of course, cultivators entering this area aren't guaranteed to be chosen by the Star God, but the probability is several times higher than in other areas of the star LGC. Furthermore, the star god selections aren't limited to humans. Exceptional beings with highly developed spirituality and consciousness, such as demons and ghost cultivators, are occasionally chosen. As for the criteria for being the most outstanding, after nearly 10,000 years of exploration, the conclusion has been drawn: it depends on whether you can attract the star god's interest. Perhaps a certain trait, a certain experience, or a certain thought may attract the star god and allow communication. Most astonishingly, a person only has one chance to communicate with a star god in their lifetime. For nearly 10,000 years, no one has been exempt from this opportunity. Whether you become a true lord of transformation or a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy, you will no longer attract the star god's attention. Someone once asked the star god this question in person, but only got a vague response: once you eat something once, it will taste bland again. After the statement spread, countless geniuses looked at each other in bewilderment, speechless. Chapter 222 Lingian Patriarch Summons. Fellow skeleton Taoist, listen to me explain. Before the old monk could finish, the skeleton ancestor waved his hand disinterestedly. Forget it. Ancestor, I'm too lazy to ask. You must give me 20 spots. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blood erupted into the sky. Li Wufang shouted, skeleton old monster, you're so arrogant. You shouldn't be so greedy, haha. Ancestor, I'm in this state now. Who would believe me if I said I was a human being? If the goddess and the old monk said that, it would be fine. But you're just a blood god backup, a useless piece of shit who can't even reincarnate. You're nothing, as the saying goes, don't expose someone's weaknesses when you're insulting them. The skeleton ancestor's words touched upon the blood sea demon's greatest taboo. HMPH, Li Wufang's expression darkened. A vision of a thick, smelly sea of blood suddenly appeared in the void behind him. Countless heads slowly emerged from the gore, like blood-red tumors growing on a carpet of flesh and blood. The nascent soul realm. This is a magical ability inherent to nascent soul cultivators, a rudimentary understanding of the principles of the great Dao. The situation was tense. The skeleton ancestor seemed to sit languidly on his jade chair, motionless, but his diamond frame radiated a dazzling golden light, resembling a divine being. At this moment, the celestial maiden of the Triyin sect flicked her jade hand, and a pink glow spread out, like a veil of light, perfectly blocking the two men. Brothers, please don't be angry. Peace is the most important thing. You are both over 2,000 years old. Are you afraid of losing face for the nascent soul ancestor by engaging in combat in front of this junior generation? The celestial maiden's voice was gentle and coquettish, yet her words were subtly captivating. Fellow Daoists, listen to me, the heavenly wolf Arhat interjected. Meanwhile, the demons and heretics below were terrified, trembling with fear, fearing they would be caught up in a nascent soul-level battle. This was no joke. Without personal experience, it's difficult for outsiders to imagine the terrifying power of a nascent soul ancestor. It's fair to say that if one were to accidentally fall into the nascent soul's domain, even a giant and true person would struggle to withstand the aftermath of its magical power, let alone those at the foundation establishment stage. Fortunately, the presence of 4 other masters of the same level prevented the skeleton ancestor and the blood sea demon from attacking. At this moment, the heavenly wolf Arhat waved his hand, erecting a dark golden barrier of magical power in the center of the platform, blocking out sound, sight, and spiritual detection. The crowd below, witnessing this, looked at each other in dismay. 2/4 of an hour later, the dark golden barrier suddenly shattered, revealing the figures of 6 nascent soul masters. Surprisingly, the skeleton ancestor was the first to speak. The ancestor has 10 places in the core circle. If you can join the 10,000 Corpses sect, you will definitely get one of them. If you can catch the eye of this ancestor, you can be accepted as a registered disciple. As soon as the words fell, the skeleton boy took the lead to bow and shouted respectfully, I, the junior skeleton boy, pay my respects to the skeleton ancestor. I follow the skeleton lineage of the Corpse Dao and have now reached the great perfection stage of foundation establishment. I am willing to join the 10,000 Corpses sect. I hope the ancestor will accept me. Very good. Ancestor, I have heard of your name before. You are one of the most popular juniors in my skeleton god sect in recent decades. Are you willing to join this ancestor's sect? Yes, I am. Disciple skeleton boy pays homage to master and wishes master a long life and ascension. Good, good. You are such a sweet talking kid. The ancestor likes you very much? This thing is given to you as a reward." With that, a stream of golden light erupted from the skeleton ancestor's mouth. It landed in the skeleton boy's hand, instantly transforming into a palm-sized dark golden skull. The skeleton boy, ecstatic, quickly hid the skull, kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude to his master. Amazing. The skeleton ancestor, so delighted, gifted him a nascent soul realm skull. If he could refine it within his body, the skeleton boy's cultivation would undoubtedly advance greatly, and his ascension to the golden core stage would be a piece of cake. It must be said that the skeleton boy's flattery was truly eloquent, and the skeleton ancestor was overjoyed, thus rewarding him with his precious treasure. The maximum lifespan of a nascent soul is 3,000 years. Only by advancing to the spiritual transformation realm can one significantly extend their lifespan, potentially exceeding 6,000 years. For those who master the art of prolonging life and avoiding death, such as the spiritual transformation true lords of the skeleton cultivation lineage, living beyond 10,000 years is not impossible. This has been vividly demonstrated in the Xianzhu realm. The founder of the 10,000 Corpses sect, the Heavenly Corpse God, extended his lifespan by over 10,000 years through 9 replicas, ultimately ascending to the spirit realm. It's no wonder the skeleton boy flatters well. He implicitly compares the skeleton ancestor to the Heavenly Corpse God. And the Heavenly Corpse God is a deity to the 10,000 Corpses sect's disciples for generations, so it's easy to understand why the skeleton ancestor is so pleased. Seeing someone reaping the rewards, the demons were already tempted. Meanwhile, the other 4 nascent soul cultivators were also vying for a price. Anyone who joins our Yin sect will receive 1 spot and a Taoist partner of the same level to practice the yin-yang ascension art together. First come, first served, and spots are limited. Join our blood demon sect and you're guaranteed to ascend to the golden core stage. Those at the golden core stage will receive a blood god pill upon entry. You're guaranteed to live for over 1,000 years. Oh, and there are spots available too. The flaws of the Blood Soul Sutra were well known throughout the Shattered Star Sea. To entice these elite independent cultivators to join, Li Wufang had to make a generous promise. Both the Bodhisattva of Great Wish and the Heavenly Wolf Arhat belong to the ancient Buddhist Sacred Heart Temple of the Great Snow Mountain. Compared to the 2 local demon sects, the Yin sect and the Blood Demon sect, the Sacred Heart Temple inevitably lacks an appeal. Furthermore, all present had been tested by the Bodhisattva of Great Wish before gaining admission. Each possessed an incredibly steadfast faith, making their admission into the Buddhist sect almost impossible. A discerning mind would have seen through the true nature of this Dharma assembly. This final test was clearly a deliberate arrangement by the 3 great demon sects for the benefit of the ancient Buddhists. Those who failed were considered the trophies of the ancient Buddhists. And these successful individuals were arguably the most elite of the independent cultivators of the past century. Today's Dharma assembly was, to put it mildly, a job fair, or, more bluntly, a fruit-picking event, a once-in-a-century harvest of talented independent cultivators. Why were the demonic forces secretly colluding with the 3 great oceanic overlords? Why did the spirit race repeatedly stir up demonic waves, and yet so often succeed? Why did the various sects of the demonic path dare to openly hold a market and ritual on Dragonhead Island? The once-a-century catastrophe that befell humanity, with repeated reshuffling of the cards, led to a reshuffling of the cards. Who benefited most? The demonic path? The Sarns? Or the righteous forces led by the Star God Palace and the 4 ancient clans? With the universe as the chessboard, and all living beings as the pieces, who is the mastermind behind the scenes? The calculations were numerous and profound. Without a nascent soul ancestor truly at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world, it would be difficult to discern the world's truth. Of course, Zhao Sheng had already begun to vaguely sense this harsh reality. But his realm in this world was too low. As a mere pawn among the living, he could only drift with the tide, without the power to change the tide. Those seated here were considered the top of the independent cultivators, each boasting a high opinion of themselves and aspirations far higher than the heavens. But in front of the nascent soul ancestor, they could not afford to be arrogant. Even the most arrogant and gifted independent cultivators could not guarantee their future ascension to the nascent soul stage. So, after the nascent soul ancestors spoke out, the vast majority of the demonic leaders and evildoers present joined the 3 major demon sects. The number of places in the core circle was a key factor. Why was the number of places so important? It's an open secret in the world of immortal cultivation. 5 to 6 out of 10 nascent soul ancestors have met the star gods. Alternatively, over half of the nascent soul ancestors in the Shiansu realm successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage after meeting the star gods. Meet the star gods, and the nascent soul is complete. This saying is widely circulated within the Jinden realm. While the nascent soul ancestors never publicly acknowledged it, crucially, they didn't deny it either. This undoubtedly reinforced the aforementioned statement. Therefore, no aspiring immortal cultivator would pass up the opportunity to meet the star gods. Half an hour later, only 4 people remained on the platform, having not yet risen to bow. Zhao Sheng was one of them. He had no choice. The spirit clan would never allow him to join the demonic path, and the 3 major demon sects, including the Sacred Heart Temple, would not accept a single Sea Demon clan member. This was clear not only to him but also to the 6 nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, he never attempted it. In comparison, the other 3 seemed unique. Zhao Sheng surveyed his surroundings and discovered that one of them was the female Gu cultivator, a combination of saintliness and bewilderment. The other 2 were native alien races of the Broken Star Sea. One was a merman with fine scales on her cheeks and a white membrane over her eyelids, giving her eyes the appearance of white. The last was drenched and extremely pale, his skin oozing pale green water. At first glance, he looked like a drowned water ghost. This individual was the patriarch of the Water Ghost clan, a famous alien race in the Broken Star Sea, and was at the mid-stage Jinden realm. 2 alien races would have been fine, as the nascent soul ancestors would have looked down upon them anyway. However, a female Gu cultivator at the Jinden realm was quite rare. The goddess Li Wanru was the most interested and was the first to extend an olive branch. Unexpectedly, the female Gu cultivator shook her head slightly, then sent a telepathic message, whispering a few words. The goddess listened, straightened herself slightly, and made no mention of recruiting him. Seeing this, the other ancestors also tactfully stopped talking. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Sheng reappeared on the streets of Wangxianfang. The Dharma assembly had concluded, but the Paradise realm had not been closed. Many evil demons and heretics at the Foundation establishment or Golden Core realm were currently living a life of debauchery within. Their fate would not be good. At the very least, their wealth would be depleted and they would be expelled from the Paradise realm. At the worst, their lives would be taken away. This exemplified the oppression and cruelty that existed among the evil demons and heretics. As soon as he appeared in the market, a white light suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely on Zhao Sheng's head before dissolving into paper-thin ice crystal. Reaching out to pluck the ice crystal, a cold voice instantly flooded his mind. Return to the spiritual palace immediately. The Grand Ancestor has summoned you, Grand Ancestor Lingyan, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, crushing the ice crystal. A moment later, Zhao Sheng passed through the invisible barrier and landed in the square in front of the spiritual palace's main hall. At the palace gates, Zhang Da and Zanger, 2 Jinden-level sea giants, beamed upon seeing him. With a flash of their bodies, 2 massive figures, one on each side, suddenly surrounded Zhao Sheng. The Great Elder wishes to see you. Come with us and meet him. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Sheng felt his feet suddenly empty, his body lifted by 2 immense forces and soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had landed at the spiritual palace's main hall. Zhao Sheng followed the 2 spiritual palace commanders into the hall. Looking up, he was startled. 3 dragon-headed chairs stood prominently beneath the central seat. The middle figure, a sleek old man in a green robe, looked ordinary. But sitting there, even a fool would know he must be the Spirit Clan's Great Elder, a late nascent soul cultivator, the Lingyan Patriarch. The 2 seated beside Lingyan Patriarch must also be nascent soul masters. The chair on the left wasn't a person, but a gray, misty vortex the size of a human head. Its center shrank to a point of darkness, appearing void and profound, as if even light could escape its engulfment. Zhao Sheng was horrified by this astonishing sight. This must be the Mingwu Patriarch. The last Spirit Clan leader was handsome to the point of perfection, as if every admirable compliment to a man's appearance could be applied to him. Wait? Perhaps even admirable compliments for a woman could apply. This leader's appearance, physique, and temperament were too androgynous. To call him a traveler like Jade and an unparalleled young master was truly worthy of the title. Or perhaps, to say she possessed a beauty so unparalleled as to sink fish to the depths, drop yeast to the ground, and hide the moon in shame, with every movement, This true leader's demeanor shifted seamlessly, his gender seemingly changing as well. Zhao Sheng didn't dare glance again, lowering his head slightly. He already knew who this person was. This must be the third elder of the spirit clan, the Linksa patriarch, known as the Shadow of the High Priest. Of course, he always preferred to be addressed as Young Master Linksu. Below the three spirit clan nascent souls, 24 high-ranking spirit clan leaders sat in 2 rows, each imposing and possessing astonishing cultivation. At the head of each rank were the Ice River King and the Nebula King, both giant and great perfectionists. Even then, Zhao Sheng could sense the Nebula King harboring deep murderous intent towards him. He couldn't understand why, despite being strangers and having no grudges against each other, a spirit clan king could harbor such deep hatred for him, desiring to kill him immediately. Whatever the reason, it was ultimately driven by self-interest. Perhaps his presence had inadvertently blocked someone's path. Despite his many distractions, he would always observe proper etiquette. After bowing and greeting the elders, Zhao Sheng had barely stood up when the Nebula King erupted in anger. "How dare you be so reckless in front of our elders? You simply don't take us seriously." Zhao Sheng was startled by this, he hadn't expected such haste. "No problem." Just then, Elder Lingyan, seated at the head of the group, suddenly spoke up, defusing the challenge. He sized Zhao Sheng up, his liking growing with each passing moment. For 20,000 years, although the spirit clan had maintained blood purity through intermarriage, with each generation, the bloodlines inevitably degraded significantly, and the incidence of birth defects increased significantly. Now, out of the blue, a wild member of the tribe had returned to the clan, and more importantly, their bloodline was remarkably pure, comparable to a second-generation spirit clan member. A second-generation spirit clan member is one whose parents are pure-blooded. Of course, Zhao Sheng's current body couldn't have been pure-blooded spirit clan members. This phenomenon, known in the world of immortal cultivation as ancestral bloodline regression, is extremely rare. In the past 10,000 years, there have been only a dozen or so such cases of reversion among the spirit clan, the most famous being Ancestor Lingyan. Otherwise, how could the plain-looking Ancestor Lingyan have reached such heights? Consequently, Ancestor Lingyan viewed Zhao Sheng with a special regard. Zhao Sheng sensed his goodwill. The following questions reinforced this. It felt like a scene between Ancestor Lingyan and Zhao Sheng, with none of the other spirit clan members speaking. It was like a conversation between an elder and a younger generation. When asked about Zhao Sheng's parents, Zhao Sheng replied that they were both deceased. Faced with this vague response, Ancestor Lingyan did not pursue the matter. When asked about his experiences over the years, Zhao Sheng offered a few perfunctory words. What puzzled Zhao Sheng most was that despite his apparent resistance to the spirit clan, the other party remained unfazed. It was only after Zhao Sheng left the spirit palace that he could vaguely grasp Ancestor Lingyan's thoughts. Compared to the enlightened great elder, the other elder leaders were furious. They were angry at Zhao Sheng's indifference and lack of appreciation for his kindness. As the ruler of the Demon Ruins, one of the most powerful factions in the world, the elder's status and position were truly exalted. To show disdain for a mere bastard was simply unforgivable. This was intolerable. Chapter 223 Departure. After Zhao Sheng withdrew, Patriarch Mingwu also abruptly vanished, as if only to see the newcomer. Meanwhile, Patriarch Linksa turned and nodded slightly to Great Elder Lingyan beside him. His form suddenly faded into indistinctness, vanishing in a flash, leaving only an empty jade chair in its place. Seeing this, Patriarch Lingyan smiled faintly, knowing the two had tacitly agreed. However, many high-ranking members of the spirit clan did not understand the Patriarch's actions. By then, the atmosphere in the spirit palace's main hall was tense and heavy. After a moment's silence, someone finally snapped. King Zingyan slapped the back of his chair, and a burst of starlight suddenly appeared behind him. He complained, "Ancestor, why are you so partial to a bastard? Don't you see that this man has a rebellious streak in his head and will surely be a disaster in the future?" Humph. The Ice King, sitting opposite, snorted coldly, "Trouble? I see you're a troublemaker too, specifically targeting the promising youngsters of our clan. Ice King, don't spit blood." "I've never harmed any of my clansmen," the Nebula King exclaimed in fury. At this moment, Elder Lingyan raised his hand, and a powerful aura of mighty pressure emanated, suppressing the two giant and great perfection cultivators. "Zingyan, I want to ask you, how old are you this year?" Hearing the ancestor's question, King Zingyan did not dare to neglect it. and hurriedly replied respectfully, "Ancestor, Zingayan has a history of 537 years." After listening, Ancestor Lingyan nodded thoughtfully, and asked, "Well, it's more than 500 years old. How many descendants do you have now?" King Zingayan's heart trembled, and he said with a stiff face, "Ancestor, please forgive me. Zingayan buried himself in hard training in his early years and has no descendants so far." "Well, let me ask you again, how many direct lineage members are there in our clan? How many people are there in the mixed lineage? And how many people are of foreign descent?" Reporting to the Ancestor, "Our clan has a total of 182 direct lineage members, more than 100,000 people in the mixed lineage, and 3.4 million people of foreign descent," King Zingayan said with cold sweat on his forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. The hall was now enveloped by the overwhelming pressure of Elder Lingyan. Aside from Elder Mingwu and Elder Ling Su, everyone else wore a solemn expression. After answering the elders' questions, King Zingayan waited for his reprimand. However, Elder Lingyan remained silent, hesitating to speak. This added to the heavy atmosphere in the hall. King Zingayan sensed glances from both sides, filled with sympathy, sarcasm, gloating, and sighs. After a moment's silence, Elder Lingyan slowly withdrew his aura and suddenly sighed. "Having children is difficult. After 10,000 years of multiplication and growth, our clan still numbers less than 200,000. How unfair is heaven to our spirit clan?" These words resonated with a crowd, who expressed sadness, anger, and resentment. At this time, Patriarch Lingyan glanced at the younger generations below with a sharp gaze, and said in a deep voice, "I know very well that the little fellow is unwilling to join our clan. You are always indignant about this and think that he is ungrateful. But I don't think so. This person is attached to the identity of the human race, which is clearly an extremely excellent quality. If it were someone else, what choice do you think they would make?" King Xian suddenly realized and said first, "Of course he can't wait to join our clan. Even a fool knows that after returning to the spirit clan, he will have a bright future. With his status as a second-generation spirit clan member, let alone the golden collar, he has a great chance of being promoted to the nascent soul realm." What the Ancestor said is very true. That little fellow is extraordinary. Few people in the world can resist the temptation of such a quick success. This person has such a firm will, and his heart of Tao must be no less strong. Not bad, very good, but this little fellow is unwilling to return to our clan now. What should we do? Are you stupid? What if he doesn't want to now? Wait until you send him back to Lingyan, and then you will see what choice he will make in a few hundred years. A tall and mighty middle-aged man with silver hair and jade face who was sitting below the Ice King's eyes lit up, and he shouted in surprise, "Yes! It would be better to have a bunch of children. With the purity of the little guy's bloodline, the offspring born will surely be gifted. This king has a daughter named Wang Xianayan, whose bloodline purity has reached the standard of the fourth generation of the spirit race, and she is just right to be betrothed to him. Ancestor, I have a presumptuous request. How about you make the decision on this marriage? Xian Oyan, after all, is your great-great-granddaughter." As he said that, the middle-aged man immediately turned over and knelt, begging the Lingyan Ancestor to make the decision. Before the Ancestor could say anything, someone nearby spoke anxiously, "You wish. Our clan has at least 10 women of marriageable age who have reached the standards of the fourth-generation spirit clan. If you want to arrange a marriage, you must follow ancestral rules. Blind dates. I have a suggestion. The little one doesn't seem to have a blood curse. Marrying just one would be a waste. How about marrying more? And at least a few dozen concubines and girls? Oh, right, didn't our ancestor?" Ancestor Lingyan glared at the impetuous individual and silenced him with a single thought. Zhao Sheng had no idea he had become a sought-after commodity, a future filled with potential studs, with 3 harems, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines. After leaving the main hall, he immediately returned to his residence and went into seclusion. While Zhao Sheng was refining his newly acquired Chongtao sword and talisman, a new generation of outstanding spirit clan members, under heavy protection, arrived in batches from the rear of the clan. 3 days later, Zhao Sheng was practicing in his training room with his eyes closed when the room suddenly shook and the ground trembled slightly. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The spirit palace was rising. What's this? Is it setting off for the Star LGC? He wondered inwardly. Zhao Sheng's guess was correct. The Star God was about to awaken. Once the younger generations of the clan had gathered, Elder Lingyan activated his imperial command, and the 1,000-year-old camel mountain turtle that held the spirit palace slowly extended its 4 pillar-like limbs and a massive head as tall as a mountain. With a slight movement of the 1,000-year-old turtle's limbs, its impossibly massive body suddenly rose high from the seabed, instantly stirring up an underwater storm. Powerful undercurrents rapidly spread in all directions, sweeping up vast swaths of seabed dust and instantly murky the waters for dozens of miles. The camel mountain turtle slowly rose to the surface. In the square in front of the spirit palace, Elders Lingyan and Lingsu stood at the forefront. Elder Mingwu had disappeared. Behind them stood a group of 11 Jinden spirit clan members, led by the Ice King, the Sky River King, and the Nebula King. Behind them stood 2 rows of clansmen, over 30 Foundation Establishment clan members and over 60 key refining juniors. Besides the 2 nascent soul ancestors and the 3 Jinden kings, the 3 kings and the rest of the spirit clan had secured spots in the inner circle, preparing to attempt an audience with the star god. The Sea clan had 300 spots. Bahai Zhang, with his exceptional talent but limited intelligence, had never been favored by the star god. The Jialong clan was overly arrogant, brimming with pride at their true dragon bloodline. Even miraculous beings like the star god were dismissive. Consequently, the Jialong clan didn't place much value on spots. Ultimately, the Spirit clan secured nearly 200 spots. However, the Spirit clan reserved half for other uses, while allocating some to the following alien races and demonic beasts to appease the crowd. On the other hand, a portion of the quota is reserved for recruiting promising candidates, such as talented aliens, gifted demon beasts, and great golden elixir demons. This is how the Spirit clan, with only a few 100,000 members, can command billions of sea beasts and become one of the 3 great overlords of the ocean. This isn't just due to sheer strength, brilliant tactics and foresight are also essential. A moment later, a vast shadow appeared on the sea. Suddenly, a straight mountain broke through the surface, and seawater poured down from its surface like a waterfall. The mountain rose rapidly like a towering pillar, quickly exceeding 100 feet in height. As the camel mountain turtle lowered its house-sized head to survey the sea, a 5-mile-wide expanse of water suddenly receded in all directions, revealing a circular cavity in the center. From this cavity, the spirit palace slowly emerged. Then, the sea level within a 10-mile radius, centered around the spirit palace, suddenly rose, and a vast amount of seawater poured down from its edge like a waterfall. The sea quickly cleared, and a dark blue island 10 miles in diameter suddenly appeared on the surface. Standing at the center of the island, the spirit palace, illuminated by the sunlight, resembled a dazzling crystal palace. Every ray of its roof, walls, and crystal floor shone with a myriad of colorful rainbow lights. From afar, it resembled a dreamlike immortal palace on the sea. As the spirit palace materialized, the seas for dozens of miles surged, boiling as gigantic sea beasts of various species emerged one after another. Spirit whales, thunder-blasting jellyfish, blue demon sharks, and sea crabs. Each of these sea beasts possessed an imposing presence, at least at the 3rd level. The ancient sea crab was particularly immense, reaching a staggering size, half the size of the 1,000-year-old camel mountain tortoise that supported the spirit palace. This sea crab reached a rank 8, possessing immense power, capable of rivaling a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. If it weren't for its inherently low intelligence, it would never have been subdued by the Lingyan ancestor as a battle pet. Other sea beasts are also the war pets of the Spirit clan. The Spirit clan are the darlings of the sea, naturally endeared to sea beasts. Contracting a sea beast's war pet is naturally 10 times easier than for humans. At this moment, a vast group of alien races, each with a diverse demeanor and appearance, stood on the back of the horizontal sea crab, each possessing considerable strength. Even Zhao Sheng, if present, would be astonished by the Spirit clan's formidable strength. Just today alone, the Spirit clan boasted 3 individuals capable of rivaling a late nascent soul cultivator, Elder Lingyan and the horizontal sky crab. Another often overlooked figure is the camel mountain turtle, the creature supporting the spirit palace. This old turtle has lived for so long that its power is unfathomable. Some even believe it possesses the strength of a divine transformation. However, in the past few thousand years, this camel mountain turtle has never unleashed its full power, making it difficult for outsiders, outside the spirit clan, to ascertain its ultimate power. The spirit palace and this 1,000-year-old turtle are also among the spirit clan's most valuable assets, second only to the clan's sacred artifact. Whenever the elder tribe encountered the star god, they would deploy it. This was done both to ensure the safety of their tribe and as a deterrent. Boom! A dull roar suddenly erupted from beneath the sea. The camel mountain turtle raised its head slightly, its shell instantly illuminating as a vast expanse of azure light surged upward like a mighty wave. The azure light surged, and it seemed as if a gigantic blue sun had risen from the sea. In an instant, the blue sun crushed a 10-mile-wide channel and sped toward the horizon. A swarm of war pets followed closely along the strait. As the elder army left Dragonhead Island, a grey vortex suddenly appeared on the sea. As the grey vortex appeared, a dense swarm of sea beasts emerged from the surface. In the sky, a swarm of demonic birds formed into dark clouds and began to parade back and forth around Dragonhead Island, just like the sea beasts. The heavenly wolf Arhat, the skeleton ancestor, and others were hiding in a nearby sea. Having witnessed the spirit palace's appearance and departure, and seeing the dark mist ancestor commanding the demonic beasts to protect Dragonhead Island, he suddenly sighed. The spirit clan's strength is unfathomable, the skeleton ancestor sighed. Atop the lotus throne, Bodhisattva Hongyan sat upright, frowning and asking, that camel mountain turtle has probably already reached the 10th stage. Why hasn't it chosen to ascend yet? Haha. That depends on whether the spirit clan is willing. What do you think? A hint of sneer crossed the beautiful face of the heavenly maiden Li Wanru. At this moment, the heavenly wolf Arhat saluted, Amitabha. Let's go too, let's go. The heavenly wolf king, already impatient, immediately took flight upon hearing this. With a wave of his hand, Li Wufeng launched a blood-red curtain of light, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people around him. Then, transforming into a streak of blood, he gave chase. The other nascent soul ancestral masters also displayed their extraordinary abilities, swiftly escaping with their chosen ones. In a blink of an eye, the sea was deserted. Half a month later, in the training room, Zhao Sheng sat before him in a pill bottle, filled with 5 soul-nourishing pills, all mid-grade, including 1 top-grade. He had refined over 20 soul-nourishing pills in the past. Having consumed the lower-grade ones, he now turned to the mid-grade. He had originally planned to save a few more mid-grade pills to consume together, but now the situation had changed. After some reflection, he decided to keep all the soul-nourishing pills for himself, aiming to reach perfect foundation establishment as quickly as possible. After a brief pause, he poured out the single top-grade soul-nourishing pill and tossed it into his mouth. A top-grade pill lived up to its name. As soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of incredibly pure spiritual energy, rapidly spreading from his stomach to his limbs. Zhao Sheng closed his eyes, concentrating on refining the vast amount of spiritual energy. The 24 spiritual energy beads in his danshan spun rapidly, drawing the incredibly pure spiritual energy into the spiritual vortex. 2 hours passed. Zhao Sheng felt a surge of invigoration. His 25th spiritual energy bead had already condensed. A beaming light filled his face. This single, top-grade soul-nourishing pill was worth 3 months of diligent cultivation. If I had known the effects of a top-grade elixir would be so pronounced, I would have taken it long ago, Zhao Sheng mused. Previously, he had been using lower-grade elixirs to aid his cultivation, with good results. But as he took more and more, his resistance to the pills grew, and the elixir's effectiveness diminished. He then tried a top-grade soul-nourishing pill, and who knew it would be so astonishingly effective? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Strange Phenomena of Heaven and Earth. To reach the perfect foundation establishment stage, one must condense 27 transformation spirit pearls. I've already condensed 25, leaving me only 2 more to complete the cultivation. This goal will be achieved in 3 to 5 years at most, or a year and a half at least. There's no time to lose, we must prepare to overcome the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. Zhao Sheng made up his mind, immediately stood up, and turned to leave the training room. Outside, the delicate ice girl, upon seeing him, her pale white eyes lit up with joy. She bowed and respectfully said, "Congratulations, young master, on emerging from seclusion. The master just instructed that upon your release, please proceed to the Spirit Palace Square as soon as possible. The Star God Festival is about to begin." Understood. Zhao Sheng nodded and turned to leave. The Star God Festival is a festival specifically designated to commemorate the awakening of the Star God. Unaware of the details, the Ice Girl assumed it was a solemn and important celebration. As soon as he emerged from the Spirit Palace, Zhao Sheng took a deep breath, his face filled with surprise and astonishment. He hadn't been new to the world, but the reason for his loss of composure was the abnormally high concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment, almost equivalent to the spiritual energy concentration within the spiritual orifice of a third-tier spiritual vein. This was completely unnatural. As far as he knew, the spiritual energy concentration in the sea near Star God Island was normally much lower, roughly equivalent to the concentration outside a third-tier spiritual vein. The Star God hadn't fully awakened yet, and a mere fluctuation of consciousness could temporarily elevate the surrounding spiritual energy concentration to such a high level. It was simply incredible. Looking out, the Spirit Palace was surrounded by vast ocean, but at the southwest end, a dark line appeared, as if it were land. He knew that this was Star God Island, the most prestigious core area of the Shattered Star Sea. At this moment, the Spirit Palace was at the edge of Star God Island, 100 miles away, just shy of entering the core circle. However, this was the limit, it could not go any further. During the Star God Festival, to prevent a world war, no weapons of mass destruction were allowed to enter the core circle. For the next period of time, the area within 100 miles of the Star God Palace would likely have the highest concentration of powerful individuals in the entire Shyuanzhu realm. Nascent soul ancestors from all the leading factions across the world would bring their sects rising stars to Star God Island to participate in this once-in-a-century grand event. No independent cultivators or sects or families lacking the necessary strength were permitted to participate. The reason was simple: the smaller the core circle, the higher the chance of selection. Therefore, the leading factions tacitly excluded those deemed less capable from the event. Zhao Sheng's appearance in the square immediately drew numerous stares, a mixture of kindness and hostility, and a deep sense of scrutiny. The hundreds of spirit-chosen ones standing in the center of the square turned to gaze at this lucky individual. Ling Yuan and Ling Su, the two nascent soul ancestors, were not present. The three kings presided over the square. The Ice King stood there in silence, a lifeless figure like a frozen figure. The Sky River King wore a nonchalant expression, but a hint of kindness lingered in his gaze. Only the Nebula King remained expressionless. Though his murderous intent was concealed, it couldn't be hidden from his senses. Zhao Sheng scanned the crowd, his gaze flickering across unfamiliar faces before pausing on a delicate, charming face brimming with complex emotions, a mixture of anger and joy. At the back of the crowd, Wang Yingling gazed at Zhao Sheng, not far away, with a complex expression. 20 years of memories flashed through her mind. That stubborn boy, who had haunted her and filled her with hatred, had ultimately failed to escape his fate and return to the embrace of his own tribe. Recalling the discussions of the tribe members over the past few days, Wang Yingling felt a surge of regret. She had truly misjudged him. She had never imagined that such a wild boy could possess such pure elf blood. A second-generation elf had escaped her grasp. If only he hadn't escaped, Wang Yingling thought with deep regret. Zhao Sheng gathered his composure and quickly glanced past Wang Yingling at the others. The elf race was undoubtedly exceptionally powerful. Of the 100 or so people present, he couldn't fathom the depth of more than half. Among the younger key refiners, most appeared immature, yet were surprisingly in the late key refining stage. The remaining key refiners who had reached great perfection were no more than 30 years old. This was outrageous. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath and thought, the Spirit Clan possesses such profound heritage. It's easy to imagine that other top factions similar to it, such as the Star God Palace, are also teeming with talented individuals. Thinking back to his previous life, the Danding sect was undoubtedly inferior to the Spirit Clan in terms of strength. The Danding sect was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but compared to the Spirit Clan, Zhao Sheng felt it lacked its reputation, appearing somewhat weak. However, it was universally acknowledged that Central Continent not only possessed an unparalleled heritage, arguably the foremost of the 5 continents, but also possessed unparalleled overall strength. If the other 10 great sects were as unworthy of their reputation as the Danding sect, Central Continent would have long since fallen into decline. However, Zhao Sheng suspected the truth was more complex than it appeared. The sects and factions within the world of immortal cultivation were all cunning, mastering the art of playing the pig to eat the tiger. Compared to those who kept their depth hidden, deliberately concealing their weaknesses, those like the Spirit Clan, who were more outspoken, seemed to harbor a sense of guilt. Just as his thoughts were swirling, Wang Yingling gritted her teeth, stepped out from the crowd, and approached Zhao Sheng. Watching the approaching beauty, Zhao Sheng gathered his thoughts, his expression calm. "Fellow Taoist Zhao, after all these years, I never thought we'd meet again in the Spirit Palace." Wang Yingling's tone was filled with emotion, yet upon closer inspection, a hint of resentment lingered. "Haha. I never imagined that after hiding for decades, you'd finally find me." Zhao Sheng shook his head, a wry smile playing on his face. Wang Yingling's eyes flickered, scrutinizing Zhao Sheng. She sensed his considerable strength, at least reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Zhao Sheng's rapid advancement was beyond Wang Yingling's wildest dreams. Thinking of the pure blood within the other person, she felt a wave of regret. "If you had known this would happen, why would you have run away? If you had come back with me, you might have already reached the golden core stage by now." "Those who know me say I'm worried, but those who don't ask what I'm asking for. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Zhao Sheng didn't bother to argue with her. What Wang Yingling didn't know was that the good deeds of a certain super ancestor still haunted Zhao Sheng, leaving him with a deep-seated rejection of the spirit race. Perhaps even he didn't realize it, his rebelliousness might be due to his fear of the 100 Worlds book being discovered. Wang Yingling was about to retort, but at that moment, two graceful figures approached them. "Hey, Sister Wang, you're too impatient. You can't have it all to yourself." "Yes. I've been wanting to meet this little brother for a long time. My name is Wang Yinggayu." "What's your name, little brother?" Zhao Sheng gazed at the two beautiful women of the spirit clan before him. One was tall and alluring, the other petite, delicate, and adorable. When it came to beauty, the spirit clan claimed first place, and no one else dared to claim second place. There were no ugly spirit clan members. It was truly true. Wang Yingling saw the two bitches approaching, and her teeth itched with hatred. She knew full well that the man before her had already become Tang Monk's flesh, and these two were just the beginning. When they returned to Lingyan, the sisters and aunts of the clan would surely flock to them, each vying for a share of their seed. Spirit clan blood was supreme. Though somewhat extreme, this belief was deeply ingrained in the spirit clan. Looking at the two deliberately flirting, Wang Yingling's face darkened and he growled, "That's enough, you two. Stop bringing shame upon my spirit race." "Haha. What did you say?" "I don't understand," the cute girl said, her voice sweet and childish, deliberately playing the part of a child. Zhao Sheng instantly got goosebumps. Seeing that this place had become the center of everyone's attention, he wordlessly channeled his spiritual energy, incinerating the two talismans in his sleeves to ash. In an instant, his figure blurred and vanished from sight. If he couldn't afford to provoke them, he could hide. He logged off and went invisible. A little later, Zhao Sheng stood on the edge of the tortoise shell, gazing out at the sea. Occasionally, he could see a dozen or so faint gazes from behind him. He knew they were all from powerful spirit clan Jinden masters. A mere divine concealment talisman and an invisibility talisman wouldn't hide them from detection. But invisibility wasn't the goal, conveying his stance was paramount. Since he was intentionally distancing himself, the spirit clan Jinden wouldn't deliberately expose his intentions. Looking around, he saw several areas of the sea within his field of vision shrouded in mist, spheres of light, and formations. He was a bit surprised by the scene, but also understood. Quite a number of forces were participating in this grand event. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Sheng spotted a massive azure cloud boat, half the size of a Banyu cloud boat, slowly descending and finally hovering 100 feet in the air. The island-like vessel, illuminated by the sunlight, cast a vast shadow on the sea. Now that the Horn sect has arrived, he wondered if Tending had sent anyone. Time slipped away, the golden crew gradually sinking beneath the sea, and the jade rabbit peeked out from the horizon. As night fell, two streaks of light suddenly pierced the heavenly atmosphere, like two meteors, plummeting towards the spirit palace with lightning speed. Zhao Sheng, momentarily aware of this, turned and sensed two powerful auras descending from the sky. The streaks of light flashed and dispersed, revealing elders Lingyan and Lingsu in the square. Zhao Sheng's heart raced, wondering, is this about to begin? With this thought, he tapped his feet and, after a few flashes, returned to the square, standing behind the crowd. Elder Lingyan's thin face was solemn and calm. He gazed at the blazing eyes of his clan's younger generation and declared, "The star god will awaken tonight." With these words, the atmosphere in the square suddenly became tense. At this moment, Elder Link also instructed, "Wait a moment, you will enter on the Henhei crab. The Great Elder and I will not be able to accompany you. After entering, all matters will be decided by the three kings. The old rules still apply, you cannot provoke others, let alone fight with them. Anyone who breaks the rules will be thrown into the ice abyss cave and confined for life. Do you understand?" "Understood, don't worry, ancestor, we will never be fooled by humans." Listening to everyone's assurances, Zhao Sheng had a great realization. In an environment where strong people gather, once a conflict breaks out, it is very likely to trigger a world war. It is obvious that the overall strength of the spirit race and other alien races is weaker than that of the human race. That's why they are afraid of encountering a dangerous situation of being attacked by the whole world. The moon is at its zenith, and Zhao Sheng sits cross-legged on the edge of the Henhei crab's back shell, separated from the spirit race in a group of strong alien races by a distance. This makes him seem unique and a little out of place. But no one cares about this little thing at this time. Zhao Sheng, including everyone else, closed their eyes and concentrated, practicing Qigong and regulating their breathing to ensure that their mental state remains at its peak. In just half a day, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding area rose again, almost reaching the level of a fourth-level spiritual vein. You must know that the highest spiritual vein in the Xianzhu realm is only 5th level, and 4th-level spiritual veins are rare in the world. Even the spiritual vein of the Danding sect's mountain gate is only the top of the 3rd level, not even the 4th level. The star god hadn't fully awakened yet, but a surge of spiritual energy had already begun to surge like a tsunami or a landslide. Waves of spiritual energy roared in from the heavens and earth, then roared back, undulating and surging through the void. As if sensing the arrival of some unimaginable, great consciousness, Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes. He saw the entire ocean blanketed in a thick carpet of seaweed, resembling a multicolored carpet. Red algae, green algae, yellow algae, every species of algae in the star algae sea was present. Zhao Sheng could clearly sense the boundless spiritual energy emanating from this vast sea of seaweed. The surface of the sea rose and fell slowly, as if an indescribable behemoth beneath was breathing in and out. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng felt something and looked up at the starry sky. A shocking vision enveloped him. The celestial energy above him was like a thick curtain, as if torn apart from the center by an invisible hand. The 9 layers of the sky gang were torn apart layer by layer, the atmosphere surged like a tide, and the clouds rolled away to both sides, revealing a clear and crystal starry sky. The stars in the sky sparkled and shone, like mysterious eyes, overlooking the world. Zhao Sheng suddenly had an illusion, feeling that the starry sky was so close, as if he could pick the stars in the sky with just a stretch of his hand. At this moment, an indescribable heaviness suddenly arose around him, and it was like the strange calm before the start of a war. Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank slightly, and suddenly he saw the stars in the sky shining brightly, and then countless meteors suddenly fell from the sky. These meteors were olive-shaped, like balls of colorful light, with long tails, piercing through the sky-gang atmosphere and falling onto the star algae sea. In an instant, a light rain fell from the starry sky. As the mysterious meteor landed on the sea, it exploded like a firework, and after a brief brilliance, it disappeared without a trace. Zhao Sheng released his spiritual sense with all his strength, and meteors fell into his range one by one. What is this? Incredible! He was shocked to discover that these meteors were actually balls of extremely pure spiritual energy. The purity was unprecedented, probably even comparable to the spiritual energy contained in the legendary top-grade spirit stones. Zhao Sheng's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to collect this spiritual energy, he suddenly realized that the others were just watching quietly, no one moving. On second thought, he gave up his previous idea. At this moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly noticed a subtle change in the surrounding spiritual energy environment. The subtle increase in concentration was secondary. The most crucial thing was that the spiritual energy particles became unprecedentedly lively, as if the entire world was cheering and welcoming the arrival of newcomers. Before the meteors appeared, the spiritual energy particles were like groups of mature, stable, even aging middle-aged people. But now, they were like a group of lively and active children, or even newborn babies. Zhao Sheng seemed to have a sudden realization: these meteor spiritual energy balls must have truly come from outer space, falling into this world and eventually merging into the heaven and earth. He thought about it, but he couldn't think of any other powerful being besides that mysterious star god who could have pulled off such a grand commotion. Zhao Sheng looked up at the sky filled with shooting stars, admiring this once-in-a-century spectacle. Chapter 225 Zooning from Heaven. Huh? What's that? Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze sharpening. He'd just seen a sudden flash of light erupt from high in the sky, very close to the edge of this world. At first, he'd thought it was a meteor, but as his attention focused on that incredibly high rim of the sky, he saw something even more bizarre. Streams of light erupted intermittently, as if someone was fighting or chasing something. Remembering that Ling Yuan and Ling Su, the two nascent soul cultivators, weren't there, Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly deepened. He knew that nascent soul cultivators had the ability to break through the heavenly Genki and survive briefly in the outer void. Could they be there right now? And there are other nascent souls out there too, and so it turned out. Right now, above Stargod Island, right at the edge of this world's outer atmosphere, within an area barely 100 miles wide, nearly 100 nascent soul ancestors gathered. Even within such a narrow, confined area, it was now rigorously divided into distinct zones, large and small. These nascent soul ancestors, usually known as the ancestors of the sect, were actually hunkering down in their respective territories, carefully guarding against any trespassers while diligently collecting wisps of rare and precious celestial essences. A vast azure ocean floated in the void, its surface area minuscule, only 200 feet in diameter. Elder Lingyan, holding a turquoise fishing rod, towered over the ocean, radiating a mighty divine consciousness that completely enveloped this 200-foot-wide miniature ocean. Elder Ling Su, meanwhile, sunk deep within the ocean, constantly consuming vast quantities of mana to maintain his nascent soul domain. This ocean was his nascent soul domain, and also the territory of the Spirit Clan. Surrounding the Spirit Clan, to the left, stood an immense, iron-black, 8-clawed octopus. Its round head alone measured over 100 feet in diameter, like a hill. Its 8 python-like tentacles bared their fangs and claws, occupying a 230-foot space. To the right stood a massive, 4-clawed true dragon, 100 feet long, its bulk concealed within a cloud of mist. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dragon roars echoed. Before and after the Spirit Clan lay a sea of blood and a sea of swords, a sea of countless sword lights. "How dare you, thief!" Elder Lingyan suddenly roared, his eyes flashing with divine light. His mighty divine consciousness instantly transformed into an invisible hammer, vanishing in a flash. Bang! Suddenly, a solid sword of light shot forth from the sea of swords. Just as it was about to plunge into the ocean, it was instantly shattered by the divine hammer of consciousness. Deep within the sea of swords, Yu Qinghan, clad in white and wearing a ring, slowly withdrew her gaze, no longer attempting to test Elder Lingyan's strength. After just one exchange, she knew she was no match for him. Within the Blood Sea's domain, Li Wufen, with his red hair, red robe, and bloodshot eyes, burst into uncontrollable laughter. A wave of blood rippled across the sea, enveloped by a wisp of light just 3 inches long. This light is formless and intangible, ethereal and intangible, invisible and intangible. Without divine consciousness, it's impossible to perceive it, let alone capture it. This 3-inch wisp of light is the celestial mysterious self. A highly coveted item among nascent soul ancestors. It's formed from the spiritual energy of the outer void, and is incredibly pure, far purer than the spiritual energy contained in top-grade spirit stones. If the spiritual energy within the celestial pillar realm takes the form of particles, then the celestial mysterious self manifests itself as light waves at the level of divine consciousness. Therefore, only divine consciousness can grasp it. This divine consciousness requirement alone excludes cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, once the celestial mysterious self is captured by a world, it instantly collapses, dispersing from light waves into countless spiritual energy particles. The meteor shower currently falling over the star Algae Sea is precisely the result of a large number of celestial mysterious self being drawn into the celestial pillar realm by the star god consciousness, ultimately collapsing into a meteor shower. The celestial mysterious self originates from the outer void, but its true source lies within the void realm. It's formed from the spiritual energy that escaped from the cracks in the void realm. Besides being extremely refined and pure, some Zuining may still retain traces of the laws of the Great Dao. These traces of the laws are the coveted treasures of nascent soul ancestors. Through these traces of the laws, one can continuously comprehend the Great Dao, ultimately crossing the threshold of refining the spirit and returning to the void, ascending to the level of a true lord of transformation. As for what the void realm is, Su refers to the return to the void, and Ji refers to the place where the return to the void occurs. The names of the Void Realm vary across different worlds. For example, in the Taiyi Spirit Realm, the Void Realm is also known as the Nine Netherworlds. However, in the ancestral realm of the Spirit Race, the Void Realm is known as the Return to the Void Realm. Let's get back to the point. Li Wufang carefully gathered the 3-inch-long strand of celestial Zuinying in his hand, probing his mind into it. After a brief intuition, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. This light is the element of earth, yet no trace of the laws remains. Although its value has plummeted, it is still far more precious than a top-grade spirit stone. Li Wufang quickly produced an egg-sized, top-grade earth spirit stone and sealed it within the stone. This top-grade spirit stone resembled a piece of topaz, tinged with ember. A tiny vortex of spiritual energy could be seen within it. A bright pearl was attached to the end of the vortex. In the celestial pillar realm, this top-grade spirit stone would naturally absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish lost spiritual energy. There was once an unverified claim in the world of immortal cultivation that cultivators first grasped the principles of cultivation from this top-grade spirit stone. This claim has been firmly believed by many cultivators from ancient times to the present day. Another theory, contrasting with this, is the Immortal's transmission of the principles, which has even more followers. The mysterious elf of the sky is formless and intangible, manifesting as light, and therefore needs to be sealed within the pearl of the spirit stone. This sealing is intended to slow down the collapse as much as possible. Within this world, due to the existence of the heavenly Dao, the collapse of the mysterious elf of the sky is irreversible. It can only be slowed down as much as possible. In a massive, seething fireball beside the sea of blood, the red flame ancestor watched with envy as his neighbor Li Wufang scooped up a wisp of Zuinying. He quickly sent a telepathic message, "Brother Li, you're lucky. You actually caught a 3-inch-long wisp. Does it have any law marks? What's its attribute? If it's a fire-type Zuinying, keep it for me and don't trade it." A Xianwei Zuinying is typically as short as a hair's tip, less than a foot long, excluding the influence of law marks. The longer a Xianwei Zuinying is, the higher its value and the greater the probability of containing law marks. A 3-inch-long Xianwei Zuinying is rare. Normally, Zuinying is under an inch long. Li Wufang sighed softly and transmitted his message, "Alice, my luck is terrible. Not only do I have no magic marks, but they're also of the earth element. They're useless to me, so I'd better trade them off as soon as possible. Be content. I've only managed to collect 2 strands since I started, and neither weighed more than 8 millimeters. Have I ever complained?" The Chiyan Patriarch, a descendant of the Dian Palace in Central Continent, was at the mid-nascent soul stage. 300 years ago, the Gian sect, the predecessor of the Blood Demon sect, was once renowned in Central Continent. After being relegated to the Demon sect, it also had a relationship with the Dian Palace. Back then, Li Wufang was still a mere giant and cultivator, looked down upon by the Chiyan Patriarch. Unexpectedly, in just 300 years, Li Wufang's strength soared, rising to become a comparable mid-nascent soul patriarch. However, the Chiyan Patriarch showed no envy, as everyone knew the drawbacks of practicing the Blood Soul Sutra. That blood god reveled in depriving human bodies. The higher Li Wufang's cultivation, the more tragic his fate. Despite his current prominence, he will inevitably become a vessel for the blood god. Elsewhere, Elder Lingyin, beaming with joy, plucked a wisp of light over 2 inches long from the sea. Elder Ling Su, scanning it with his divine sense, beamed with joy, but soon showed hesitation. This wisp of celestial mystic artifact was a rare thunder-attributed one. While lacking a monomark, the thunder-attributed mystic artifact possessed the innate ability to attract thunder. If handled well, a single wisp of thunder-attributed mystic artifact could deflect a tribulation lightning bolt, increasing the chances of successfully surviving the tribulation. A wisp over 5 inches in length could potentially deflect a divine transformation tribulation lightning bolt. This alone made the thunder-attributed mystic artifact far more valuable than ordinary heavenly mystic artifacts bearing mana marks. Link Su, do you have any top-grade thunder-attributed spirit stones? No. What? Could it be a thunder-attributed one just now, deep within the ocean? Link Su's eyes suddenly opened, and he whispered in surprise. Elder Lingyin nodded slightly, then, helplessly, he withdrew a blank top-grade spirit stone and sealed it inside. A blank, top-grade spirit stone refers to a spirit stone whose spiritual energy has been completely depleted, causing the spiritual vortex to collapse, leaving only an empty shell of the top-grade spirit stone. It's best to seal a celestial Zuining within a spirit stone of the same attribute, as other spirit stones will contaminate the Zuining. Elder Linksu's face changed. The Yuaning Dharma domain outside him suddenly sank, a large area measuring over 10 feet in diameter. At the center of the dent, a rainbow crystal flower rapidly shrank until it disappeared. Elder Lingyun's eyes flashed with anger upon seeing this. He turned to look at a large, 7-colored net, spread out across the sky, a dozen miles away. This 7-colored net, nearly a mile in diameter, stretched out in all directions, radiating a rainbow-like light. Atop the net stood a long-bearded elder in a star-shaped robe and a majestic woman in a moonlit robe, each at either end. Surrounding the net were the illusions of the 4 legendary sacred beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. Each was immense, occupying 100 feet of space. The old man and the woman were the 2 palace masters of the Star God Palace, Panxing and Lingayu, and a couple in the late nascent soul stage. They were surrounded by the 4 great ancient cultivator families, Situ, Gaochen, Fuxio, and Gaian. The rainbow crystal flower had just appeared from the hand of Palace Master Lingayu. This was meant as both a provocation and a demonstration. After all, during the sea monster wave, the Star God Palace suffered a minor loss, being forced to give up nearly 500 quota members. The total number of quotas for the core circle never exceeded 5,000. Even if evenly distributed across the 5 continents and 4 seas, at least half would be less than 500. As the host, the Star God Palace was only allotted 1,000 each time, and this time they gave away half. Lingayu, a woman, wasn't as generous as Panxing. Having suffered a loss this time, she naturally wanted to vent. While the rules prevented a full-scale battle here, an occasional miss was within her tolerance. HMPH, Elder Lingyun snorted coldly, then calmly withdrew his gaze. This wasn't the place for a fight. Moreover, Heng Hexi was not around, so even if he and Linksu joined forces, they would be no match for those 2 old friends. Great Elder, is time almost up? Upon hearing this, Elder Linksu looked down at the world below. Through the clear, celestial atmosphere, the meteor showers could be seen gradually dwindling, while the pitch-black ocean began to flicker in an unpredictable pattern of brightness. From high above, clusters of light began to emerge from the dark half of the ocean below. These clusters of light, like stars, flickered on and off. This patch of light and darkness stretched out in the darkness, resembling a galaxy at first glance. The stars were sparse at the edges, but denser towards the center. The small circle in the very center was so densely packed that it practically connected. From high above, it resembled a blinking eye of light, but in the center, a dark spot, like a pupil, stood out strikingly. Elder Lingyun knew that this dark spot was the location of Star God Island. He gazed upon the light eye, his gaze brimming with utter longing and a hint of hidden greed. Anyone who met its gaze would feel, deep within their hearts, as if it had come alive, yet, the other's gaze was cold and unfeeling. Ancestor Lingyun, despite having lived for over 2,000 years, still lacked a clear understanding of the true nature of the Star God. He knew only that the Star God was referred to as the Sea God in his tribe's ancient texts, a deity worshipped during the pre-ancient dreaming period. To this day, the Sea God holds a high position within the Spirit Clan. For this exiled branch of the Spirit Clan, the primary purpose of their existence is to subdue the Star God, followed by establishing contact with the Spirit Clan's ancestral realm. Over the past 20,000 years, their clan has seen 5 true lords of the transformation realm. 4 of these true lords vanished after venturing into the void in search of the ancestral realm, their fate uncertain. 7,000 years ago, the 5th ancestor, who reached the transformation realm, attempted to contact the ancestral realm through the human race's ascension pathway. Unfortunately, upon reaching the summit of Shiansu Mountain, the ancestor was discovered by 2 human gods and severely injured. After returning to Lingyun and persevering for 300 years, he was forced to pass away prematurely. At this moment, the ancestor's wandering thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Oh no! Time's up. Linksu, escape! As soon as his words had left his mouth, all the meteors below suddenly vanished, as if consumed by something. Seeing this, the ancestor's face changed. He instantly retracted his divine consciousness. Then, with a flash of his body, he suddenly transformed into a stream of light, desperately fleeing in the direction opposite to the Shiansu realm. Not only him, but all the other nascent soul ancestors also stopped their movements almost simultaneously, quickly retracting their divine consciousness and nascent soul Dharma realm. Each of them unleashed their extraordinary abilities, frantically fleeing into the void, as if a single step slower would mean death. While death wasn't the only possibility, severe damage to both the nascent soul Dharma realm and their divine souls was possible. At that moment, an unimaginable spiritual storm erupted from below, reaching an unfathomable distance into the outer void. This spiritual storm was incredibly powerful, its reach filling the heavens and earth, sweeping across half the broken star sea. Yet, Zhao Sheng, in the eye of the storm, remained oblivious to this immense spiritual storm. No. For a fraction of a second, the 100 Worlds book within the depths of the soul sea suddenly lit up, then fell silent again. Because of the fleeting moment, Zhao Sheng hadn't noticed the book's unusual movement. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.